StarCraft, the Terran Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. The people need their master. A dozen former senators of Kar sat around a huge, oval mahogany round table. They were mostly elders over 50 years old, and those in their 30s could be considered young people standing between them. Most of the senators were very plain. They neither wore crimson robes with gold edges nor carried canes that symbolized their noble status, but their words were still aristocratic. Some wore round glasses, but their eyesight was still very good after laser correction. When the Senate of Kar was established, the senators there were the gentry of the colonies and the leaders of the colonial spacecraft. For more than 100 years, the Senate has never been a place where civilians can talk freely. Angus didn't like these people, but no matter what the purpose was, at least these people had supported him in Parliament. Facts have also proved that these people really considered Kar IV. Although in the few years as senators, these people's wealth and power have expanded exponentially. The election of new senators is still in the counting stage, so Angus can only discuss the constitution and the appointment of a new government with these senators. Fortunately, the advantage of having a small number of people is that new laws and proposals are passed much faster. Angus doesn't have to spend a lot of time listening to those congressmen who have nothing to do and argue for 4 or 5 days about whether the amendment of the law violates the constitution of the Terran Federation. But for Angus, who has been in the political circle for many years, this is inevitably without the sense of accomplishment of arguing with a group of scholars. When only a dozen people are watching him, Angus will be anxious because of the lack of the feeling of being the center of attention. It's like Angus will not be able to sleep once he is away from the center of politics. He can't imagine that in just one morning, the new Senate passed 13 bills on increasing government intervention in the economy and the Global Industrial Renaissance Act. At the same time, Korhal is building new heavy factories everywhere. The funds and technology come from several Tarsinus creation families and Umoyans who secretly cooperate with the Mengsk family. More than 2 million Korhal people who have lost their jobs due to the war have entered the factories to work. Because it is located in the core area of the Terran Federation, coupled with economic prosperity, Korhal is running at full speed under the leadership of a unified and efficient government. But the disadvantages of Korhal IV were also obvious. Compared with other marginal worlds that were experiencing uprisings, they were too close to Tarsinus and too conspicuous. We will eliminate all slums by 2499, so that there will be no more hungry people in this world. At this time, Angus threw out another heavy promise with passion, and someone beside him used non-technical means to record his words on paper in shorthand. As soon as the words fell, the front door of the Palatine Council Hall was opened, and Angus and the councillors looked at Augustus, who was wearing a dark grey general uniform and a wide-brimmed military hat with golden braids. The councillors were already very familiar with this Korhal eagle that made their fathers extremely proud. Compared with this, they were much more interested in Serac Aragon, the former ghost agent who followed him like a shadow. "Augustus, what's wrong? You look a little anxious." Angus cleared his throat and said to his son, "Do you still have time to play the meeting game with them? Now we don't need the parliament, we can just announce the decree directly." Augustus said, "Now is a time of war, and Kar even needs someone who has the final say. The people of Kar need their master, and the parliament must wear its shackles. Don't write this down, and no one should say this." Angus's expression was serious, and his cold grey eyes swept across everyone present, like an old wolf flashing with a fierce light. Augustus never admitted that he was a revolutionary army fighting for the people. In Angus's view, the only reason he was willing to lead the Kar Revolutionary Army was to protect his mother Catherine and sister Dorothy. No member of the parliament present was angry at Augustus's rude remarks. The reason why they survived this change of power and still maintained their previous status was not because they were very capable, but because they stood on the right side. In the days after the Korhal War of Independence, all the corrupt officials in Korhal were tried one by Augustus's revolutionary army. They sat in prison cars and cried until they were shot by the Stilling River. For 3 days, the red water flowed downstream like a river of blood. The councillors knew what role they should play, because Augustus was the real wolf of the Mengsk family. He lacked the most basic respect for the nobles and officials, and slaughtered them like cattle and sheep. You just presided over the meeting of August's National Security Council. I hope that spy agency can play a role. Angus said. You are very impatient. He said, have you also received news about the failure of the uprising on Antigua Prime? I just learned about it as well. Augustus said, no one expected that there was a federal fleet in a galaxy 4 light years away from the Antigua galaxy. The news sent back to us by the organizers of the uprising showed that it was the Gamma Squadron of the Federal Fleet. The Gamma Squadron razed Ansu Castle with nuclear bombs, turning 200,000 people into ashes, and many more were severely burned. The radiation permanently destroyed the local environment, and mutant creatures appeared one after another like evil spirits. He continued. An unknown plague broke out in Lingshu Pride, and the rebels there suffered heavy losses due to excessive non-combat casualties. It's so unfortunate that this is the third failed uprising of the Antigua people. Angus frowned. But what about Lingshu Pride? There is no direct evidence that it is a kind of viral weapon, but the timing of the outbreak is too coincidental. Augustus said, all news media suppressed this matter, and the lack of authenticity in the reports misled the people of other planets in the Federation. Compared to them, Korhal, which is closer to the core world, is luckier. Most of the Federal Fleet is still on the edge world, increasing the bargaining chips for the federal government in negotiations with the Kel-morian Federation. But they have been talking for 3 months. Angus asked as if he was talking to himself. The Kel-morian Combine has been stalling for time to transfer their assets, but how long can the Combine hold out? We have to prepare for the worst. Augustus sighed. The newly established agency is training spies, but at present we mainly rely on Umoyan spies. These people will use various means to gain the support of senior federal officials in the creation family for us. At the same time, our fleet has begun to take shape. At my request, Umoyan mobilized a lot of resources to repair the Hyperion. I expect to see a brand new battle cruiser in half a month. During this time, in addition to building fortifications in Korhal and preparing the army and people for a protracted war, I also plan to lead the fleet to raid a federal base called Victor V immediately. The captured ghost agent told me that there are 20 ghost agents stationed there. Intelligence shows that there may be design drawings of new weapons in the computers there. Okay. Angus said, when it comes to leading troops to fight, you have much more say than me. I have another question. After a long silence, Angus suddenly looked at Sarah Carrigan behind Augustus. Son, do you really want this federal assassin who killed my double with one blow to be your personal bodyguard? I think she is quite good. Augustus thought about it seriously and said, and I don't have any psychological burden, because she wanted to assassinate you. No, I'm just worried about your safety. The old wolf of the Mengsk family was a little sad, but he was used to it. Chapter 127. There is a fleet, but only a small one. The giant cargo ship you asked me to modify has been modified. Now you can call it the first giant frigate. I guess you will call it that. In the narrow bridge, engineer Ori Swan, who was wearing orange-grey work clothes and holding a toolbox in one hand, pointed to the cables and a control console on the bridge and said to Augustus, this ship is 400 feet, about 128 meters, long and 67 feet, about 20 meters, wide. This child is a medium-sized cargo ship. The cargo hold from the lower deck to the main beam can be partitioned into many new rooms. If you insist on cramming some people in, it can carry about 1,000 people. The lighting facilities on the ceiling of the bridge are like a very bright white light ball. Under its light, the control consoles connected to the winding pipes on the bridge are all visible. Some of the open bulkhead covers are full of cables of various colors entangled like a group of snakes, and the air with poor circulation is mixed with the smell of lubricating oil and sweat. The bridge of this ship is not as wide as that of a battle cruiser. There are only a few driving seats facing the portholes in front. When Augustus and a dozen guards including Sarah Carrigan walked into the bridge together, the space seemed small, and not many people could stand in front of the portholes on the bridge that overlooked the battlefield and broadened the captain's vision. The Hyperion in the Umojan orbital dock will be repaired at least next month. Before that, this frigate converted from an interstellar cargo ship was Augustus's largest warship at present, and he had to accept the shabby fact that he had to use this warship as a flagship of the Korhal Revolutionary Fleet. When Augustus looked around the layout of the interior of the bridge, Sarah Kerrigan, wearing a dark grey Revolutionary Army uniform with a golden wolf armband, began to check the facilities inside the bridge as usual. She was carrying a C-10 rifle astride her body, and her long red hair gathered behind her head was tied with a white ribbon. The tight long hair was like a dancing flame when she walked. "Swan, what's the new design? I know you're a genius." "Thank you, but you don't need to praise me 9 out of 10 times." Swan's face was covered in oil. "I made some small improvements. My team and I added an additional Titan engine and a new central reactor to this spaceship. The jump engine maintained by a professional team of jump technicians will allow you to race to your heart's content in the hyperspace channel. It sounds like I don't have to worry about power anymore." Augustus said, "What about the weapon system? I've seen that you've added additional ship armor and laser pulse cannons to this ship." "Yes, there is a pair of shipborne laser pulse cannons under the bridge, and there is a deployable missile hive on each side. In addition, this modified spacecraft is also equipped with a large number of small plasma torpedoes. Of course, due to the defects of the modification, we must use manual operation to push the torpedoes out of the airtight compartment and manually ignite them with a hammer when necessary." Swan said to Augustus, "Based on the original armor, I added thicker armor plates and a lightweight energy matrix shield. Ship shield technology. This is an epoch-making progress." Augustus' eyes lit up. "It's not difficult to do this. The key is to be willing to spend money." Swan said, "Speaking of this, boss, should we approve more funds for the Korhal Weapons Research Institute? The research and development of new weapons requires money. There will be funds." Augustus' voice became louder. "We'll talk about this later. Now the entire Korhal, ground fortresses, high-altitude orbital defense platforms, anti-aircraft missile arrays, government funding, fleet and military maintenance, etc. are all constantly spending money. The former are all big money swallowers, and there are millions of mouths to feed by the new government. The new government's finances have long been in deficit, relying solely on taxes. If it weren't for the rich and generous Umajan government providing a huge war loan at a low interest rate, Angus would have hanged himself." The Umajans thought very thoroughly. If the Korhal IV uprising failed, then the next war in the Kaprulu sector would inevitably be the battle between the Terran Federation and Umajan, so their support was unsparing. The little money Augustus made in the army was not enough to build a bathroom on Hyperion. At this time, he couldn't help but miss his brother Arcturus, who was still mining on the edge of the Kaprulu sector. Since they were brothers connected by blood, they should always support each other. Moreover, Augustus gave a part of the startup capital at the beginning, which was regarded as a stake in Arcturus's mining industry. "Then I'm relieved." Swan didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at this time. "Also, do you have any ideas about the design of the new main gun of the Behemoth-class battlecruiser?" Augustus said. "Using the nuclear reactor of the battlecruiser as a power source to use a strong magnetic field to converge the controllable nuclear explosion into a condensed beam of energy. I have to say, this is a crazy idea." Swan said, "Sometimes I always wonder if your intelligence department has made a mistake. Maybe the Federation's Ship Research Institute just created a folder on the terminal host to cheat funds. To constrain the controllable nuclear explosion and make it condense, we need to support it with technological breakthroughs in multiple fields of materials science and engineering. You may not understand it in detail, because I don't understand it myself," he said. "In general, it's easier said than done. Then wait until the Federation's experiment is successful, and then we will get the design drawings." Augustus didn't have any expectations for this newly established Weapons Research Institute. Although there are talents he poached from various technology companies in Korhal. In fact, the top talents in the entire Kaprulu sector have always been in Tarsinus and Umoyan. Augustus didn't expect them to develop the classic Yamato cannon of the battlecruiser earlier than the Terran Federation. But what if? What about the research project with the Umoyan? Augustus asked again. "We are still discussing it. The other party is very interested in it." Swan's thick eyebrows and beard stretched out, but I'm worried that those cunning Kel-morian people will throw us away and work on their own. But then again, we don't have a battle cruiser, and I don't know what you are worried about. The irritable Mrs. Mainho asked a soul-piercing question. How many frigates of this type do we have? Augustus was hit hard. 3, and there are 17 more being converted in docks across Korhal. At the same time, we have more than 50 reconnaissance boats converted from civilian transport ships, ranging in size from 65 feet to 165 feet, 1050 meters. These reconnaissance boats are equipped with small laser cannons, but the damage is very touching. The laser beam hitting the armor of the battle cruiser is like tickling. Swan gestured. It's like this. This is really a huge fleet. Augustus sighed. At this time, Jim Raynor's signature laugh was heard in the narrow passage leading to the bridge. As the fleet commander under Augustus, this open-minded and optimistic young man had long been ready to do something big. Good morning, my lovely friends. Raynor poked out his bald head. It was not easy to take a hot bath on a warship. The sonic bath could remove dead skin and dirt from the body, but it was not very effective when dealing with greasy hair. Therefore, Raynor always liked to shave his head during this period. Behind Raynor, followed the tall and strong Titus, who had a hard time walking in this narrow passage. Hi, baby. Swan greeted. Good morning. Oh, there's another big guy here. Chapter 128, Serving the People, and Filling Your Stomach. Titus? Augustus glanced at Titus, and found that he was wearing a loose plaid shirt and a pair of beach shorts with bright blue patterns. It was easy to tell that this guy was doing well in the Korhal Revolutionary Army. It was said that he often talked about my dear friend, the Marshal of the Revolutionary Army. As for Eno, he was not dressed very formally. He wore a black vest over a white shirt and a gun holster on his faded jeans. Only 19 years old, Reno's eyes sparkled. He was positive and optimistic, as if he would never be discouraged, and had endless energy. Why are you here? I heard that you recently led a group of revolutionary masses to raid a senator's house and confiscated all his real estate. Then you swaggered and lived in his villa on the Pan-Ocean Sea. Why don't you enjoy life? What are you doing here? Serving the people and filling my stomach at the same time. Titus lit a cigar and said leisurely, that makes a lot of sense. People say that old Titus has a heart of gold. Sometimes even a bad guy like me has a bright heart. I heard that Renault's fleet is about to set sail. He said, I'm good at robbing houses. Why don't you put on your military uniform? Augustus frowned and looked at Titus's coquettish flowery pants. You should ask those rubbish in the Revolutionary Army's quartermaster department why they didn't provide me with a larger size of clothes and pants. Titus cursed. Meet me, this is my fleet commander, Jim Raynor. He's a great guy. Augustus was really helpless with Titus. He shook his head and pointed at Raynor wearing a vest and said to Swan, Carrigan and others, I'm Jim, I'm good at driving a car and sailing a boat. Raynor introduced himself. That's Mr. Titus Finley, he's a traditional villain. I kindly remind you that women should stay away from him and men should watch their butts. Augustus looked at Titus again. You really make me sad when you say that. Titus pulled up his loose pants that seemed to be about to fall off. At this time, Titus noticed the ghost agent Sarah Carrigan behind Augustus and habitually commented in his mind with a professional eye that her butt was really good. To be honest, this was just Titus's instinctive reaction. Old Titus was very sensible. He knew which women he shouldn't get entangled with, otherwise his head, which was a collection of dirty thoughts, would have begun to fantasize about the other person being stripped naked. My god, what's in your head? Sarah Carrigan glared at Titus and shook hands with Raynor in a friendly manner. They met about 10 years earlier, and Carrigan did not say the classic "you pig." Jim Raynor is now a promising young man with positive thoughts. He is not the greasy Uncle Ma Sarah who was married in 2499. He would never think of scenes that are not suitable for children when they meet, but his friend Mr. Titus has always been a villain and an old rogue. Damn it, I forgot she's a telepath. I heard they can control a person's bladder and make those idiots pee like dogs. The ferocious wrinkles on Titus' face twisted into a ball, and he whispered, I hate wizards. Mengsk, you have to arrange a job for me. Titus walked to Augustus without any embarrassment. I don't ask for much, just let me be the captain of a frigate. You know me, I'm always tough when I'm fighting. But I ask for a 1-year advance on my salary. If you want a raise in the future, that's another matter. No problem. Augustus said, I'll give you another company of Stilling Wolf Hunter assault team. You have to hire the rest yourself, and the money will be paid by the government. Are you serious? Those are the elite of the elite. Titus said, it's settled. Stilling's Wolf Hunters are a militia unit with a long history. Its predecessor was a hunter team formed in the colonial era to protect the colonists. Although hunting has become a sport for nobles, to show their status and pastime in this era, the descendants of the wolf hunters living in the forest still follow the ancient tradition. They have been warriors guarding the huge hunting grounds of Stilling for generations for the Mengsk family. After Augustus Mengsk declared the independence of Korhal, about 2,000 wolf hunters declared their allegiance to Angus and his sword and Augustus, the son of Angus who inherited the blood of the Mengsk family. The symbol of the Stilling wolf hunter is a notched hunting axe. Wait, Augustus, this Mr. Finley wants to use a low price to hire the thugs in the Stilling slums and then make a profit by quoting a high price. Carrigan walked to Augustus and said, don't tell on me, you damn witch. Titus was furious, staring at Carrigan like a lion about to pounce, but he didn't dare to really do it, because even Titus was not sure if he was the opponent of this ghost agent. Carrigan snorted and hid behind Augustus, ignoring him. That's enough, Titus. I'll have someone check the accounts. In the past, Augustus wouldn't have cared about this little money, but now is different from the past. You know my attitude towards corrupt officials. Any torture for those human scum is well deserved. If Korhal hadn't socialized the soldier factory again, I would have transformed them into self-destructing soldiers long ago. Damn it, you're so mean. Titus spread his hands. Watch your hands, don't stretch them to places where they shouldn't be. Augustus said, you will have plenty of opportunities to plunder the military supplies of the Federation in the future, but we must never do things like looting and murder. I understand this. Titus nodded. How does that sentence go? The Revolutionary Party is the friend of the people, and the Revolutionary Army is the sword and shield of the people. You know these propaganda slogans by heart. Augustus smiled. He looked at the mechanical watch on his hand, turned to Rory Swan next to him and said, let this spaceship move. We still have a battle to fight. Okay, but I have to follow this ship, so that you can repair it in time, when the spaceship is damaged by you. Swan walked to the control console and said while muttering, after all, revolution is not playing with cats. Bad guys never rest. Attention to all units, close the hatch, start the number 1 engine, and everyone leaves the flight deck and returns to their own posts. Guys, heat up the boilers, he said. A holographic projection screen unfolded in front of Augustus, showing a galaxy with 3 Earth-like planets and a scorching main sequence star. One of the Earth-like galaxies, Victor V, was the target of Augustus's trip. Time was running out for Augustus. After the negotiation between the Kel-morian Union and the Terran Federation was over, a brutal decisive battle awaited Korhal IV. The first giant-class frigate accelerated away from a revolutionary starport on the Korhal satellite Canis, and anchored in deep space. At the same time, more spacecraft began to take off, and a small fleet began to assemble rapidly. The first fleet of the Korhal Revolutionary Army. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. Analysis of the current situation from Unfake News. On the way to the destination Victor V, Augustus's giant-class frigate number 1 was in a state of hyperspace travel, and the crew members on the ship were generally in a state of having nothing to do. Most of them could only spend their time sleeping, exercising in the restaurant and the passageway inside the ship, or reading the ebooks and videos stored in their personal terminals a week before the ship set off. Due to the lack of supply ships and berthing transfer stations, this warship must carry enough refined high-energy gas fuel and ammunition. The problem caused by insufficient spaces, that most of the more than 500 crew members can only sleep in single alloy compartments they call coffin rooms. The space there is narrow and the height can only support the people sleeping in it to sit up straight. The holographic projection screen in the captain's room played news from a week ago, which Augustus had watched repeatedly several times. Raynor and Titus were pulling a technician under Swan to play cards at a metal folding table. The smell in the small captain's room was not pleasant. This is Frontline Reporter Maximum Spear. I'm currently on Colonel Edmund Duke's flagship, the NORAD II. The Invincible Alpha Squadron recaptured Shah from the Kel-morians today. Experts are still evaluating the value of recolonizing this lava planet. Next, Augustus' old acquaintance Colonel Duke spoke smugly to the camera, his tone as arrogant and contemptuous as ever. We all know that the Kel-morian bastards are nothing but a bunch of spineless people. They just don't know how hard the Tarsinus fists are. See, the Kel-morians are already on their knees begging for mercy peace talks. There is nothing to talk about with the Kel-morian Federation. The fleet will soon take over Moria. Alpha Squadron's attacks are always fast and fierce. Hey, what is this gorilla talking about again? Raynor played his cards. There are no Kel-morians on Char anymore. It turns out that he calls replanting the federal flag on a volcano recovering lost territory. Edmund, you are really good at this. In addition to your own people, you even hit the air. No surprise, Jim. Augustus swiped across the screen and skipped the next 20 minutes of Colonel Duke's bragging time. The picture that stopped was a rather young male reporter with deep eyes and messy hair. This reporter was obviously a junior, and the only reason he was able to make a splash on the Golden Age news channel was because he was standing on the messy streets of Castelling, full of revolutionary flags. I'm Mike Liberty, thank you Anderson. Yes, as you can see in the introduction subtitles, my name means liberty. This means that I'm related to the revolutionary demands of the Ka people, and I'm standing among thousands of Ka people. Enough. Stop talking nonsense. Live now. The young reporter stood with the flag-waving revolutionaries, and not only was he not expelled or beaten, but he was welcomed by the people. This is probably the only reason his program can be broadcast. At the same time, the TV station obviously added filters and light and dark effects to make the streets of Stilling look like slums. There were broken glass, bottles and trampled flags everywhere, and the Ka people waving flags looked like mentally ill people with ADHD. Well, friends who are watching the midday news, major Federation events, as you can see, Korhal IV is a mess. The host said in a somewhat compassionate tone, look at those broken shop windows and smashed vehicles. I just can't bear to watch it. The largest riot in Federation history has had an indelible and painful impact on Korhal. Factories have stopped, urban traffic has been paralyzed, electricity and water supplies have been cut off, and thugs have rushed into civilians' homes, robbing property and the wives and daughters of law-abiding people. Angus and his traitorous lackeys looted the city, and criminals were partying on the rule of law. It's a catastrophe, a rare tragedy in the new era, and a terrible trauma to human civilization. In fact, Augustus Mengsk's approval rating on Korhal IV has remained above 90% for 6 consecutive years. The young reporter, who looked to be no more than 20 years old, waited patiently for the TV host to finish speaking before speaking. Under the new government, unemployment and crime rates have dropped to their lowest levels since 2480. Factories are running at full capacity, and the power generated by fusion nuclear power plants in 1 week is enough for a prime world like Marcera to use for a year. The great city of Stilling is bursting with vitality, and the revolutionary army is. There is no new government. There is no revolutionary army. The host emphasized. Nonsense. Every time I hear this, I laugh until my stomach hurts. Renault laughed. They don't want to hear the truth, Jim. Augustus had already memorized the face of this reporter. Instantaneous success, Mike. I like him. This guy dares to tell the truth, but we probably won't see him again in a few years. Renault said, maybe he will be transferred to the rear to write some articles, or maybe he will disappear from the scene. Who knows? I will let the Pantellan underground party lurking in Tarsinus contact him. The new regime needs this kind of people. Welcome to Jones' Evening Show, Enter the Marines. I'm the host Philip, and this is the news channel Daily Caprulu. Breaking news. After 3 months and 100 standard Tarsinus days, there has been new progress at the conference table. The Kel-morian Federation government agreed to cede 4 mining worlds including Simond. The new trade agreement stipulates that Moria will have to give federal companies equal rights and no longer impose unreasonable additional tariffs. Please continue to pay attention to the negotiation progress between the Federation and the Federation. Global News Network provides you with the latest, most complete and most authoritative exclusive reports. It sounds like the Kel-morians are about to collapse. Ty just played his cards and took all the chips on the table with a smile. After Korhal IV became independent, the elders in the Federation Parliament and the Creation family obviously wanted to resolve the dispute with the Kel-morians as soon as possible. Before that, everyone tacitly took advantage of the negotiations to intensify the plunder of Kel-morian mining companies and put all the mines in their pockets. Augustus said, as long as they want to talk faster, the progress of the meeting is decided by the Federation Parliament. The diplomats from Kel-morian who come to negotiate are not qualified to say no to the division of the victors. Augustus, think of the worst. How long do we have to prepare? Raynor shook his head and sighed. I have been thinking about this problem these days. Augustus' face was calm. 2 weeks. This is the shortest time for the Edge Starfield fleet to jump to Ka. After that, the fleets of the entire Terran Federation will flock to it. I was in a serious situation. 10 days ago, I passed by Nanjing Lukao Airport and suddenly called me to tell me that a patient had been found there. Fuck it. I'm in quarantine and I can't go out to play. Chapter 130 Victor. Chapter 130 When the flagship of the Korhal Revolutionary Fleet, the giant class frigate No. 1, jumped out of the hyperspace channel, everyone felt dizzy. An inconspicuous yellowish planet appeared on the holographic projection star map in front of the bridge, and some small green triangles represented Augustus's huge fleet. Victor V is a near-Earth planet. Most of its surface is covered with desert, and sandstorms that spread for dozens of miles are raging on this little-known marginal world. Although this planet has been as uninhabitable and unusually violent as possible, there are indeed Federation colonies here. In the oasis farms built by Victor V using groundwater and artificial irrigation systems, there are about hundreds of thousands of Terrans living. The ancestors of these people came from the Terran Federation colony spacecraft that was forced to land here about 50 years ago due to damage to the power system. After the initial despair, the colonists found the precious underground water system, and the tenacity and perseverance of human beings made new cities rise between the deserts. In the star map, the red light spot in the galaxy about 120 light years away from Victor V, which was deduced by triangulation, was the Dalarian shipyard of the Terran Federation. But before more warships, including the battlecruiser Hyperion, joined the fleet, Augustus had no confidence in seizing the shipyard. Augustus knew that he only had one chance, and if he failed, Korhal would never be able to turn things around. But Augustus couldn't sit in the Revolutionary Army headquarters in Korhal and wait, so there was this action of the Revolutionary Army fleet, and he preferred to call it a military exercise, using Victor V as a forward base for the raid on the Dalarian shipyard. At this time, Sarah Kerrigan, who was wearing a military uniform instead of a ghost combat uniform, walked in and stood beside Augustus. She said, "That's where Ghost 24718 and I set off from. We were also transferred from the Ghost Military Academy in Tarsinus to Victor V within 3 months. Before that, we knew nothing about this place. Why does this base need so many Ghost agents stationed there, so many seekers? But it's too far from the battlefield." Augustus looked at the slowly rotating yellow planet. "Does the Federation want to build a new Ghost Academy here? I don't know why, and the Seeker inhibitor doesn't allow me to question the order." Kerrigan said, "We just need to know what to do. But the location of this military base is indeed very strange. The planet where it is located is too far away from several major star systems where the Kel-morian Consortium and the Terran Federation are fighting, and it is far away from the star system trade routes, which means that no fleet will pass by here except for adventurers. At first glance, it seems meaningless to set up a military base on Victor V on the star map, but it is located between the bases of several Federation fleets. Rather than saying that this is a frontier battle or a military fortress, Augustus believes that the Terran Federation is conducting some mysterious experiments here that must not be made public. Putting these aside, Augustus believes that he is likely to obtain the technology to train ghost agents in Victor V. He does not necessarily need these cold agents to work for him, but the research results of Federation scientists on psychics are what he really wants. This is also the reason why Augustus is determined to take this place. We will soon find out the little secret of Victor V. Augustus said to Raynor, "Jim, stop playing cards and drive the ship to low orbit. We have to preserve the facilities in this base as much as possible, so this is landing battle. Where are my troops?" Augustus said in the bridge through the fleet's communication channel. "Warriors of Korhal, draw your guns and load them. Kerrigan, you follow the anti-psychic force stilling striker squad." Augustus said, "I need you to deal with those ghost agents." "What about me?" After Titus collected the money he won from playing cards, he gestured to Augustus and said, "What is my mission?" "You lead the ground landing troops to launch an attack." Augustus said, "Titus, you will be the commander of this force. When you want to destroy something, you can trust old Titus." Titus laughed and left the bridge to put on his CMC 300 power armor. As everyone inside the warship went about their duties and got busy with their work, the frigate passed through the extremely thin atmosphere of the Victor V and arrived at a huge, swirling, high-speed tornado. The holographic projection screen in front of Augustus showed that this unparalleled tornado was 60 miles high and 12 miles wide, and the Terran Federation military fortress was located in the karma of the tornado, and even the local residents knew nothing about it. If Kerrigan hadn't told him the coordinates here, Augustus would not have known that there was a Terran Federation military base on this harsh planet, and it was hidden in a storm that was enough to tear a human apart. "Hey boss, I fixed the arc tanks in the Hyperion warehouse, and now you can deploy these big tanks, which are full of top tank drivers." At this time, Swan's head appeared on the screen in the armory on the lower deck of the frigate. "In order to cope with these storms, I spent a few days installing gravity accelerators on these tanks." "You really did it. In addition to keeping them stable in the storm, what other uses are these new devices for?" Augustus asked. "That's a lot of uses." Since Swan couldn't see Augustus's head and could only hear his voice, he didn't know where to look at. The only thing on the screen was his iconic beard. Inspired by the gravity generation unit of battle cruisers and high-altitude orbital defenses, it only takes a little modification to apply it to the arc tank. The tank driver can increase the tank's own gravity to 56 times the original by pressing a button, so that these tanks will not be swept away by violent storms. Swan said. In fact, power armor can also apply this technology, but so far it is only to allow Marines to stand firmly on the deck in space environments and warships. He continued. In the future, combined with Kel-morian's anti-gravity technology and plasma thrusters, we may be able to realize the possibility of the flying tank you mentioned. Swan, you are really a treasure boy, Augustus praised. Oh, although I don't understand what you are saying, you are right. Swan looked at the screen at a loss. Augustus smiled silently and turned on his command channel. Repeat the battle plan. The tank troops will launch the attack first, pass through the storm, and destroy the enemy's air defense facilities as much as possible. After that, the landing craft will land from above the eye of the storm to deliver ground troops. Fight for Korhal. The response came from the channel, which was not neat but powerful. Chapter 131 Eye of the Storm. Augustus stood in the empty bridge of the giant class frigate. Below the porthole was the grey and golden land of Victor V. A huge, endless yellow-grey tornado almost occupied the entire field of vision. The leader of the Car Evolutionary Army looked at the entire battlefield through several non-overlapping holographic projection screens, and had brief but uninterrupted communication with the tank troops on the ground and the troops about to land through the command channel. As far as this battle was concerned, the role of a commander in coordinating the overall situation and stabilizing the morale of the army was far better than Augustus wearing power armor and leading the troops to charge. This is Sergeant Kel-morian, commander of the 1st Battalion of the Stealing Armored Division. My tank is in the storm, 4 miles away from the Federation military base. The gravity accelerator has greatly slowed down our progress. The 17 arc light tanks that were dropped from the transport ship to the ground and were moving in the storm included 4 from the Hyperion's armory, 9 captured from the Terran Federation garrison stationed in Korhal IV, and the rest from military supplies donated by Kel-morian. The high-speed storm weakened the transmission of radio signals, causing the signals sent back by the tank troops to be interrupted from time to time. However, this storm, which spread over more than 10 miles, not only made the base in the center difficult to be discovered by the outside world, but also made the connection between the base and satellites and monitoring equipment outside the storm unstable. Augustus believed that this natural barrier served as a protective umbrella while blinding the eyes of the defenders inside. I'm Raynor. I'm at the aircraft dock of the frigate. The little devil transport ship is now full of a platoon of revolutionaries. It is too crowded here, and even to larger transport ships can't fit. Raynor said in a channel. We will be able to drive a big ship in a few days. Augustus said. Where is Titus? Oh. Titus is on the transport ship. The bastard finally changed into his power armor. If only the others were here, a squad of heaven's demons could raise this base to the ground. Raynor replied. And I will lead them again. Augustus said. Next, in the communication channel that sometimes overlapped and sometimes remained silent for dozens of minutes, Raynor drove the imp transport ship full of soldiers to the eye of the storm. There were another 15 modified reconnaissance boats carrying more than 400 people following the imp, one of which was temporarily commanded by Serac Harrigan and a full-strength anti-psychic force, the Steely Striker, equipped with imp electromagnetic bombs and psychic shielding interception nets. These cutting-edge anti-psychic technologies all came from the Umagins, and there is no doubt that this must be just the tip of the iceberg of Umagin technology. The paintwork of these revolutionary fleet ships is the same black and grey as the Heavenly Demon, and the hooded skull logo painted on the bow has nothing to do with the Korhal Revolutionary Army. When the Federation saw this patchwork fleet at first, it would probably only think that it was an interstellar pirate. As Augustus stared seriously at the eye of the storm on the screen and the images transmitted from above, the first revolutionary tank drove out of the eye of the storm. A group of low-rise grey alloy buildings appeared in front of the tank driver. There were barbed wire and shallow trenches between the buildings and the storm. There were several bunkers and anti-aircraft turrets near the buildings. Through the three-dimensional terrain imaging and thermal imaging system inside the tank driver could see that the Marines inside the building group were running towards their bunkers and shelters at full speed. We have arrived at the Victor V Fugitamine military base. This looks more like a scientific research center than a military base. At this time, the signal was obviously better. Sergeant Nicolomo's voice was clearer. This native of Stealing was a driver of a maglev train a few months ago. Under the influence of his wife who was deeply influenced by revolutionary ideas, this 30-year-old Stealing decided to fight for the new leader of Korhal and the bright future he promised. Sergeant Nicolomo immediately issued an attack order. With the sound of hydraulic devices, the AVV-5 arc tank's brackets were deployed from both sides and entered siege mode, conducting long-range artillery fire from a mile away. The 120mm impact cannon shells flattened 2 bunkers in the first round of firepower salvos, and the anti-aircraft guns and missile towers standing in the distance collapsed with a roar. Under the action of the brackets and the gravity accelerators added by Swan, these arc tanks were transformed into fixed artillery positions with longer ranges. A fully staffed arc tank division can destroy any enemy positions and fortresses in an instant. After the second round of shooting, the Revolutionary Army's arc tanks retracted their brackets according to Augustus's established orders, turned around and drove back into the storm. At this time, the communication channel became noisy again. Watson's tanks can't move. Keep going forward, and don't look back. These tanks dropped anchor one after another during the retreat, and their equipment was all paralyzed. Augustus knew what happened. The invisible federal ghost agents caught up with them and used special electromagnetic locking bullets to turn these tanks into immobile pieces of scrap metal. Fortunately, the ghost agents could not do anything to the armor of the arc tanks for the time being, but Augustus could not imagine how terrified the drivers were at this moment. The tanks were parked on the battlefield, and they were in an immovable steel coffin, not knowing whether they would die in the next moment. Jim, prepare to land. Augustus immediately issued another order after receiving the report from the tank troops. Quick battle and quick decision. The landing fleet on standby immediately began to dive through the violent storm from top to bottom, and a sharp whistle came from the communication channel. These reconnaissance boats converted from civilian ships were like a falling leaf in the storm. In a few minutes, 3 reconnaissance boats and transport ships lost contact with the fleet's flagship. Augustus didn't know whether they were shot down or torn apart by the storm, but that at least meant that he had lost dozens of brave revolutionary soldiers. The communication channel of the landing force was in chaos, and Augustus had no idea what was happening below. A group of strangers were fighting. After waiting silently for more than 10 minutes, Titus brought good news. We have occupied this shitty place, but there are valuable technological instruments everywhere, and some rare crystal mines that look worth a lot of money. I want to tell you, we have made a fortune, but old Titus must have a share of it. Oh, guess what unlucky Jim found? Those scientists are actually studying a pool of sticky purple snot. Layers of protection. Hundreds of sophisticated equipment are just for studying snot. I thought they were studying alchemy. Say it again. What did you find? Augustus' voice became noticeably louder. Poor Jim and the disgusting purple snot. My god, this snot can actually move. Titus replied. This is so disgusting. Thanks for the votes. Chapter 132 Fungal Blanket. The battle in the center of the storm lasted for about 2 hours. The less than 100 federal defenders showed great tenacity in the face of the Revolutionary Army soldiers who were several times their number. The Revolutionary Army paid a painful price. These federal soldiers must have been re-socialized. Even if their legs were cut off by the shells of the arc tanks, they could still resist the blood loss and pain that was enough to shock people. Even so, the real headache for the Revolutionary Army was the unknown number of federal ghost agents, who might be lurking in any corner like ghosts. But this once secret tornado eye has now become a closed cage. Psychic power cannot protect the ghost agents from being torn into pieces by the high-speed airflow mixed with wind, sand and sharp gravel when they walk into the storm. The Revolutionary Army's anti-psychic force, about 120 steel striker companies, were divided into 12 groups to search for ghost agents in the eye of the storm. These soldiers were wearing power armor equipped with psychic shielding devices, which could effectively protect the soldiers' brains. After the ghost agents were basically eliminated or captured, Augustus flew to the ground on a medium-sized transport ship and entered the place named Future Mine Research Institute by the founder. Unlike Kerrigan's firmly believed memory, this was not a military base. The institute was a standard alloy building, built with modular air-dropped plates. The flat structure made the building look like a staircase spliced together. Augustus, wearing power armor, approached the collapsed door of the institute under the protection of the soldiers surrounding him. A straight corridor with a single line and simple warning lines appeared in front of him. The revolutionary soldiers around were cleaning up the battlefield. The Revolutionary Army, which was not rich, had to recycle the power armor and guns and ammunition of their comrades and enemies. You look ugly. When Augustus was about to enter the institute, Sarah Kerrigan came over, and the stealing strikers behind him carried several bloody ghost agents on their backs. Augustus, you are thinking about something terrible and horrible in your mind. Tell me, what did you see? The destruction of humanity. Kerrigan looked at Augustus with her pale green eyes without blinking. But why? Then let's go and see, to see the hidden truth. Augustus said, you will know why so many ghost agents are needed here. The surrounding revolutionary soldiers followed them silently, passing through one passage after another in the wide sterile laboratory, and finally stopped in front of an observation room. The observation room replaced the entire wall facing the observer with transparent glass. Raynor and Titus were leading several revolutionary soldiers standing there waiting for Augustus. Where is the scientist in charge of this laboratory? Augustus asked as soon as he saw them. Here. Titus grabbed a man in a white dust-free worksuit like a cat and slid him in front of Augustus. Augustus learned from the ID card hanging on his chest that he was a doctor named Francois from the Biological Research Laboratory of the University of Tarsus. This is so touching. I heard that you are here to overthrow the rule of the Federation. Holy Mary, you saved me. The doctor wanted to shake hands with Augustus excitedly, but his hand was immediately separated by Kerrigan. Dr. Francois did not feel embarrassed. On the surface, he looked very happy. This middle-aged man with a hunchback had sparse brown hair and a pair of clever black eyes hidden under glasses. If it weren't for you, I would have to stay here for the rest of my life. I was attending a lecture at the University of Tarsus. In the lecture, I mentioned my research on alien physiology, but as soon as the get out of class was over, my eyes went black. When I woke up, I found that I was brought here. The bastards in the army actually asked me to strip naked for inspection. He seemed to be very talkative. Very good. Now you are a part of the Revolutionary Army. Augustus interrupted the doctor. Before he was about to speak, soon the whole Korhal sector will know that you are fighting for justice and freedom. Dr. Francus withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a deflated balloon. My dear evolutionary comrade Dr. Francus, can you tell me what is in there? Augustus pointed to a pool of purple substance stuck on the glass wall. This was not bright purple, but a dark purple that was almost black. This purple substance, that almost covered the entire glass wall, was like a squirming gel, full of veins like biological tissue, moving like a slug lying on the glass, crawling like a living thing. In the 10 seconds that Augustus stared at it, this dark purple substance seemed to have grown a little bigger, and the tentacle-like sticky ends moved to occupy a larger area of the glass wall. It is a living biological blanket composed of biological organic matter, containing proteases and constantly replicating cells. The doctor replied. Where did they all come from? Augustus asked the next question. 2 years ago. It was first discovered on several colonized planets on the edge of the Korhal sector, along with some extremely aggressive alien organisms. Although they are different, genetic sequencing shows that their DNA composition is highly similar, which means that these organisms are likely to belong to different branches of the same species. The doctor said. So you also participated in the initial investigation? Augustus looked at him and said. At that time, I was just a peripheral person who handled experimental materials, an assistant who knew nothing. The doctor said. Then he told a shocking truth. In order to block the news, the federal government killed all witnesses and even the people of an entire colony. How many alien creatures were discovered? At Augustus's signal, Carrigan began to read his thoughts and memories hidden deep in his heart. At this time, Augustus couldn't help but think that, if he knew the evidence of the federal government's inhumane silencing, it would undoubtedly further reduce the government's prestige. Not many, and the ones that survived are even less, the doctor said. They are bloodthirsty, light-skinned wild dogs, with scars and leprosy-like cracks all over their bodies, and they are also like snake-like monsters. These monsters invaded several colonial towns. You can't imagine such a scene. Most of the people who were eaten were hung on the eaves to dry, and the heads that were half gnawed looked at you with pus and blood in their eyes. People were disemboweled alive. Although Augustus felt extremely creepy about what the doctor described, he still breathed a sigh of relief. According to Augustus's estimation, this should be the alien Zerg reconnaissance force that spread across the galaxy in the background, and the birthplace of the Zerg swarm, Xeris, is far outside the Korhal sector, and the main force should not have arrived yet. What about these ghost agents in the Institute? Are they experimental subjects? Augustus asked the last question. Research shows that there is a phenomenon similar to resonance between these creatures and psychics. Experiments have shown that they are attracted to psychics, and this phenomenon is obvious in some psychics with extremely high SEAL levels. The doctor replied. We are still studying this abnormal phenomenon, and have achieved corresponding research results based on it. The people who invested in this project believe that these alien creatures can become a weapon. Chapter 133 Larvae. Raynor and Titus led the Revolutionary Army soldiers to carefully search all the laboratories, isolation rooms, dissection rooms and thousands of other compartments in the Fugitive Peak Research Institute. As the discoveries gradually increased, the existing evidence pieced together an intriguing truth. As early as 2 years ago, the Terran Federation had been studying this suddenly appearing alien creature. Augustus realized that the psychic transmitter that had destroyed the Terran Federation came from its own research on the Zerg. After Augustus stared at the dark purple fungal carpet behind the glass wall for nearly 20 minutes, a Revolutionary Army soldier wearing dark red power armor and a golden wolf head logo on his shoulder armor walked in front of him, holding a portable battery freezer in his hand. What is that? Kerrigan took the briefcase, and the close-fitting Humagen Shadow Guard refraction combat suit tightened her slender waist and hips when she bent over. After removing the psychic suppressor, as a level 10 psychic, Kerrigan could release psychic power far beyond what it had before. Dissected alien creatures. The orange-yellow mad mask of the revolutionary soldier barely reflected light under the bright light. A somewhat palpitating voice came from the loudspeaker unit. Marshal Mengsk, 2 of them are alive. Open it. Augustus ordered immediately. The iris lock of this freezer had been unlocked. Kerrigan put on laboratory gloves and grasped the lock of the freezer to open it. In the white smoke of condensed water vapor, 3 worm-like multi-segmented creatures with a layer of white frost on their surfaces were lying quietly in the freezer layer of the box. Maggots. Maggots with shells. Kerrigan quickly made her own judgment and added, "It really scares me to see them." Dry Francus, how much do you know about this kind of creature? Augustus said to the federal biology doctor who was ordered to stay where he was and not go anywhere. One of the 3 slender tentacled creatures had been dissected, with its beetle-like hard shell partly peeled off, revealing complex organs and white brain tissue. The abdomen had no stomach, intestines, or excretion organs. As a result, the question of how this creature lived had troubled the scientists of the Federation for a long time. We speculate that this is the larvae of the alien insect Zerg, just like the larvae of metamorphic insects. After they absorb enough nutrients, they will cocoon and transform into another completely different creature, which seems to be born for killing. They have thousands of dense muscles on their bodies, covered with claws and fangs. The doctor used the word alien insect for the first time. Obviously, the Federation had already named this newly discovered creature. But the adults of these creatures are not exactly the same. The specialization of traits may vary greatly from individual to individual. There will also be great differences in size and aggressiveness between alien insects with the same characteristics, he said. Later, we realized that the DNA of this biological larvae carries billions of sequences, and there are almost infinite possibilities for these sequences to combine with each other, not to mention the possibility of genetic mutation and recombination. Infinite possibilities for evolution. Is there a way to use catalysts or other means to force them to deform in the direction we give? Augustus said, or to control these organisms through transformation in a more efficient way. Since we can produce resocialized soldiers, why can't we use this method on alien organisms? No, this is impossible. It is simply impossible with human technology. The doctor immediately threw out 3 consecutive denials, which made Augustus very disappointed. While Augustus was talking to the doctor, due to the gradual rise in temperature, a larva of the alien insect woke up. Its centipede-like multi-legged body seemed to wriggle like a snake, and its multi-synaptic head with multiple scarlet, triangular eyes slowly opened. This slimy little monster seemed not to be fully awake. It squinted its scarlet eyes and looked around for something, but found nothing. The larva moved, making a slapping sound like walking in muddy mud with well eyes. Every once in a while, it would stop and remain motionless, as if waiting for some order. Immediately, the sound of guns being drawn and loaded could be heard from all around. The extremely nervous soldiers rushed to stand between Augustus and the larva, and the heavy breathing sounded in the communication channel. Don't be nervous. Although Augustus knew that the larva was not actually aggressive, he still took a loaded Gauss rifle from his subordinates. I want to take a good look at this beast. As the revolutionary soldiers dispersed, the slow-reacting larva finally raised its head like a cobra, staring at Augustus and making a cackle sound. But the larva's target was not Augustus. After its gaze stayed on him for a short time, it moved to Kerrigan next to him. The ugly creature immediately made a high-pitched hissing sound, and it crawled out of the freezer, landed on the smooth floor of the laboratory, and slowly crawled towards Kerrigan. Augustus walked over and stepped on the larva's tail. The heavy pressure of the power boots of the power armor made it make a loud noise. However, soon, the larva jumped a few times like a fish landing on the shore, and then lay on the ground without struggling. What does it want to do? Augustus leaned over and looked at the little monster without fangs and claws. What is it looking for? Waiting for something. At this time, Kerrigan suddenly rubbed her temples, looking a little tired. Can you read its thoughts? Augustus looked at Kerrigan in surprise. No, I just sensed something. It seems that this low-level creature without thoughts is waiting for the order of a higher level and more powerful creature. Kerrigan shook her head and said, "It's waiting for my order." Augustus stared at Kerrigan's face for a few seconds. Then he let go of his feet. "Prove it to me, Kerrigan." Kerrigan's eyes suddenly showed the color of molten gold, and the lava lying powerlessly on the ground suddenly curled up and circled around its tail on the ground, like a cat chasing its tail. "This is incredible." A soldier couldn't hide his surprise. "You are special," Augustus said. "Next, try to control this lava and let it transform into an adult." Originally, Augustus thought that Kerrigan had the ability to control the Zerg after becoming the Queen of Blades, but now it seems that she is born with the ability to control these creatures. In this way, the Overmind's target on Kerrigan is definitely not just because she is a level 10 Seeker, because there are more than one level 10 Seekers in the human world. Augustus didn't know whether this news was good or bad. "No, I can't do it," Kerrigan replied. The resonance between Kerrigan and the Zerg during the human period is reflected in the official novel Uprising. Chapter 134 Cerberus Project. "My intelligence department told me that these creatures can transform into other things," Augustus said. "Don't take it to heart. Are there other intelligence departments besides the August National Security Council?" Kerrigan tilted her head in confusion, her fiery red ponytail hanging on her shoulders, as if wondering if there was a department in the Korhal Revolutionary Army that the mind-reading Seekers didn't know about. Since she was forbidden to read the innermost thoughts of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Kerrigan had no way of knowing what was going on in his ocean-like deep heart. The Korhal Intelligence Agency is an old department. They were established in the time of my grandfather's grandfather, Augustus said seriously. "Okay." Kerrigan playfully blinked her large light green eyes. "Put this monster away and send it to the spaceship." Augustus paused and then said, "Take the mass in the laboratory with you. As for you, Dr. Frankus." Then, he said to the doctor beside him in a gentle tone, "We will send you back to Tarsinus to reunite with your family." "No, I'm willing to serve the Revolutionary Army, Marshal." In order to avoid being killed by federal agents, as soon as he returned to Tarsinus, Dr. Frankus said hurriedly, "Very good. I knew you were willing to stand on our side," Augustus said with satisfaction. While the revolutionary soldiers in crimson armor were busy putting the larvae back into the freezer, Augustus led his guards out of the laboratory and went to other rooms. Along the way, the revolutionary soldiers that Augustus saw were nervously preparing to evacuate here, and bloodstains and bullet shells that had not been cleaned in time were everywhere. Precious precision instruments are actually not the most important thing. The information in the Institute's database is the top priority. This should have been a good secret base, but Augustus and his men had to abandon it. Soon, the statistics on the casualties of the raid were handed over to Augustus, followed by a stack of forms of seized materials. More than 80% of the equipment was left behind. The Revolutionary Army soldiers buried high explosives throughout the research institute before leaving. A few hours later, this unknown alien research institute would disappear forever in the Kaprulu sector. In the form of seized materials, the names of 7 ghost agents were listed. It is not difficult to know that such a tasteless thing was done by Titus. It is worth noting that these captured agents were in a coma due to severe pain and excessive blood loss. When they wake up again, they will find that they have permanently lost a limb or organ. Only 2 ghost agents were rescued by the Revolutionary Army while in captivity, and were lucky enough to be healthy. The records show that they were isolated because they fell into temporary mental disorder and intermittent mental breakdown when they came into contact with the Zerg samples. A researcher's experimental log shows what these Seekers have experienced. They are forced to be locked up with alien creatures and spend the whole day in the screaming of larvae. The researchers gradually weakened the effect of the Seeker suppressor on the ghost agents to amplify their Seeker sensing ability, but the psychological problems left over from the Ghost Academy resurfaced. There are about 23 ghost agents in this institute, and their C levels are between 5 and 7. These powerful Seekers are supposed to perform assassination missions, but they are still terrible fighters on the front battlefield. Augustus wants to know the proportion of these ghost agents to the Federation Seekers, and whether the Ghost Academy and the Federation Parliament will be furious because of this attack. At present, there are probably only a few hundred or even fewer ghost agents in the Federation. The scarcity of natural seekers and the extremely high mortality rate of seekers when they receive seeker training in childhood are the main reasons for the scarcity of these seekers. When leaving the Institute and boarding the transport ship back to the giant-class frigate, Raynor and Titus, and about 2 squads of revolutionary soldiers carrying a personal terminal host and a broken mechanical adjutant found Augustus. It is very difficult to hack into the system of an unbreakable terminal host. This should be the highest level of encryption. Raynor carried the mechanical adjutant on his back. Under the adjutant's broken mechanical abdomen was a cable like an umbilical cord, and sparks flew from the broken cable. This intelligent adjutant is a robot with bronze steel skin. The adjutant is designed to have the appearance of a human female, and is mostly used as an artificial intelligence to provide program-based and computational advice to military commanders and colonial governors in the command center. At present, the artificial intelligence in the Korhal sector is still quite primitive, so these intelligent adjutants appear quite dull and mechanical. Although many people believe that the artificial intelligence technology of the Umoians is superior, the Umoians' foreign trade artificial intelligence robots are also quite prone to errors. Titus said at this time, Jim believes there may be some unknown secrets of the Terran Federation in here. You know, Jim always wants to catch the Federation's braids. Well done, Jim. Let's see what the image and decoding experts can find from these scraps. Augustus said happily, even if there are not many secrets in here, we should be able to get some military technology of the Federation. In addition to these scraps, I also got a lot of good things. It is hard to believe how Titus, with such a ferocious look, made such an expression. I also found more than 10 tons of precious rare crystal mines in this research institute. The people here seem to be testing the reactions of those alien creatures to crystals. These crystal mines can be sold at a good price, enough for you to arm a fleet. In addition, those machines can also be worth a lot of money. It's a waste to blow them up. We can't take away those heavy guys. Thank you for your hard work, Titus. I will definitely give you a raise next time. Augustus said. You must keep your word. Titus's slightly narrowed eyes immediately became bright. Point okay. Augustus replied without much confidence. While loading cargo and personnel, more Zerg samples were brought to Augustus, including skinned dogs that had been specimens, snake-like creatures, and a huge monster with a thick shell and giant sickle-like fangs. The only thing in common is that these creatures are dead. Why do we have to ship these frozen meats back? So many valuable good things have been thrown away in vain. Mr. Titus Finley, the master of facial expression management, was distressed. Are you going to can these? Raynor asked. Actually, I'm going to hand them over to a biological company I know, and the Mengsk group has been providing funding for this company for a long time. Augustus said, as far as I know, the people from Cerberus Engineering should be able to make some war wolves for me. Chapter 135. What is Korhal's best brother? The residents of Victor V were still enduring the extreme weather. When the sandstorm came, they hid in the solid concrete buildings hidden deep underground and did not notice that a fleet of 3 frigates and small airships were taking off in the brilliant flames, ejected by plasma thrusters. When the fleet entered the hyperspace channel under the tow of the flagship, Victor V just hid in their safe homes and waited for the arrival of the ship carrying the scarce daily necessities of the colony. The hard and poor life had worn away the colonists' yearning for a better life. Their simple observation instruments and demise could not see the hundreds of billions of stars through the grey storm. Only 49 ships were left of this patchwork fleet when it jumped into the hyperspace channel, and all the ships were filled with spoils and people. 4 days later, the first fleet of the Korhal Revolutionary Army jumped to a star system marked only by a series of numbers on the star map. The sun of this star system was dying, and the light and heat it released were gradually weakening. But in the next hundreds of millions of years, its light could still illuminate the entire galaxy. The fleet was parked in the orbit of an Earth-like planet with a highly toxic atmosphere in this system. Several transport ships left the fleet and landed on its only satellite, which was rich in high-energy gas. Then the workers of the Revolutionary Army drove the space engineering construction vehicle out of the cargo hold of the spacecraft and built a high-energy gas refinery on this moon planet with huge craters and mountains left by the impact of meteorites. To provide the fleet with necessary fuel, Augustus chose to stay in this system for a short time, to wait for the reinforcement fleet from Korhal IV, a fleet consisting of a Behemoth-class battlecruiser Hyperion and 6 Challenger-class cruisers and more than 10,000 Umoyan volunteers who had just left their homeland had set off. Unlike the temporary civilian ships of Korhal, the Umoyan fleet was all real warships. According to the guarantee given by the Umoyan National Defense Army before departure, this force will meet with Augustus' fleet in the 2nd star zone in May. On the first day that Augustus waited for the arrival of the support fleet, a spaceship carrying several Zerg specimens and a live lava flew to the other end of the Prelude sector. At this moment, in a star system in the territory of the Terran Federation, that serves as an interstellar route transportation hub, a technology company called Cerberus Engineering is worried about the large-scale withdrawal of its main investors. The shareholders of Cerberus Engineering are hesitating whether to continue researching dairy cows and other biotechnology, or to turn to the field of prosthetics and body modification, which is gradually becoming popular. Perhaps the wealthy people of the Terran Federation will need a modified human army. These modified soldiers have undergone different degrees of mechanical prosthetic modification. In terms of physical fitness, strength and offensive means, the modified soldiers will be far superior to ordinary people. However, this technology company, which is eager to get out of trouble, has repeatedly hit a wall with the federal government. The reason is not that those corrupt and short-sighted officials are unwilling to invest or are optimistic about the prospects of this field, but that they think that it will cost too much for a soldier. In contrast, the resocialized soldier is perfect enough. Augustus didn't know that the Cerberus project was eagerly waiting for a new sponsor to take over, and whoever was willing to pay would be their father. On the 3rd day, a messenger beacon that could travel between various galaxies with the ability of hyperspace travel was captured by Augustus's men while flying across the galaxy. This beacon was only slightly larger than the smallest galaxy jumper, and from the outside it looked like a football made of titanium alloy. This beacon, which runs on an intelligent program, drifts in the vast universe like a drifting bottle, carrying letters of countless people's longings and wandering forever. Usually it will only stop briefly at a colonized planet, and after being repaired by the operating company, it will take off with more letters and images. The beacon may store millions of ordinary letters or just a video. The only difference is whether the person using it is willing to buy it permanently at a very high price. When the beacon unfolded its bracket on the lower deck of the frigate and immediately began to play the video, Augustus finally smiled. At first it was a text message. "My dear Augustus, my brother. It has been 5 months since we last met. In my memory, it seems like an eternity." Next is the video of Augustus Mengsk, which was recorded 2 months in advance, and Augustus also believed that the beacon had drifted for the same amount of time before it found this place, based on the positioning device on its body. Augustus Mengsk in front of the camera was wearing a dark brown thick cotton textile jacket and a yellow eye-catching safety helmet on his head. Although there were some hard-to-wash oil stains and undried mud on his clothes, Augustus's calm and relaxed expression made it difficult for people to associate him with a miner rather than a nobleman. Augustus would always remain calm. If he was facing other people, he would definitely find a clean suit and make sure he was in the best condition, showing the appearance and attitude he wanted to show to others. But when talking with Augustus, Augustus seemed much more casual and relaxed. The love that Augustus poured into his family surpassed his hatred for everything else. "I just received a message from my mother." Augustus's grey eyes looked in other directions at this time. It was unknown whether he didn't want to face this news or didn't want to face his brother. "Mom said I had a son." I thought she was joking, but it turned out that I laughed too early and too inappropriately. He showed an indescribable expression. "I haven't seen her so angry for a long time, like a lion roaring in my ear. Even Angus used his mother to bully me. I swear I have never been so embarrassed in my life." It seems that Augustus's brother did not feel the slightest joy about this matter, because he acted like he had eaten a plate of dead flies. "We all thought there would be no problem. Juliana should take birth control pills, unless she wants to get pregnant before marriage. I don't think my responsibility should be greater than Juliana in this matter." Augustus showed the nature of a scumbag that surprised Augustus. Later, I thought about it carefully. Arcturus said painfully, although I never shouldered the responsibilities of a father in the 7 years. When the child grew up, I should try to be a father. After all, he is my heir. This is a difficult decision for me. I never thought about getting married, and I don't want to be bound by a family. Damn it, especially I almost forgot that night. But is it my fault? Why didn't Juliana contact me? We have a child, and if he was already born, I wouldn't let her abort the child. He continued. I'll go to you, Moyan. If Valerian is just like you were when you were a child, then maybe I can find some good ways to get along with him. Arcturus was obviously too troubled by this information, so he acted full of complaints, but he quickly put the matter behind him. Let's not talk about this annoying thing. I want to talk to you about the bad news. At the beginning, I hired a few skilled workers and took several of my former subordinates to explore the mineral deposits on the fringe world. Because I dared to go where others dared not go, dared to do things that others dared not do, plus some professional analysis and good luck, I discovered a smaller high purity crystal mine. The value of this mineral is enough to repay the debts I owed before. Later, I discovered a larger crystal mine, and this mineral is enough to make me a wealthy tycoon. Arcturus said, but because of the harassment of the Kel-morians, I had to sell the mine and go to a more distant galaxy. This is why you couldn't contact me at first. According to an old detection report, I traveled to a distant world called Peak. After months of futile exploration, my persistence was finally rewarded. The wealth there is so much that even our descendants cannot spend it all. The minerals explored alone are enough to buy half of Stilling, and I suspect that the entire interior of the planet is glittering crystal mines. The Kel-morians and the Terran Federation will invest Legion level troops for Peak, which may even be the fuse for a second total war. This joy diluted the surprise and confusion when I learned that I had a son. Augustus was sincerely happy for his brother because his next sentence made him overjoyed. Augustus, I want to tell you our good news. I think, based on your initial sponsorship to me, you deserve 2/5 of this mineral deposit. Old Meng, my dear brother. Augustus maintained his original expression and looked around on the lower deck to see that there was no one around. Finally, he couldn't hold it anymore and burst out with his hometown dialect that he hadn't used for a long time. I think you should be able to use these. At this time, Arcturus's expression became serious. More than 2 months ago, Korhal had not yet rebelled, but the wise man had already understood that it was only a matter of time. Augustus, my beloved brother, as long as my team is still discovering new mineral deposits, you will have 2/5 of them. And if I die in the process of exploration, my share will be left to Mother and Dorothy. When Arcturus said these words with deep affection, he forgot that he seemed to have a son. But it doesn't matter. Valerian and his father are models of fatherly love and filial piety after all. Augustus also didn't think about his poor nephew. He was already thinking about how to spend the money. First of all, Augustus had to build new warships, recruit more people, and bring high potential technology companies such as Cerberus Engineering under his command. On May 7th, a force from Korhal consisting of 6 giant class frigates and more than 200 transport ships and airships joined Augustus' fleet. On May 10th, the support fleet from Imogen finally arrived. At 10:30 to ship time, Augustus and the overjoyed Raynor and others boarded the much wider flight deck of the Hyperion in a shuttle. The fleet soldiers of the Imogen Volunteer Army, dressed in white military uniforms, warmly welcomed Augustus and presented him with several precious flowers. All the non-commissioned officers, lieutenants, and captain-level volunteer officers of the warships declared that they would absolutely obey Augustus' orders in the Korhal Independence War. What made Augustus relieved was that the Imogen Council did not send another general to compete with him for the command of the troops, otherwise he would have a headache. What made Augustus even more satisfied was that although the Hyperion looked shabby due to the hasty repair time, overall, she could at least fly. About 70% of the Hyperion systems and compartments, except for the engine and life and gravity support systems, could not be used normally. Even the laser gun group could only fire on one side because the other weapons had not been repaired by the Umoyan engineers. Surrounded by Umoyan officers and Raynor and others, Augustus enjoyed the treatment of a head of state and visited the interior of the Hyperion. Although the corridors of the battlecruiser were still not wide, they could still accommodate 2 Marines walking side by side. All passages were designed to save space as much as possible to build more storage compartments and make room for necessary components such as weapons, living and computer systems. The floor and walls of the passages were painted with white paint with direction arrows and safety and warning signs. The decks were quite spacious and tidy, and the empty hangar also showed that the battleship lacked the necessary fighter cover. "Do you feel familiar when walking here?" Augustus asked Jim Raynor next to him. "Well, it seems that I was born to command this ship, but I don't think I have saved enough money in my life to buy a taillight of the Hyperion." Raynor spread his hands and said, "It seems that I'm the only one who is in the dark." Ty just said while smoking, "I usually call those who can afford such a ship my brothers. With this ship, we are one step closer to defeating the corrupt federal government and saving more people." Kerrigan said with a fist, "Oh, I have to tell you that this is not the case." Ty just said to Kerrigan, "Only by not caring about the lives of others and staying away from trouble can you live comfortably. Hey, boss, you must have made a fortune." At this time, Augustus's chief engineer Ori Swan came over. "It will cost a lot of money to modify this battleship according to your requirements," he said. "Do you have money this time?" As long as Augustus's men have to continue to fight on the Hyperion, they must continue to repair this Behemoth class battlecruiser that seems to be falling apart at any time. Although the Behemoth class battlecruiser was the undisputed flagship in the Battle of Kalian, as the war progressed, new designs and weapon systems continued to emerge and be added to newly built battlecruisers, and the outdated Hyperion has gradually fallen behind the times. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Nuclear Peace Meeting. Nagpha Council Hall, Tarsinus City, May 16, 2489. Constantine Terra, the patriarch of Tarsinus's founding family, the undisputed leader of the oligarchic enterprise, the owner of the 7th largest city on the planet, and Nova Terra's father, was wearing a complicated dress and a golden red cape, and walking into the magnificent dome room called the Hall of Reason by people of this era. This magnificent building with white marble columns and large squares of bronze glass is the pride of Tarsinus City. Its dome columns, arches, and niches like Roman temples have a three-dimensional beauty. From all directions, all its sides are inward-bending squares, and the subtle arcs form a gradual curved surface, which symbolizes the vast and infinite universe and the infinite extension of human thinking. Around the end of the last century, people began to think that the architect of the Nagpha Council Hall had a sense of irony in naming the hall where the federal parliament was held as the Hall of Reason, because some people hinted in some of his notes that he did not believe that humans were rational. Later, more people began to believe that this was a satire on the fat and bloated members of the federal parliament. Although the Nagpha Council Hall is a landmark building in the city of Tarsinus, many people often ignore the fact that there is the largest slum in the entire Terran Federation under its ground floor when they admire its greatness and glory. After the Kalian War, the strong hegemony of the Terran Federation radiated the entire Kaprulu sector. The capital of monopoly enterprises was extremely inflated, but the people were still hungry and cold. Technology has greatly extended the lifespan of rulers, while the average lifespan in the harsh marginal star zones has never exceeded 45 years. Sitting in the seats of the Hall of Reason are some people dressed like Constantine. They are all members of the Tarsinus Parliament, leaders of the Creation family, and parliamentary operators responsible for maintaining security. Constantine greeted the leader of the Creation family, who was familiar with him, and then started talking with the head of the Bennett family, Hero Bennett. At first, they talked about trivial matters, complaining about business difficulties, or discussing the policy of purchasing land. After the hostess of the Holt family, Eva Holt, came over, the topic between them gradually became serious. We all know why Andrea Tagore urged her descendants and the fence-sitters in the parliament to hold this meeting. Eva Holt was an elegant woman with black straight hair. The end of her hair was cut at a 45-degree angle by laser. The water drop-shaped dark gold pendants swayed gently as she spoke. Andrea has only one goal, and that is to completely and once and for all solve the problem of Korhal IV and their allied planets, and do it cleanly, regardless of the process, and by any means. It would be best if the servant read her a report that the problem has been permanently solved the next morning when she wakes up. This is Andrea's style of doing things, Bennett said with absolute calmness and no emotional fluctuations. More than 100 years ago, she used this method to eliminate all competitors in her family and then ruled the Tagore family and Tassinus with iron, blood and despotism. The assassination attempt on Angus failed. He seemed to know more inside information. The ghost agent, who is known as the human superpower and is absolutely infallible, has failed. The ghost project will never take even a penny from me again. I've seen those sickers. Sickers can even use their minds to move objects, control other people's hands, and make them suffocate themselves. I now suspect that those are all fake, all for the purpose of defrauding money from me. The failure of the assassination attempt is what prompted Andrea to eagerly hold this meeting. My people have received some news. Constantine Terra frowned and said, Andrea is prepared to resort to force instead of resolving the conflict through peaceful negotiations. After declaring the independence of Korhal, Augustus Mengsk sent ambassadors claiming that he wanted to negotiate with the Tarsinus parliament. As long as Tarsinus recognizes Korhal's status as a dominion and gives the dominion the power to formulate its own constitution and diplomacy, then Korhal will not leave the Federation. The same old trick. Errol Bennett snorted. Andrea must be mad. It is said that she ordered the ambassador's eyes to be dug out and his ears and nose to be cut off. Korhal IV is over. Angus is a lunatic, but it doesn't matter. The key to the problem is that tens of millions of people have gone crazy with him. And Angus' son Augustus, a small marine lieutenant, actually calls himself a marshal. A young boy who doesn't know his place. He even wanted to see me when he was in Tarsinus, but don't think I don't know what he's up to, he said proudly. I immediately sent someone to tell him to get out. The son of madman is also a madman. No matter how gorgeously he is dressed, he is just a street bum in my eyes. But I think Augustus Mengsk is a very outstanding young man. He is handsome and elegant, and proficient in art and literature. Eva Holt said, I think even the young Frederick the Great in the Earth era should look like him. Augustus impressed me deeply. Constantine recalled his eldest daughter's unusual love for Augustus, and he felt a little angry in his heart, and he couldn't think of any good words to describe him. Nothing more. Wait, the Mengsk kid will suffer the same fate as his father. The matter of Korhal is definitely not something that can be solved by the death of a few people. The parliament will definitely send troops, and the mob will get retribution sooner or later. AILUO didn't want to dwell on this issue, because even if he won the debate, it would not do him any good. Then the Navo-Rish of Korhal IV and those peasants in the fringe worlds will know the price of rebellion, and they will be simply crazy. The losses I suffered from the Korhal rebellion were enough for me to jump off the sky tower. Is it really that difficult to work hard, pay taxes on time, perform their duties, and be loyal to the Federation that gave birth to them? People are always looking forward to getting things that do not belong to them. Our ancestors established the system more than 200 years ago and assigned rights and obligations to everyone. We must never compromise with Korhal. As long as the mob tastes a little sweetness, they will become more and more demanding. If greedy people are never satisfied and always want more, there will never be peace. Only by following this system can the Terran Federation be long-lasting and stable. This is an era of rapid development, Mr. Bennett. Maybe we should make some changes and concessions. After all, this era is very different from 200 years ago. Eva Hart said, I'm not opposed to making some concessions. Constantine nodded. We are fully capable of making civilians live better. Moreover, as long as I can build more factories and create more jobs, won't more people be able to survive? In charity, I invest no less money than any superstar. Bennett still had a cold expression. And what about the Holton Terra family? You have to think clearly. All our power comes from this ancient system. Bennett said. Constantine didn't want to argue with Bennett. Compared with other Genesis family groups, the salary, benefits and vacation system of the Terra group were the most complete and the best. He was also more inclined to hire more poor people and provide housing and entertainment facilities for the group's employees. In fact, Constantine didn't like Angus and his revolutionary party at all, and he didn't like politics either. He was more willing to remain neutral. As for Eva Holt, she obviously wanted to say more good things for the civilians and Car, but in fact she also knew that she could never convince Bennett, a stubborn man. The reputation of the Bennett family is not very good. The dirty deals and scandals of the Creation family are circulated in some inferior magazines and gossipy housewives. Recently, the disappearance of Yakko, the eldest son of Errol Bennett, has attracted a lot of criticism. Some people claim that his sister Tara killed his brother in order to inherit the family property. More versions are that the robbers kidnapped Yakko Bennett and demanded a huge ransom, but the stingy Errol refused to pay the money for his son. A few minutes later, the current Speaker of the Federal Parliament, Westchi McMaster, walked onto the podium. This strong old man had a convincing majesty and demeanor. When he spoke loudly, even if all the dignitaries and nobles present held assets accounting for 90% of the entire taskness, they still looked at him with respect. The topic to be read out below is the proposal to use an apocalypse-class nuclear bomb to destroy Korhal IV. This is the only proposal to be voted on today. The respected Speaker McMaster said calmly. No one exclaimed, as if they had not yet reacted. Oh my god. Eva Holt cried out with her hands covering her mouth. What does Andrea want to do? She will definitely release a devil that destroys the galaxy. No matter whether her goal is tenable or not, this inhumane and cruel atrocity will one day be exposed by later generations. The Tagore family, no, the Federal Parliament and all the Creation families will bear the infamy. Constantine said. More than 40 million people. Amazing. Bennett frowned, angry that no one told him in advance. Losing Korhal means we will lose a major commodity purchasing place. The mining guilds in Kel-morian are enough to make up for all the losses. However, there is a headache on how to distribute it evenly. Then, when Speaker McMaster reiterated the principles and requirements of this issue, the proposal printed in black and white was quickly handed over to Constantine and others. The inhabitants of Korhal IV and its satellites have betrayed their ancestors' oaths with taskness. We have spared no effort to help Augustus Mengsk's ancestors build a new home that can be self-sufficient and accept them as one of the 13 prime worlds, allowing them to exchange the indigenous products of the colonies and the industrial products of local technology in the trade network of the entire Federation to obtain the necessities for development. The speaker read his manuscript, occasionally looking up at the audience sitting below. After Korhal IV tore up the agreement and betrayed the Federation Congress, our most public and most rational judgment is to permanently destroy this openly rebellious planet and permanently eradicate the possibility of breeding rebellion. If Korhal is left with only opponents and traitors, the Terran Federation would rather give up that land and the people on it. Launch a nuclear bomb. Let Korhal IV turn into a scorched earth. Constantine cited some terrible descriptions while reading. In short, this motion abandons all possibilities of retaking Korhal through peaceful negotiations or force, and does not want to build a world that has been devastated by war. The fleet will carry more than 1,000 apocalypses, and release nuclear bombs in high altitude orbit to turn Korhal into flames. This is too inhumane. Eva Holt angrily threw down the motion and said, this proposal will never be passed. It is simply insane. No one with a conscience should vote in favor of it. The parliamentarians and the invited parliamentarians still had no expression as usual. Some even wore a polite smile. They exchanged their opinions on this motion in a low voice and cautiously. This is a major resolution. No one dealt with it carelessly. I will never agree. Constantine stated his position. No one thinks we should do that. We obviously have a better solution. The Marines have already defeated the Kel-morians. Can't they take down another Korhal? When voting on the motion, Eva Holt was still full of confidence, but the silence of the crowd during the vote made her realize that something was wrong. In fact, before the result of the parliamentary vote came out, even Constantine believed that this motion would never be passed. However, the results announced soon slapped him in the face. Agree versus veto, majority versus minority, more than a dozen people abstained. The first vote passed, the second was not unexpected, and half of the people were ready to leave by the third time. Everyone knew that Korhal IV was completely finished, but this was a top secret meeting. Only when the news of Korhal's destruction gradually spread across the Federation's territory would people on other planets know the news. Eva Holt suddenly collapsed in her chair. Constantine could only shake his head continuously, and Aero Bennett was expressionless like the others. The people of the creation family had become too indifferent, and the councillors only wanted to consolidate their rule in the Terran Federation. How could this be? Eva Holt was incredulous at the coldness of her compatriots. The time has been decided. When Aero Bennett left expressionlessly, Constantine was very calm. The negotiations with the Kel-morian Federation will be concluded before June, and then the fleet will immediately go to Korhal IV. Because the plan to assassinate Angus failed, the decision to nuclear peace was brought forward by 1 year. Wait, daughter of Robin Hood Hart, Constantine said, Korhal IV still has time to escape its doom. Constantine walked out of the Hall of Reason and returned to his private yacht. As the yacht sailed away from the Nafag Council Hall, Constantine, sitting in its spacious private room, took out a button from his pocket. This button was a wiretap device of the Humoyan agent. When Constantine pressed his finger on it, a recording began to play. Launch a nuclear bomb. Let Korhal IV be reduced to a scorched earth. Chapter 137, All or Nothing. When Constantine stepped off his private yacht that landed at the Terra Sky Tower, his lovely little daughter Nova Terra was running towards him. Her white pleated princess dress looked like a blooming tarsinus flower. Constantine, who was in a depressed mood, forced a smile and held his 6-year-old daughter in his arms. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Nova was really his angel. The eldest daughter Clara had stopped sticking to Constantine since she was old enough to understand. This once innocent child gradually grew up to be a true Tarsinus noble. She was elegant and romantic by nature, but her obsession with power and luxury goods had already begun to emerge. The 10-year-old second son Zebedia could do everything well. He had an extraordinary talent for running a company. This future heir of Constantine was both excellent and likable, but the brat was not as cute, gentle and considerate as Nova. Dad, why did so many people die? Nova Terra, with a sweet smile on her face, suddenly turned pale when she was held in her father's arms. Her natural level 10 psychic ability allowed her to see the terrible scene that Constantine imagined. Orange-red mushroom clouds rose over the vast beautiful grasslands and pastoral farms. Silver like steel and crystal like glass buildings melted in the furnace like flames and high temperatures. After the roar of the collapse of the mountains and the extreme brightness, the once lush garden world became a monotonous black radioactive wasteland. The city with a population of millions disappeared like a melted sugar cube, and all traces of their lives were permanently erased. In some places that had managed to escape the nuclear explosion, radiation spread like the wind of death. People's skin began to fester, entire plots of land fell, children died in their homes holding toys, and the surviving animals were deformed. The friends of the car people, the stilling hound, became monsters with horns. Strange creatures devoured the bodies of the dead. The planet would become a dead world filled with terrible radiation. Death. What a painful thing it is for those people. Why is it like this? Nova burst into tears, and tears fell from her pale green eyes like scattered crystal necklaces. It's okay, Nova. Constantine blamed himself for his negligence. Nova's powerful telepathic ability meant that she could hear the voices of people around her uncontrollably. He was comforting both his daughter and himself. It's not that bad. It's not that bad yet. It won't be like that. Things are far from developing to that point. We still have room for recovery, he said. Constantine couldn't help but feel lucky for Korhal. Fortunately, the fleet of the Terran Federation still had to deal with the threats of the Kel-morian Union and Humogen. Otherwise, if it was in peacetime, once the resolution was passed, it would only take a few standard Earth solar days for the fleet to jump from Tarsinus to Korhal IV, and the Korhal people would not have time to escape. Now, there is still more than a month to go. Well, but death is really the most terrible thing. Humans, why do you kill each other? Nova looked at Constantine with tears in her eyes. You are too young, Nova. You can't understand the true meaning of death. Constantine looked into his daughter's eyes seriously and said, "And humans, appealing to our history, are a race that is constantly dividing, hating each other and killing each other. Perhaps only a powerful enemy can unite all humans." After saying that, Constantine handed his daughter to the maid beside him. "I still have important things to do. I must remind Angus." Constantine then sent away the butler and the manager of the family business who were ready to follow him, and walked into a closed room in the terrace sky tower. The layout of this room is simple, with only a single sofa and a small holographic projector. When the holographic projector is turned on, a group of Terran English words rotate and decompose into a bunch of three-dimensional holographic projection images that outline light and shadow. About half an hour later, after the encrypted data signal is translated and enhanced by hundreds of galaxy relay stations and then forwarded, it is analyzed as an audio signal and presented on the holographic projection screen in front of Constantine. "I'm Augustus Mengsk." The person on the other side was Angus, who had hurried home from the parliament. "Mr. Constantine, I understand that you have something urgent to contact me about." "Yes." Constantine found that Angus was much older than the last time he saw him. "I have a recording of the federal parliament here." When Angus heard about the Apocalypse-class nuclear bomb, his straight back shook a little, but the weakness only lasted for a moment. "Are they really going to do this? Just before June of this year?" "As far as I know, that's when the sunflowers and midsummer gardens of Stilling are in full bloom. It is the second most important festival for the car people in the year after Christmas." Constantine said, "We have 2 orbital defense platforms and a space-based weapons station under construction with the assistance of Imogen." Angus sat still like a statue, his newly grown beard trembling. "But that is far from enough. Our ships can't even penetrate the armor of the battle cruiser." Angus lowered his head, and after a moment of silence, he said, "The work of evacuating civilians must be completed faster. It will take less than half a month. No, it will take 4 weeks including the arrival of the Fringe Galaxy fleet. If Imogen helps us, it will be much easier. Use large transport ships and cargo ships to continuously transport civilians, fill all the rooms with people, and transport everyone out." He said, "If Korhal is gone, it can be rebuilt. If the people of Korhal no longer exist, I might as well draw my gun and commit suicide. Fortunately, Korhal has only tens of millions of people. If it were Tartarus with a population of more than 2 billion, the time would absolutely be impossible. I can provide ships for Korhal," Constantine said, "but there are still some Terra family factories on Korhal. I need to recycle the factory modules, otherwise the losses of Terra Group will be incalculable. The Mengsk family will bear your losses." At this time, Angus suddenly turned his head to listen to something. "Wait a moment, Mr. Constantine." Angus left for a few minutes, and when he came back, he had several stacks of printed papers in his hands. "I just received news from the Hot family and the Colin family. A member of the federal parliament who was threatened by the Umoyan agent with an erotic scandal also confirmed the Federation's plan to use nuclear weapons. My son Augustus once imagined this possibility, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Evacuating civilians and migrating them to other planets is certainly an effective way. But what are you going to do?" Constantine said. "First of all, forced evacuation will definitely cause panic. How many people will believe it is impossible to know, and how many people are willing to go with you is unknown. Then Ka will fall into internal chaos, and you will collapse before the arrival of the Federation fleet. Then this information must be made public." Angus said to Constantine, "I fought side by side with you, because of my conscience. God knows what kind of pressure I carried and what kind of efforts I made." Before closing the communication, Constantine looked at the holographic projection screen. "We may not be friends forever, but at this moment, I stand with the people of Ka." May 17th, 14:56 AM on the ship. In the spacious captain's room of the Hyperion, there is a wall full of sheathed alloy steel knives and cold weapons. Next to the bookshelf full of books is a chair facing the observation window of the captain's room. "Did you see it all?" Angus' voice came. "That's what our friends in Tartarus told us. 1,000 Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs are enough to flatten Stilling and the surrounding mountains and evaporate an entire Pan Ocean. In the center of the nuclear explosion, people and buildings will disappear in an instant. That is the real sense of annihilation. My great Augustus uttered a word and then said, "Go to Yumajan, to those paradises far beyond the Terran Federation or even the Kaprulu sector, which have not yet been discovered by humans." Augustus had hoped to prevent the federal parliament from passing this resolution as much as possible, but the time when this motion appeared and passed was too early, and all operations and arrangements were too late. He did make some friends in Tarsinus, but not many. The Yumajan Council is very efficient. They only convened a brief meeting on the 17th, and decided to provide all the ships of the Yumajan National Defense Army to Korhal IV. At the same time, all civilian ports and ships will be mobilized, and all interstellar routes will be suspended. Yumajan promised to accept 20 to 30 million car people. It is not easy to provide accommodation and food for so many people, even for such an efficient government. Angus said. The Terra family provided 12 Leviathan-class transport ships that can carry a total of 200,000 people. The transportation company under the Hot family sent 5 Mammoth-class transport ships. This type of spacecraft is larger than a Behemoth-class battlecruiser and can carry 250,000 people. Mercenaries. Augustus said, "If this is not enough, then I know a group of mercenaries. They will have ships, as long as they are paid enough. Put as many people as possible. Survival is the most important thing," he said. "The most important thing is time. Plans cannot keep up with changes. The changes in the situation have exceeded my expectations. The Phoenix plan must be revised immediately. The raid on the Dalarian shipyard must be advanced. But the current fleet is not strong enough. There is a fleet stationed at the Dalarian shipyard, including at least 4 Behemoth-class battlecruisers and more than 300 attached interstellar fighters," Angus said worriedly. "With the Kel-morian Federation completely defeated, they will not believe that a fleet dares to attack the largest shipyard in the Federation." Augustus said, "No, wait a little longer before I hand over more warships to you." Angus said, "Someone must stay in Korhal. There are satellite bases and orbital defense platforms with completed mainframes in Korhal's orbit. We will fight a decisive battle with the Federation fleet in space. Before I lead the fleet to seize the Federation shipyard, someone must stay in Korhal." Augustus looked at his gray-haired father. "I have appointed Colonel Field." "No, I will stay in Korhal," Angus said. "I disagree," Augustus said firmly. "But I made the decision." Angus smiled. "I'm your father. We still have ways to delay time and create chaos." Augustus stood up and paced anxiously. The video of the meeting provided by the Colin family and the recording of the Terra family gave us an opportunity. We must spread this news so that we can smoothly transfer civilians and gain public support. It must be said that the full video provided by the Colin family is more outrageous than Constantine's recording. If they had not already learned the inside information and knew what this meeting was going to discuss, it means that they recorded every meeting. Even if the public protests and calls are louder, the possibility of getting the federal parliament to give up sending nuclear bombs to Kar is very small, but this may make some people with conscience in the federal army turn to us. I also thought so, but the propaganda of the newly opened newspaper Truth and Kar Global News Network is far from enough," Angus said. "Then occupy the headquarters building of Augustus said, "Leave it to my people to complete." Angus nodded without saying goodbye, and the signal disappeared in the blink of an eye. In silence, Augustus picked up a cup of unsweetened strong coffee and gave orders to the dark and empty space outside the observation window. "Ghost 24718 and all security committee agents, you are on your way to Tarsinus. The flight log tells me that you will arrive into standard Earth solar days. After you wake up from the hibernation chamber, you will learn that the order has been changed. The order has been changed to, at 1 AM on May 21st, 2489 of the standard Earth AD calendar, you will work with the Yumajan Shadow Guards and Yumajan National Intelligence Agency agents to seize control of the Universe News Network headquarters building in Tarsinus City and hold it there for at least 15 minutes and upload the following audio materials in the Studio, Federation Council SVA891344 video and Federation Council SVA891422 audio track. The new mission briefing will be sent to your personal terminal. Please read it carefully after waking up from the hibernation chamber, because it concerns the fate of Korhal IV. I need to tell you the significance of this action. We must expose to the entire universe through the crime of the Federation Congress's resolution to drop 1,000 apocalypse-class nuclear bombs on Korhal IV in June. Whether they admit it or not, this is bound to cause further resistance, because the people will know what kind of heinous atrocities the Federation will commit against its people. I want to tell you with a heavy heart that your parents, your families, and your compatriots who have never met, but are connected by their common mother planet Kar are always under the shadow of nuclear strikes. The great planet, that has nurtured generations of Kar people, is about to become a place of death, and our loved ones will suffer from nuclear radiation. Finally, I want to tell you how urgent time is. We are racing against time. The fate of the entire Korhal IV and all the Kar people depends on your success or not. After saying this, Augustus drank the strong coffee in the cup bit by bit. We have to buy time for the evacuation of our Kar compatriots. To do this, someone will have to make sacrifices, including me. Chapter 138, Occupation of the UN Headquarters Building in Tarsinus. The UN Headquarters Building, 22-year-old news editor assistant Mike Liberty was working. His excellent grades in journalism at the University of Tarsinus allowed him to successfully enter the Universal News Network. Mike is a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He is of medium to short stature, and even cannot stand out among the generally tall Tarsinus people. At 0:30 AM on May 21st, Mike, who was working the night shift, had been working for more than 4 hours. The holographic projection simulation clock displayed on the glass wall of the office cubicle clearly told him that he had to wait until 4 o'clock before he could go home and sleep. As the largest and most influential news company in the Terran Federation, the Universal News Network has countless subsidiaries, covering all the main star worlds and numerous colonies. UN's assets are not inferior to any monopoly enterprise belonging to the creation family, and its influence is enough to reverse the direction of public opinion. They have actually monopolized the news industry in the Terran Federation. As a matter of course, the studio and editorial office area of the UN Headquarters Building are in operation 24 hours a day, and news from various star regions, galaxies, and time periods are sent to Tarsinus non-stop. Therefore, the UN Headquarters Building not only needs someone to be on duty at night, but also the work cannot stop. Of course, the salary during this period is also quite generous, which is why Mike is willing to endure it. Since the last report in Korhal IV, Special Correspondent Mike was transferred back to the UN Headquarters in Tarsinus as an editorial assistant on the same day, because of his unclear position. It is said that this matter even alarmed the heavyweights at the shareholders meeting, and someone told Mike that he was almost fired. For young Mike Liberty, the exciting career of a reporter in Korhal IV has come to an end. Even so, Mike's curiosity about the truth, hidden under lies and corruption, and his seemingly endless thirst for knowledge are like cat paws that tug at his heart. Unlike the other paparazzi reporters in the headquarters who focus on the gossips of celebrities and fashion circles and the every move of the Tarsinus nobles, Mike is a person who dares to investigate the corruption of the federal government and expose the truth. Mike has his own set of standards for judging right and wrong, and his reports are always the ones that are closest to the truth without any subjective additions or changes. There are very few such people in the UN today, and the fate of Mike's predecessors who speak out and dare to tell the truth can also warn him to stop when digging deep into the ugly inside stories of corrupt officials and the management of the Genesis family's family business, although this warning never works every time Mike is about to uncover the truth. There are so many black materials that can be dug deep in this rotten government that Mike drills. Scandals and truths that can make the public indignant will undoubtedly greatly increase the ratings, but once such news is broadcast, it will be cut off because of the anger of some bigwigs. In order to smoothly publish the news, the editors often polish Mike's reports. After layers of revisions, his carefully prepared manuscripts will be completely changed. Even so, Mike still tirelessly completes his work, hoping that one day he can get a news column or even the position of editor-in-chief with his talent, and then let the whole Terran Federation see the big news he broke. But the dream is out of reach for those people in Tarsinus who have not yet fallen into a life of drunkenness and dream. Now Mike, the assistant news editor, still lives a boring life of clocking in at work. Mike's daily job is to find those breaking news that can satisfy editor-in-chief Anderson from the complicated and nonsensical trivial news sent back from various planets in the Federation territory, so as to shut up the chattering mouths of those executive directors. When the number on the clock jumped to 0:55, Mike finally finished processing the documents at hand. Now the reports on Korhal IV have occupied 1/3 of the news section, and more people are beginning to understand that there are more than just riots on this planet. While Mike was worried about the fate of the people of Korhal IV, he also knew that he was powerless to change it. He shook his head, drank a cup of coffee to refresh himself, then stood up and walked out of his office cubicle to the toilet. At this time, some editorial assistants and editors who were changing shifts were walking towards the office area. Mike greeted some familiar people. "Old Wormillion, I heard that your son was admitted to Tarsinus University. I look forward to the day when that kid will inherit his father's business." Mike said. "Yes, that kid. He really makes me proud." Mike stayed in the toilet for nearly 15 minutes and didn't come out until 1:15 in the morning. After washing his face, he walked slowly to his workstation. He believed that even the destruction of Tarsinus could not stop him from slacking off. But at this time, Mike keenly discovered that something was wrong with the corridor in the building. Usually there would be at least one guard in black uniform guarding there. These strong and sturdy tough guys were all retired soldiers. They were enough to deal with any criminals who wanted to sneak into the headquarters building. Every corridor, elevator and staircase is guarded day and night by guards, equipped with magnetic capture nets, stun guns and batons. From the perspective of the executive directors, this is undoubtedly a very strict defense. After all, this is the headquarters of a news company, not a bank or a military fortress, and there are no Marines in power armor stationed here. Although Mike has always called the Marine Corps a criminal concentration camp, and believes that the most notorious criminals and hopeless villains in the Terran Federation have joined the Marine Corps, they will never leave their posts during working hours. Although no one has ever forced their way into the headquarters building in the past 50 years, there are always some unemployed vagrants and thieves from the slums who try to sneak in and steal something. Moreover, the headquarters building is in the center of the central city of Tarsinus City, and next to it are Bennett and Terrasky Tower, so no riots or demonstrations can cause trouble here. When the Kel-morian War broke out, a group of Tarsinus citizens wanted to attack the headquarters building because they were dissatisfied with the false reports of the but they were driven away by the Tarsinus police before they could gather. This was also a rare time for them to be efficient and reliable, not because the Tarsinus Police Department would receive a huge amount of additional income from the every year. After walking 2 more steps, a guard lying in the corridor made Mike rub his eyes, but when he wanted to shout or do something, the hypnotic gas had already entered his blood circulation system in one breath. Mike fainted in extreme fear. When Mike woke up again, he found that there were a group of strangers holding mini electromagnetic pistols around him. There were about 12 of them in total, wearing the same gas mask as himself. Mike's first reaction was to play dead. He immediately realized that this was an unprecedented terrorist attack. What did these people come for? It is said that the editor-in-chief Anderson filled the basement of the headquarters building with black materials of dignitaries, which could be connected to go around Tarsinus. Mr. Mike Liberty, our leader is grateful for the kindness you showed to the people of Korhal IV in your report. A man wearing a gas mask and holding a slender electromagnetic rifle said to Mike. His voice sounded like the roar of an old bellows, like broken metal scraping against the wall. It sounded uncomfortable. You'd better open your eyes. I know you're awake. Mike could only sit up. Even though his hands and feet were not tied, he didn't dare to do anything. When he looked at the people around him, Mike thought of a possibility, but he was interrupted before he finished speaking. We are the Revolutionary Army. To be precise, we are agents. The other party replied. Oh, you are a psychic. Although Mike was still very scared, he was not a person who would shrink in the face of danger. When Mike looked around, he was surprised to find that this was the broadcasting room of the headquarters building. The walls were covered with notes of major news, cameras, screens with constantly jumping pictures, and a floor full of papers like snowflakes. Generally speaking, ordinary employees like Mike work on the 4th floor of the building. Those who were supposed to work here collapsed to the ground and were dragged to a corner by the agents. Are they dead? Mike asked tremblingly. They just fainted. The ghost agent said, the paralytic gas we released through the air conditioning system is not fatal. We kept you awake because we thought someone should remember what happened today. He said, I know you will stand with us in the end. If you write a detailed report, the whole universe will know what happened today. We will not hurt innocent people. Today we are just trying to reveal the truth. Mike didn't know how to answer. From what this person said, he knew that these people should be from the Korhal Revolutionary Army. However, even if Mike had reported the true situation on Korhal IV and won the favor of these radicals, it did not mean that he was absolutely safe. It sounded like he was at the center of a big news story. Tomorrow the whole Federation would explode because of the attack on the UN headquarters. Just like a normal reporter, in the heart of young Mike, excitement gradually overwhelmed fear. Why did you attack here? Mike asked. You will know soon, the agent said. Mike hated people who played dumb, but he did not dare to ask the truth. At this time, Mike noticed that some agents were operating something in front of the terminal computer in the studio. They were either downloading data or uploading it. In any case, the executive directors will be furious, and the leadership, except for the shareholders meeting, will have to undergo a major reshuffle and lose their jobs. At this moment, except for the sound of footsteps and fans, the interior of the entire run headquarters building is silent. No matter how much time has passed, the Tarsinus Police Department, the Federal Security Bureau, and a series of people who are responsible for this matter must be sleeping in their warm beds. Everyone is doing their work in silence until the picture on the main screen of the studio suddenly changed, replaced by a solemn hall with the flag of the Federation flying. The image played on it is being synchronized to several of the closest main star worlds through the signal tower of Tarsinus, and then continues to spread with these main star worlds as the center. This hemisphere of Tarsinus is still night, while the other side is daytime. In other words, at this moment, there may be hundreds of millions of Terrans watching this program on all the colonized planets of the Terran Federation. Mike looked over involuntarily, and there were at least 30 holographic projection screens playing the same picture. He could almost tell at a glance that the scene was the Hall of Reasoning, the Nagfa Council Hall in the city of Tarsinus. The faces of the people in the Hall of Reason were also very familiar to Mike. Mike knew the appearance and political inclination of every politician by heart, and most of the patriarchs of the creation families were too low-key to be known to the public. These long-established families did not like to package themselves too gorgeously. A meeting of the federal parliament, and of course such meetings were not allowed to be filmed in the past. From the perspective of the camera, this should have been filmed by a participant, because it showed his own perspective. The topic to be read out below is the proposal to use an apocalypse-class nuclear bomb to destroy Korhal IV. The speaker was the well-known politician Vesti McMaster, who was widely known for leading the effective new economic policy of Tarsinus and the marginal star region farm subsidy program named after him. What? Mike was stunned. What is he talking about? Point, release the nuclear bomb. Let Korhal IV turn into a scorched earth. This is not true. Mike was still unable to recover from the shock. Oh my god, does this old bastard know what he is talking about? Mike's face turned black. This is a massacre. It is genocide. This is the truth. We can already foresee protests everywhere. The federal parliament will be discredited, although they are already bad. Mike can think about what happened in the areas where riots broke out and were quickly quelled. Since the federal parliament can use nuclear bombs, they can use all other weapons. Now, the people of the Federation have known what kind of heinous things their government can do. The agent on the side said to Mike calmly, while the other agents had already begun to retreat the moment the data was uploaded. These bastards. They can't bear it now. Mike cursed. Before I leave, Mr. Burletti, I sincerely invite you to join the Revolutionary Army, he said. Revolutionary Army? Mike seriously considered the invitation. But what can I do? I can't even carry a gun. Just do what you are good at. Here you are, just an unknown clerk. In the Revolutionary Army channel, you are the editor-in-chief of the new one? The ghost agent said. It's a very tempting proposal. To be precise, you hit my soft spot with just one word. While Mike was still thinking, a large number of police yachts and armed spacecraft appeared in the sky above Tarsinus City. According to normal promotion, Mike would have to wait until he was at least 30 years old to get the position of editor, but he was still not sure whether he should give up his stable job to do a job where he might be shot at any time. Okay, you can think it over and contact us now for your safety, the ghost agent said to Mike before disappearing. It's better for you to faint like them. Then Mike felt a heavy blow to his face. Chapter 139 Warfield. Heading into deep space. Federation frontier. Earth's system Iron Justice. Cruising towards Artesia Prime. AD 2489.05.22. Ship time 8:54. Point release the nuclear bomb and turn Korhal IV into a scorched earth. The ship's bar was filled with Marines in brown uniforms and fleet soldiers in black space combat uniforms who had come to hear the news. The Marines were all from the 33rd Ground Assault Division, where Augustus originally belonged. The already small bar could not accommodate so many people, so some soldiers jumped onto the table. The scene was in chaos. The people who were squeezed into the corner rubbed off the posters of the Marine Corps shooting competition on the wall, and the wall lamps hanging on the ceiling seemed to shake because of the chaos. This battle cruiser was within the range of the 13 main star worlds of the Federation, so they were one of the first fleets to receive the news. A non-commissioned officer from Korhal IV was crying with his face covered. This man, who did not shed a tear even after losing a piece of his skull in the landing battle on Sigma, was now on the verge of collapse. One soldier cried out his wife and daughter's names, tears streaming down his face, thinking that Korhal had been destroyed. That was his home. His family was still there. His comrade explained to the other soldiers he couldn't save them. At this time, more soldiers were heading towards the upper deck cabin, where the bar was located. As the number of people increased, the later ones could only stand in the aisle at the door. People were everywhere asking what happened to Korhal IV. But after learning the truth of the matter, the soldiers just stared blankly at the TV screen on the bar counter, at a loss. Is this a ridiculous April Fool's joke, or has the unterminal network been hacked? The soldiers just felt puzzled and couldn't believe that the UN would report military secrets that would never be made public, even if they were true. This can't be true. The parliament would have to be crazy to shoot at its own people. The TV in the ship's bar had been playing the news on a loop since several soldiers in the bar first heard the news 6 hours ago. Sorry, we have encountered some technical problems. The technicians are debugging the faulty equipment. In the news that was being broadcast, the emergency signal was cut off immediately after the deafening speech of the Speaker of the Federal Parliament. The one who came to the rescue was a host in the daytime time slot. He had just been dragged out of bed by the Federal Marines who kicked the door in. He was obviously still a little frightened, but he didn't stutter when he spoke. The following is the recruitment advertisement of the Federal Marines. Actively respond to the government's call and sign up to join the army. It is the sacred responsibility of every citizen of the Federation to defend the country and resist the invasion of the Kel-morian Federation. He adjusted his tie uneasily. Welcome to the official website of Universe News Network. To read the latest news reports, we have the most complete and authoritative exclusive news and exclusive reports. UN's motto is to discover the truth at all costs. But obviously, these few words could not calm the confusion of the soldiers. Everyone, return to your posts. No one is allowed to stand in the passage. At this time, the voice of Lieutenant Colonel Horace Warfield suddenly came from the communication device. Before the military police on the ship arrived, the soldiers quickly scattered. Only a few soldiers from Korhal IV were unwilling to leave. They stood in the bar and stared at the TV screen above their heads, hoping to get more news about Korhal from it. A few minutes later, Horace Warfield, the commander of the 2nd Brigade of the 33rd Ground Assault Division, who was wearing a lieutenant colonel uniform, walked into the bar and looked at 4 or 5 Korhal soldiers. "Why don't you obey orders?" "We are from Korhal, sir," a private replied. "Go back and rest." Warfield was silent for a moment and then said to the soldiers gently, "Get some sleep. Everything will be fine. Things are not yet irreversible." The private shook his head and said sadly but firmly, "Sir, we will not leave until we find out what happened." Warfield nodded and did not force them to obey the order. Warfield walked to the TV screen. In another loop, the solemn and imposing Hall of Reason appeared in front of him again. It was so ironic that the respected Speaker McMaster, who used to speak for the people with courage and force, overlapped with his indifferent and routine appearance at the moment. Switched back to the live broadcast channel. He had seen it more than once and didn't want to watch it again. At the location of the Iron Justice, the news channel was delayed by nearly half an hour. At this time, the TV was still playing underwear advertisements for fashion brands, and Warfield became irritated in a rare way. Even now, Warfield couldn't believe that the government he was fighting for would do something that was no different from genocide, the most cruel and inhumane ethnic cleansing plan in human history. However, even so, it cannot be concluded that this must be true, because it is too sensational, and people can't help but doubt the accuracy of this matter. When Warfield was feeling annoyed by such facts, the TV in the bar finally stopped playing advertisements. A man in a black suit and blue tie appeared in the center of the screen, with his hands on the podium of the new network. At the bottom of the podium was a reporter holding a microphone high. The spokesperson of the Federal Security Bureau urgently held a press conference at 8 o'clock in the morning of Tassinus time. This is the live report for you by Lorraine, the reporter of Tassinus City. There were as many as 20 reporters from various news agencies at the press conference. Almost at the same time, when a large number of armed airships took off, these reporters who were awakened in various ways smelled the smell of big news. My purpose of coming here is just to answer a few questions, the spokesman said very seriously, while tightening his tie. For unfounded accusations and false slanders, there are sacred and inviolable federal laws to respond. There are eyewitnesses saying that a group of terrorists rushed into the UN headquarters building and controlled it for at least an hour. Is this true? A reporter from the Tellada United newspaper asked loudly. It is true that terrorists entered the UN headquarters building and caused some riots. The Federal Security Bureau is currently investigating the matter. We have sufficient reasons and evidence to prove that Augustus Mengsk, the mad dog of Korhal, planned this terrorist act, and he and his rebels should be held responsible for it. May I ask what role the Tassinus Police Department played in this vicious incident? Our viewers want to know whether the police officers who neglected their duties are worthy of the taxpayers' money, said the reporter of Antigua Broadcasting Corporation. In fact, our police are very good. The spokesman shook his head and said, if you have read our government's announcement, you will find that none of the hostages were injured or killed, which just shows that the police's rescue operation this time was very successful. I want to know, in the face of the accusations that the federal parliament has resolved to use 1,000 apocalypse-class nuclear bombs to destroy Korhal IV, what is your response? A UN reporter said, I have nothing to say about this. All the unfounded accusations against the government are treasonous, false and malicious slander. I want to warn those who spread rumors that it is illegal. Do you want to deny the authenticity of the unknown video? Because those are all forged by the rebels, and they are virtual images created using artificial synthesis technology. Another reporter obviously even thought of the reason for the spokesman. In fact, the resolution on bombing car is forged. I don't know. The spokesman said. Next question. Has the parliament revoked or abandoned the resolution to use the apocalypse-class nuclear bomb to destroy Korhal IV? In the words of the reporter of LOSA Global News Broadcasting and Television, he seemed to have assumed that the parliament had indeed passed this proposal. I don't know. The spokesman replied. How will the government respond to the riots and protests that broke out in various main star worlds and marginal worlds of the Federation after the broadcast of this news? The reporter of Herm's news group asked loudly. This is natural. Those who despise the law are committing crimes. The spokesman said. Our reporters stationed on Korhal IV captured the chaos that broke out on this planet due to the panic of the entire population. The shuttles that the rich people were riding were shot down. As soon as they took off, people began to flee the city frantically and dig deep underground air raid shelters. Korhal IV must pay the price for its betrayal. The federal government has given them many chances. Damn it, he doesn't want to admit it, because it's true. A Korhal soldier said in the bar on the Iron Justice, his brown eyes filled with tears and his shoulders trembled. Every Korhal person recalled their beautiful home and their loved ones with great sadness. They really want to do that. They really want to drop nuclear bombs. If the federal government can hear the voice of the people, they will not make such a decision, and we don't even have to resist. The nearly 7-foot-tall Korhal man cried to his lieutenant colonel. Sir, we have to go back. He said. Go back to Korhal. But you have to stay on the ship now. There is nowhere else to go. Even if I put you on the nearest colony planet, it is more than 1 million astronomical units away from the Iron Justice. Warfield said in his most determined and unquestionable tone at the moment. Kid, stay here. When you are homeless, the 33rd Ground Assault Division is your home. Captain's room, AD 2489.05.25, ship time 9:24. Lieutenant Colonel Warfield met nearly 1/3 of the petty officers, sergeants, lieutenants, and officers of the Iron Justice in the captain's room. More than 80 people stood in the not-so-wide cabin. Due to the large number of people, some people had to stand in the aisle. These people were all Warfield's old subordinates, all promoted by him. They were carefully selected according to their background and political inclinations. They were identified by him as the most trustworthy people. Damn it, if that senator stood in front of me, I would beat him to a pulp. In the crowded captain's room, Major Charles Chuck Horner said angrily. Charles is one of the old subordinates of Augustus Mengsk, who was once the commander of the 33rd Ground Assault Division. When Augustus was still a lieutenant, Charles was a member of the Imperial Squad under Augustus. He is a strong man with broad shoulders and a square chin. He comes from a remote marginal world, where electricity is a problem. Even after 2 generations, the basic industrial system of that marginal world has not been established. The people in Charles' hometown live a nearly primitive life. Outside the central town built with materials from the colony ship, people rely on grazing and planting to make a living. There are only about 15,000 people on the entire planet. Because of the long journey, and no money to be made, merchants only come here in a cycle of 5 years or more. Only scavengers will frequently visit Charles' hometown. Like many people who are regarded as country boys by people on the main star world, Charles is also a rude and arrogant person. He is full of foul language, and when he talks to civilized people, they always make the other party feel that he is talking nonsense. I still can't believe this is true. Even though he had seen it more than once, Warfield still said in disbelief, even if Korhal IV had a large-scale rebel army, could it be larger than the Kel-morian Combine with a population of more than 6 billion? I thought it was just an ordinary Planet re-landing battle. It's like you accidentally stepped on a pile of dog shit when walking on beautiful grass, but it's the truth. Charles said in his magical metaphor. If hackers hadn't hacked into the network of the Un-Universe News Network, then in early June, we would have received the information that Korhal IV had been destroyed. Warfield said. Actors will go crazy. He loves Korhal deeply. Charles said, if you have seen the tenderness in his letters to his mother and sister, you will know how much he loves them. And I think that as a human being, we should repay grievances and revenge. How can they treat Korhal like this? Even if they slaughter the same number of cattle and sheep, they should have a little compassion. Warfield looked at the officers who were surrounding him and said, our identification with the concept of human beings is a reason why we have left the category of animals and created civilization. It has nothing to do with rebellion. If one day your hometown suffers the same fate as Korhal for other reasons, what choice should we make? We can't go on like this, my friends. I'm increasingly doubting whether such a government is still worth our lifelong efforts. Warfield said. What do you mean by waiting, and what should we do? Said a captain. Seize control of this battle cruiser by force, Warfield said, and shut down all military network communications, completely disconnecting from the fleet command center in Tarsinus. We will no longer fight for the Federation. We will go into deep space and escape into darkness. Give the order, Lieutenant Colonel, the officers said in unison. Warfield's men were extremely angry about the resolution of the federal parliament. They were sick of having served such a government, and were determined to follow their superiors and leave the army. The federal parliament will pay the price sooner or later, Charles said. They love dirty bombs. But my teacher who taught me hunting always said that anyone who uses a sword must die with a sword. Chapter 140. Remember who arrested you. Hyperion, orbiting the synchronous orbit of Soyon. Bridge, AD 2489.06.08, ship time 1621. Marshal Augustus, a Revolutionary Army staff officer in a dark grey thick woolen uniform, walked towards Augustus and Raynor, who were standing in front of the star map table. The main control room just received a multi-encrypted communication request. Access it. Augustus looked at his staff and said, receive it on the main screen of the bridge. Signal incoming. This is Iron Justice. I'm Horace Warfield. Augustus, I knew it was you. A dark-skinned Terran Federation Space Marine officer with a lip mustache appeared on the screen. He was still wearing the Marine Corps School officer uniform, but without any medals or ribbons. That's right, you are not seeing things, Augustus said. It's not easy. Warfield smiled. Communication via public base stations and relay stations is definitely not useful, so we jumped directly to Korhal IV. I met with Mr. Augustus Mengsk, who is a great and charismatic leader. I can't believe it, Warfield. I heard that you are now a deserter and are being chased by half of the Federation fleet. Like Augustus, Raynor was also wearing a dark grey Revolutionary Army officer uniform, but it was far less clean and tidy than the former, with wrinkled collars, trouser legs and cuffs. Not so many, but there are still half a dozen fleets. It took me a lot of time to get rid of them completely. Warfield waved his hand and said, now we have left the hyperspace channel and are jumping into the preset assembly point. A green-bottomed holographic projection screen popped up on the star map table next to Augustus. In the radar map, a Behemoth-class battlecruiser was heading full speed towards the dazzling main sequence star in the center of the Soyan galaxy. Below the Behemoth-class battlecruiser is a series of data including the time of service. The old database of the Hyperion shows that the Iron Justice is also a battleship that was commissioned earlier. It seems that you have assembled a lot of battleships during this period, at least 300 or more. There are many of them, and the equipment is also varied. From the Umoyan phase interference cannon that can shatter matter at the molecular level to the charge cannon, and even a sigilless sword that can make beautiful sword flowers, you can find them in this fleet. Augustus was not satisfied with the equipment of this fleet, which is why he attached great importance to the addition of the Iron Justice. Umoyan has been able to obtain the construction technology of the Behemoth-class battlecruiser through deconstruction technology and reverse engineering. The main difficulty lies in the reactor and the next generation hyperspace engine. Compared with Umoyan, which has an independent and self-sufficient industrial system and strong shipbuilding capabilities, even if Korhal IV already has the construction technology of the battlecruiser, it cannot be built in their docks. Therefore, for Augustus, each Behemoth-class battlecruiser is a priceless treasure. Moreover, Warfield had fought for more than 10 years, was brave and daring, and was proficient in tactics. He was the perfect choice to lead the army as a marshal in the Revolutionary Army, which was short of military talents. These ships were used to transport goods a few months ago. The armor was more than enough to deal with interstellar pirates, but our enemy is the Federation fleet. God knows how many Behemoth-class battlecruisers like the Hyperion and Iron Justice they have. I miss your collection of port wine, Warfield. Let's get together on the bridge of Iron Justice. Although Warfield's rebellion was also expected by Augustus, he was still overjoyed when he claimed that he wanted to join the Korhal Revolutionary Army. You're welcome anytime, Warfield said with a smile, before closing the communication. That's settled, but drinking is prohibited in the army. Let's have tea. Kerrigan, ask the doc to prepare the spacecraft. I want to go to the Iron Justice. Augustus tilted his head to the left, and a red-haired ghost agent who was in invisible state appeared, made an OK gesture with his hand, and disappeared again. Damn it, you scared me, Kerrigan. Raynor was inadvertently startled by the sudden appearance of someone. Jim, you will command the fleet while I'm away. Augustus patted Renault on the shoulder. Is Titus still sleeping? Or playing cards? Renault shrugged. What else can he do? Anyway, he is not doing anything good. During the weeks we stayed on the battleship, he was idle all day long. When he was drunk, he harassed female engineers or fought, making a mess of the Hyperion, and Swan also had a lot of conflicts with him. Don't you know what kind of person Titus is? When there is no battle, he makes trouble everywhere. Augustus felt a headache when he thought of Titus. He talks nonsense all the time when a war breaks out. Raynor continued with Augustus' words. There are only two places that are most suitable for Titus, prison and battlefield. He is as comfortable in both of them as a fly in a garbage dump. That's why I didn't let him really serve as the captain of the second giant class frigate. I just gave him a nominal position and a salary. But what I didn't expect was that he actually accepted the idea of getting a salary without working and asked me to promise not to regret it. I can't believe that one day Titus will let him lead an army. Augustus said. God bless you. Please don't do that. Raynor immediately asked Augustus, let Titus fend for himself. But do you really want to go to the Iron Justice? The Iron Justice is full of former federal soldiers. They obey Warfield and may not be loyal to you. I will bring a few more people. Augustus told Raynor not to worry. Besides, as a comrade, you can trust Warfield completely. After Augustus finished speaking, he walked out of the bridge and walked through the corridor leading to the lower deck to the living cabin where a large number of crew members lived. He pulled out Titus, who was playing cards with others with his upper body naked. Under the pressure of Augustus' authority and the sense of oppression like the food chain, Titus could only put on his customized large CMC 250 power armor and take a honey persuader heavy machine gun in 5 minutes. Titus, I'll take you to see an old friend. Augustus said to Titus on the way to the dock launch port with him. My old friend only has a lot of cash and a large credit card. Titus said nonchalantly, so, are we finally going to rob? I have chosen the place, either on the Federation's Zenada Prime or the Tirada III, and then sell the stolen goods at the Rock of the Dead. We are the Revolutionary Army, the insurgents against tyranny, not bandits. Augustus said. Oh, you don't need to remind me twice. Iron Justice, docking bay 3rd, Saraimsite steel deck. Warfield greeted Augustus at the gangway of the little Dev-Lapid transport ship. At this time, there were only a few Federation officers in ordinary uniforms on the deck. There were about 20 sharp-edged old Avenger fighters parked on the deck. These fighters, which were replaced by the Wraith fighters at the end of the Kalian War and completely discontinued, were well maintained by the engineers in the Iron Justice, and looked shiny as new. On the further docking deck were rows of military transport ships, all of which were the latest models that would make Renault drool. Unlike the Hyperion, whose hangar was much more spacious, the Iron Justice carried a large number of fighters used to seize air supremacy and gain air superiority, as well as transport ships capable of carrying several battalions. After all, landing warfare was the Marine Corps strongpoint. How long has it been since we last met? Augustus stretched out a hand. The last time was at Meinhof. Warfield and Augustus' hands shook tightly together. We have finally become comrades again without having to be enemies of each other. Augustus said sincerely, just like I stood in front of you and spoke in the past, we will fight side by side. Just like in the past. Warfield replied. You have some capable people under you. He looked at Titus and Sarah Carrigan behind Augustus. The former was tall and had a physique far superior to that of an ordinary person, while the latter was a sexy ghost agent who pulled her goggles up to her fiery red hair. What surprised Warfield was that the face of the female warrior still showed traces of immaturity. Considering the time of training, she must have become a warrior earlier. After arriving in Stealing City in Korhal IV, I talked with your father for a long time, said Warfield. It was then that I learned that the news broadcast on TV was actually your work. In the city of Tasnus, under the nose of the federal parliament, I have to say that the plan to seize the headquarters building was both bold and quite effective. Not only the 33rd Ground Assault Division, many troops experienced riots. Several revolutionary soldiers died. Augustus said more people were arrested or killed to cover them. Umoyan's spy network in the city of Tasnus was almost uprooted, but it was all worth it. They are all heroes, and their parents are proud of them. And as far as I know, the riots in the army were quickly quelled, and many officers and soldiers who were considered to have spread rumors and led riots were sent to military courts or imprisoned. Augustus shook his head. Only your troops successfully launched an uprising. It's very different now than it was in the past, said Warfield. There's no plan for impromptu protests or complaints, because those people are neither prepared to resist, nor have the courage to do so. After the war with the Kel-morians, at least 50% of the soldiers in the Federation Army were asocialized soldiers. These people were indoctrinated with the idea that they must never betray the Terran Federation. but without a detailed list or careful understanding, you can't tell in a short time whether the person standing next to you is a resocialized soldier. Most uprisings in the barracks ended before they started because young officers actually tried to order the resocialized soldiers to betray the Federation. My solution is to lock up all these people, and only those who have not undergone neural modification and memory transplantation can move freely. What are you going to do with these people? Augustus asked. My suggestion is to kill them all. Titus Finley, standing behind Augustus, said viciously, save those sissies from turning their guns against us again. No, since the Federation scientists can reprogram their memories, we can do it too, said Warfield. First we have to get the resocialization technology, or occupy a resocialization factory for soldiers. Augustus nodded and said, but before we find a solution, we just need to maintain their minimum living standard. I say, Warfield, why don't you invite us in for a seat? Titus said at this time. Let's go, let's take the elevator. Warfield, along with his adjutants, led Augustus and Titus to the vertical elevator. How is the evacuation progress of Korhal IV? I have obtained accurate data showing that more than 12 million people have flown to Yumagen on spacecraft, and 5 million people have flown to 10 different directions on fleets composed of Mammoth-class transport ships and colonial Mothra ships. But I always feel uneasy without seeing this scene with my own eyes, Augustus said. After the initial chaos and despair, the common hatred brought more Korhal people together. It was a grand occasion. Warfield said with a sigh, when I arrived at Korhal IV, the planet's high-altitude orbit was filled with countless spaceships, and the wakes left by the space jumps of the colonial fleets were far away. All resources were reintegrated and allocated uniformly, and millions of people lined up to board the spaceships with their personal belongings within the regulations. So many people are going on a long journey, and those who go to farther places may never have the opportunity to return home in this lifetime. Augustus spoke as if talking to himself when the elevator of the Iron Justice rose to the deck of the superstructure and slowly opened. When Warfield wanted to say something, their feet suddenly shook violently, and Augustus could only stand firmly with the help of Titus. Earthquake? When Titus walked out of the elevator and looked around, Augustus and Warfield had already rushed into the aisle and ran to the bridge one after another, and Kerrigan followed closely behind with a slender C-10 rifle. You idiot. Someone is firing at our warship, Augustus shouted. I know that every time you come looking for me, it's not good. With the help of the power armor, Titus quickly caught up with Augustus and Warfield. Where should I fire? Are they above our heads, or below our feet? Damn, this is why I hate riding a ship, because I get seasick. Just keep running forward. Augustus and others ran into the bridge, and Warfield's deputy Major Charles was commanding in an orderly manner. The main screen flashed red dots, and 2 battle cruisers had jumped to the Soyan system, and at the same time, more ships were jumping in. I'm Colonel Edmund Duke, the commander of Alpha Squadron, Colonel Duke said in the most proud, arrogant and inhuman tone of his life. I declare you arrested for stealing federal property, desertion, and treason. Now, put down your weapons and surrender immediately, and the CIA agents will use fewer knives on you during the interrogation. You will never know how I found this place in your life, because I can smell the stench of traitors across half the galaxy. Remember who arrested you. I'm Edmund Duke, he said loudly. Traitor, go to hell. Chapter 141 Port Docking. Outside the portholes of the Iron Justice's bridge were 2 Behemoth-class battle cruisers several miles apart. The armor plates on the hammer-shaped bows reflected the light of the middle-aged sun of the Soyan galaxy, and the spectacular and dense turrets looked like a forest of swords. The orange-red plasma flames behind the cruiser's thrusters still left behind the space fluctuations and curtain-like tails left after the hyperspace jump. In the distant deep space behind the battleship was a dark brown asteroid. The flagship of the Alpha Squadron, the NORAD II, was in front. When it and its sister ship, the Napoleon, opened fire together, Augustus, who was standing on the bridge of the Iron Justice, could only see dense spots of light at first. The flames of the laser cannon turrets and the plasma tails of the sky torpedoes and missiles reflected each other in the dark deep space. In the blink of an eye, the orange-red laser beams more than 10 feet wide came from far to near, plowing dark marks on the armor under the bridge. These most dense and solid materials of mankind today quickly vaporized, like melting ice. Every attack would cause the warship to tremble slightly. The surface of this city-like steel fortress, bathed in the light of stars and laser weapons, splashed with brilliant and fleeting bright flames. Most of the battle cruisers built before the Battle of Kel-morian failed to add energy shield technology, so the Iron Justice could only rely on the thick deck to resist the enemy's attacks. Reinforce decks 6 and 3, and repair the secondary engine 2. Notify the hangar to send all the Avengers and Wraith fighters out of the launch bay. Tell the Marines that their vacations are all cancelled. Everyone gather on the lower deck. We have a tough battle to fight. Amid the buzzing alarm on the bridge, Warfield's deputy, Major Charles Chuck Horner, calmly issued orders. This short and stout man from the marginal colony was one of the few members of Arcturus's Imperial squad who survived the war. Although he was still rude and arrogant, he had long since washed away the lead and grown into a reliable commander. Augustus's face was often illuminated by the lasers fired by his own turrets and enemy warships, but even so, he still had time to straighten his collar, which was wrinkled by running. In the eyes of Carrigan and others, Augustus' cold grey eyes were fixed on the unmoving ship outside the bridge window. Major Charles, can't establish a communication link with the Hyperion? Augustus looked at Charles and said, the signal is jammed, and our technicians are trying to re-establish the connection. Charles thought for a moment that his old boss Augustus Mengsk was standing there, but that young look was already 10 years ago. It took Charles a few seconds to react. Although the young man in front of him had the same cold grey eyes and grey hair as Augustus, he was a completely different person. The Mengsk family seemed to be born with a kind of leadership temperament. In any era, they were pioneers, political leaders or generals of the army. Augustus, how are you? Raynor's face appeared on the main screen of the Iron Justice's bridge. The worry on his face disappeared after he saw that Augustus was safe and sound. I ran into a little trouble. When Augustus spoke, Raynor could still see the deck shaking under his feet. Jim, turn on the fleet-wide broadcast channel. Okay, turn on the fleet-wide channel. Our marshal is going to issue an order. Raynor looked to the side. Swan, find a way to make this old ship go faster. You can do it. I'm Augustus Mengsk. I'm on the Iron Justice. Now, all fleets, assemble to me. His voice sounded in the fleet-wide channel, and was immediately responded to. Jim Raynor's Hyperion had accelerated towards the Iron Justice the moment the Federation fleet appeared. More than 20 frigates, destroyers and U-Moyan cruisers formed a sharp knife formation below the Hyperion. Hundreds of small and medium-sized ships surrounded the capital ship, and the warships at the head and tail were more than 2 miles apart. Haha, it's a bit like your brother Arcturus. Major Charles seemed to be in a joking mood. If he didn't insist on going to the Edge world to mine crystal mines, he would be standing here now. Day and I both found it incredible at the time, but no one could convince him. Actors has always been like this. Sometimes even his mother can't convince him. Only Dorothy can make him change his mind. Augustus replied. What's going on? I say, Brother Warfield, anyone with a discerning eye can see that these bastards are following you. At this time, Titus on the side held his Honey Persuader's heavy machine gun, but didn't know which direction to shoot. Duke may have caught up with you 2 weeks ago, but he never launched an attack. And you not only know nothing, but you must have exposed the location of the assembly point. Now it seems that Alpha Squadron has been following us closely, and their communication channels with each other have always remained silent. Maybe our communication has been monitored. Warfield's face was as dark as water. He realized that this was his huge mistake. Although Edmund Duke has always been an image of being irritable, reckless and lacking strategic foresight, he has not been able to reach his current position entirely because of the prestige of the Duke family, the founding family of Tarsenus, and his unique and rare courage to go all out. When Warfield was still charging on the ground, Duke had already led the fleet to cruise in the Kaprulu sector. In terms of fleet warfare, Warfield, who came from the Marine Corps, was an amateur after all. It sounds like that Edmund has played you around, but after all, their people have spent half their lives in space. Titus was rarely comforting people, but his voice sounded excited. I have wanted to slap his old face for a long time openly, without violating military discipline, and without going to jail. He thinks he has a sure win, but we still have the Hyperion and other warships. The current strength comparison is 2-2. Warfield was not so panicked about this matter. He had experienced much more dangerous scenes than this. As if in response to Warfield's words, 3 more battle cruisers of the same level appeared on the radar map on the Iron Justice's star chart station, and the accompanying escort warships and various types of spacecraft exceeded 200. Suddenly, the lieutenant colonel's dark face seemed to turn green. That's hard to say. Titus lit a cigar as usual, and he blew the smoke into his armor while saying, "It's 5-2 now. If you say a few more words, we'll have to consider ourselves unlucky. Mengsk, what can you do?" He looked at Augustus after he finished speaking. "We can't just stand here and wait. Getting beaten is not something I like to do. Major Charles, can you get closer to the flagship of Alpha Squadron, the NORAD II, and find a way to dock with it?" Augustus said. "To be honest, this is as difficult as ascending to heaven when the enemy does not cooperate." Charles said calmly, "It depends on whether our pilots are skilled, and whether they can cut into the enemy fleet with surgical precision, and control the giant battleship that is 1/3 of a mile long to be parallel to the enemy ship and aim at the port in the dense enemy barrage. Unless Duke also has this plan, then please tell me whether the pilot of the Iron Justice can complete this task." Augustus said, "Of course, we have the best pilot in the entire Federation." Charles said in the command channel of the Iron Justice, 15 degrees to starboard, full speed ahead, immediately charge the main ship guns, and all gun groups aim at the flagship of the Alpha Squadron, the NORAD II. All crew members put on space combat suits and fasten their seatbelts. Prepare for impact. To meet the impact. Titus looked at the porthole in confusion. By comparing the positions of the stars and other battleships, he could find that the Iron Justice was heading towards the NORAD II at a very fast speed. As the Iron Justice was moving at full speed, a series of Avenger fighters quickly passed under the warship, like arrows shot from a bow, and the fighters that left behind sprayed out ice blue wakes, like fading starlight. "Don't tell me you want to play bumper cars." Contrary to Titus's expectations, Duke's NORAD II did not make any tactical evasive moves. It seemed that this battle-hardened fleet captain did not think that the Iron Justice could approach his bridge under the firepower of his own fleet, or that he himself was more willing to clash bayonets with the enemy. "How arrogant, Duke. I will command the combat troops. I will personally defeat Edmund Duke on the deck of the NORAD II. Warfield said this, and turned away from the bridge. He was not aware that Duke's fleet was following him. After Warfield left, Kerrigan walked to Augustus and whispered, "I can see his hatred for the federal government, but Warfield is not loyal to you, or your father now. He is just extremely disappointed with the federal government. Don't doubt Warfield. He will always be my friend." Augustus then said to Charles, "Major, you will be in charge here. Anyway, this is my duty." Charles looked at Augustus and said, "Although I'm more willing to charge with a gun, I almost forgot what you did before. Old friends come, of course we have to treat them well." Before leaving with a heavy machine gun, Titus said to Charles, "This is the way the Revolutionary Army treats guests." Since the last minute, such tremors and shaking have become more and more common. The surface of this steel giant ship armed with heavy armor and heavy artillery is covered with black marks, and the molten deck recondenses in the cold space. As the number 6 armor of the ground laser gun group close to the port side was completely penetrated, the explosion ignited the oxygen in the crew rest cabin, and the hot and brilliant open flames vented out. The crew members who were sucked into space suffocated to death within a minute. Their body fluids boiled due to the lower boiling point caused by low pressure, and eventually gradually turned into frozen corpses. When the engineers arrived and carried out emergency repairs, the flames had disappeared due to the extreme reduction of oxygen. The air was filled with the stench of burning and toxic gases, making it impossible to breathe. The Iron Justice staggered forward, and the alarm could be heard in all the passages. Charles kept ordering engineers to repair each cabin or let the crew take refuge in a safe cabin in the channel. The fighters of the Car Revolutionary Army flew over the dense barrage at high speed and launched a suicidal attack on the Federation fleet. Among these fighters were civilian airships with no armor and only small caliber laser cannons, as well as the Avengers and Wraith fighters of the Terran Federation. The fighter planes converted from civilian spacecraft would have no chance of surviving if they were hit, but they had the advantage of being numerous and fast, with more than 2,000 of them. Driving these fighter planes were the young people on Korhal IV, who were called the most desperate generation. All of them came from families with more than one child. Before boarding the warships, all of them dug their own graves on Korhal's satellite Canith and buried their suicide notes. So, these people had a name that belonged to all of them: Canith's Fireflies. Courage and unparalleled willpower could not protect these sons of Korhal. When approaching NORAD II, they were shot down in large numbers, turning into bright balls of light. The pilots on the fighter planes either evaporated in the laser beams with the fighter planes in an instant, or died in pain that would make the strongest people scream before the flames burned out the air. These people were told that their death would bring a new life to Korhal IV, so they died generously. The ghost fighter version of the Edge fighter of Yu-Moyang attracted more attention from the Federation fleet with its classic inner curved wings and plasma thrusters. These faster and more sensitive fighters rely entirely on the pilot's reaction and the most advanced optical reactor and intelligent auxiliary program to avoid dense barrages. In the field of research and development and manufacturing of small fighters, especially unmanned carrier-based aircraft, Yu-Moyang is going to surpass the Terran Federation. In the space battlefield intertwined with brilliant light and death, the Iron Justice, a battle cruiser with multiple damages and flaming tail, is still rushing towards the NORAD II under the cover of the Hyperion and its affiliated fleet. At this moment, the internal corridors and elevators of the docking bay second are full of rows of Marines in silver grey power armor running forward. The paint on the armor of these Marines is different from that in the Federation era. Instead, it is replaced by the logo of Eagle and Wolf Head, which has now become the symbol of these traitors. Augustus, who was wearing the same power armor, walked from the docking bay to the passage to the docking port with Warfield, Titus, and Kerrigan, who was holding a C-10 rifle. The warning signs in white characters on the wall told Augustus that the airlock in front of him was space. The violent tremors kept coming, and Augustus seemed to be standing on a boiling furnace. At a certain moment, the tremors seemed to subside for a moment, and then Augustus felt the battleship speed up again. Start the gravity generator of the power boots, hold onto the walls, handrails, and everything you can hold on to, Warfield said loudly in his command channel. Prepare for impact. Augustus immediately grabbed the handrail, and his other hand tightly held Kerrigan's hand, accompanied by the dazzling spots of light that Augustus could not see, and the harsh friction between the armor of the battle cruiser and the earth-shaking tremors coming from the main structure. Augustus realized that the Iron Justice was sticking to the side of the NORAD II, rubbing against the enemy's armor, like two pieces of soap making a sharp scream. Everyone get ready. When the Iron Justice stopped again and stood still, Warfield looked at the slowly opening airlock door of the docking port and said, come on, I can't wait. Titus chewed a cigar. The show is about to begin. Post first and correct the typo later. Thanks to my good brothers for the monthly ticket. Chapter 142 slipped away. The airlock door opened with a hissing sound of high pressure gas escaping. In that instant, it seemed as if 1,000 Gauss rifles and heavy machine guns were firing at the same time, and dense spike bullets hit the power armor of the Marines in the front with a ping-pong sound. The ricocheting bullets shattered the lighting facilities in the docking port, and the flames of the Gauss rifles once again dispelled the darkness between the reflections of the firelight. The docking port was small, and only a few fully armed Marines could stand side by side between the bulkheads. When hundreds of people were crowded in the passage, a single electromagnetic grenade could achieve miraculous results. There was neither tactics nor retreat in this interstellar era boarding battle. The two sides fought hand to hand in space. There was a Marine corpse almost every few feet of the battle line, and the bulkheads were full of deep bullet holes. The silver grey armored Warfield unit and the bright white Alpha Squadron fired at each other at a distance of only a dozen yards, and the electromagnetic pulses of the electromagnetic grenade spread inside the passage like a thunder snake. Both units were known for their courage and fighting spirit. Like Edmund Duke, the commander of Alpha Squadron, the Alpha Blood Eagles were fierce and bloodthirsty. Whenever Alpha Squadron members joined the battle, they could always open a gap in the enemy's seemingly indestructible defense line like an eagle tearing a piece of meat. In just 2 minutes, with the rounds of charges launched by Warfield's troops, more than 100 Marines died on both sides. People kept falling, and more soldiers took over the positions of their comrades. Alpha Squadron always maintained superior firepower suppression and firmly controlled the docking port channel. The docking port channel was full of dense barrages, like a hot metal heat flow. At this time, Augustus leaned against the walls on both sides of the airlock door, and Warfield stood beside him. After Warfield was about to lead his troops to charge again, but was repelled by the heavy firepower of Alpha Squadron, Augustus shouted in the communication channel, "Titus, find a way to open this docking port. Get out of the way." Because of his tall stature and the fact that he was the right-hand man of the revolutionary leader Marshal Augustus, Titus Finnler's power armor was specially customized and upgraded. His red armor was painted with several graffiti of naked bodies of Tullus II, Korhal IV and Tarcinus Butes, and on his right shoulder was the hooded skull logo of the Devil of Heaven. Titus threw his heavy machine gun heavily to the ground. He took a huge new synthetic resin shield and several electromagnetic grenades from a revolutionary soldier, and rushed into the docking port channel with the people behind him. He ran with his power boots on the rolling bullets and corpses in the channel, roaring and running, like a maglev train running at hundreds of miles per hour. The federal soldiers of Alpha Squadron seemed to be startled by Titus's amazing momentum. They didn't have time to use the grenade launcher, but the dense nail bullets still penetrated Titus's shield in a few seconds. His power armor, which was polished with oil by Fike, the exclusive armor technician of the Heavenly Demon, was immediately covered with dense scratches. But Titus's power armor is not only thicker and stronger than ordinary power armor, but also has a fine steel coating on the outside, and is embedded with buffer foam and partitions. This means that Titus's power armor is comparable to the firebat armor, and can even withstand 1 or 2 grenades. This distance is only more than 20 yards. Titus, wearing power armor, only took a few steps to the entrance of the NORAD second docking bay, and threw several electromagnetic grenades in succession. Alpha Squadron's defense line was suddenly filled with blue lightning arcs. Then, Titus used his broken shield to push away an Alpha Squadron soldier who was blocking him, and then threw another enemy soldier to the ground, like a tiger jumping into a herd of deer. The surrounding Alpha soldiers were afraid to shoot Titus for a while, because they were afraid of accidentally hurting their teammates. "Follow me." Warfield led his men to catch up with Titus. "Well done, Titus." Augustus followed Warfield closely, thinking that Titus was really a man sent from heaven. Warfield's troops broke into the docking port of the NORAD II, and swept away the remaining Alpha soldiers like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. These soldiers were not re-socialized soldiers. In the voice of the officers forcing them to hold their positions, the soldiers who felt terrified chose to retreat. "Warfield, if you want to catch up with me, your men will have to train for another 2 years." After taking the enemy's rifle and smashing the opponent's helmet with the butt of the rifle, Titus said to Warfield with some pride, "My men can't keep up with you." Warfield reached out and pulled Titus up. "You look more pleasing to my eyes than all your colleagues, at least for now." Titus took back his Honey Persuader heavy machine gun from a Marine. It took 2 fleet passages to get from the docking port to the lower deck, but Alpha Squadron did not use them to deploy defenses. Under the order of their commander, they quickly gathered on the much wider lower deck and dock. It was another hard battle to seize the lower deck. There were nearly 500 fully armed Alpha Squadron soldiers, Goliath-armed robots and even arc tanks. The fierce battle almost broke through the lower deck of NORAD II. In order to prevent soldiers from other warships of the Federation fleet from reinforcing through the port of NORAD II, Warfield's 4 companies went to seize the docks and berthing ports on both sides of the lower deck. The rest of the soldiers entered the many narrow passages inside the NORAD through the blown open hatch. Small teams led by key officers headed to the engine room, life support unit, and the main control room with a large number of terminal computers and processors. At the same time, Warfield and Augustus had already led a strike team to the bridge. At this time, nearly 30 minutes had passed since the Iron Justice and the NORAD II docked at the port. Fierce battles were still breaking out in space. In the continuous explosions, warships and fighters of both sides were constantly kicked out of the battlefield, or lost power and floated. Titus and Warfield charged forward, and they broke through the defense line of Alpha Squadron one after another, but were still blocked outside the bridge by a company under Edmund Duke. Augustus was suppressed by a dense barrage of automatic machine gun turrets and Gauss rifles, and could not move. After leaving behind several bodies, he had to retreat. Between the firing of Alpha Squadron, Warfield personally led a group of his men to charge, but even the heavy armor plates of the power armor could not withstand such intensive fire in the face of powerful machine guns, grenades and even shoulder-fired rockets. Warfield could only retreat again, and the bullets left more marks on his silver-gray command armor. As Warfield led his troops forward again, Augustus realized that he would continue to launch attacks continuously until the enemy was defeated. This was Warfield's usual way of fighting, like an experienced boxer. "We can't delay here for too long," Warfield said. "Capture the leader first. Only by catching Duke can we force this federal fleet to retreat." "Titus," Augustus shouted. "Shit, there are at least 10 heavy machine guns and machine guns on the opposite side. If you want me dead, just say so." Titus cursed. "Kerrigan, kill their commanders, and keep the highest ranking one," Augustus said after a moment of silence. "You can read their minds. Even without a rank, you know who is in command. Then, you know how to control these people." Invisible Ghost Agent Sarah Kerrigan responded with a precise sniper shot. A lieutenant of Alpha Squadron fell down at the moment of the gunshot, and his flesh and blood were blurred behind the matte mask. The 25mm canister bullet not only penetrated the helmet, but also smashed the opponent's head into a puddle of mud. But this sniper shot did not attract the attention of other officers. They did not find the invisible ghost agent, but just thought that the lieutenant was just hit by a stray bullet. After a short rest, Warfield led the troops to attack again. Kerrigan took this opportunity to snipe the officers who showed up one by one, and the formation of Alpha Squadron suddenly became a little chaotic. Despite this, the resocialized soldiers who lost their commanders still carried out the orders that required them to shoot. When their superiors only asked them to do one thing, these neurally modified soldiers often did a good job. The only difference is that they can't deal with special situations, such as Kerrigan using telekinesis to control the last senior officer of Alpha Squadron and ordering them to lay down their weapons through him. Some of the resocialized soldiers immediately obeyed the order, while others were confused because of the conflicting orders before. But when a group of Marines rushed towards them with roars, it was enough to make their defense collapse. When Augustus shot and killed a resocialized soldier, Titus had already seized a heavy machine gun of Alpha Squadron and started firing at the enemy. There were flashes of gunfire and screams of soldiers everywhere. Blood was like waves on the ocean hitting the board, flowing freely. After clearing the enemy, Augustus and Warfield led dozens of Marines to rush into the bridge after the blaster who arrived blew open the door of the bridge. "Put your hands up, Duke." Augustus raised his Gauss rifle. However, there was no one else on the bridge except for a few navigators and engineers. Just as Augustus expected, Duke had already escaped, or was not on his flagship at all. "Duke, you are such a coward." Warfield did not find him on the bridge. "Edmund, he ran away." Titus walked up to a navigator of Alpha Squadron whose fingers could not stop shaking, and pointed his gun at his forehead. "Where did Edmund, the damn beast, go? Just answer where he is." Titus lowered the helmet mask of the power armor, revealing a ferocious expression. "Squeak if you understand. Colonel Duke is not here." The navigator was a blonde young man. He was used to seeing the data on the radar scan map, but he had never encountered such a situation. "Then where the hell is he? Do you think my gun is merciful?" Titus found that there was no bullet in the gun when he pulled the trigger, so he decided to spare the other person's life mercifully. "He is on the Napoleon." The navigator quickly added. "It looks like we hijacked the wrong ship." Titus patted the navigator's shoulder, making him gasp for breath. "Kid, you are ours now. Drive the boat well, otherwise my bullets will not have eyes." At this time, the hull of the Norad II began to shake, and Augustus had already issued an order that the fleet was not allowed to attack the Norad II during the boarding battle. In this case, it is obvious who is launching the attack now. "Immediately establish a communication link with the Napoleon," Augustus said to the bewildered navigator. "Yes, sir." After a brief but intense mental struggle, the navigator wisely made her choice between treason and survival. The communication application was immediately approved. A federal officer with a diamond-shaped head was staring at Augustus on the other side of the screen. He was wearing a large power armor and a golden ribbon on his extremely wide shoulder armor. "You lose, Mengsk," Edmund Duke said. "Are you going to destroy the thousands of Alpha Squadron soldiers on the Norad II along with us?" Augustus looked at the screen calmly. "Even if I don't do this, they won't survive." Duke shook his head and said, "Don't forget who they died for. Do you think the reason why the Norad II didn't turn on the shield force field is to save fuel? I know your intentions very well, but I didn't think you could win at the beginning." He said, "In my opinion, you are looking for death. As long as I can kill you, the son of Augustus Mengsk, the former leader of the heavenly demons, I don't mind changing to a new flagship and a new group of crew. Do you understand? Mengsk, you are worth the price. We once fought side by side, and in the remaining time, every time General Duke sees the medal of bravery he got because of you, he will recall those glorious years. You have plenty of opportunities to see me again." Augustus closed the communication with a wave of his right hand, and personally sent a communication link application with the Iron Justice and the Hyperion. While waiting for a response, Warfield asked Augustus, "It sounds like Duke is going to take out the Norad II along with us?" "He's bluffing," Augustus said. "Before Duke's fleet destroys the Norad II, we have plenty of opportunities to force a jump away." Augustus called up the shield energy index display of the battlecruiser on the main screen. Like Duke said, the shield energy value of the Norad II is almost full, enough to withstand enemy attacks during the jump. After more than 10 seconds, the images sent back by the cameras of the other two battlecruisers appeared on the main screen. Among them, the Iron Justice was seriously damaged, while the Hyperion, which had been fighting with other battleships of the Federation fleet under Raynor's control, was not seriously damaged. "You took down the Norad II?" Raynor said. "Augustus, good brother, that sounds cool. It's a pity that I didn't fight side by side with you. Where is that guy Duke?" Charles asked. "Duke is not on this ship." Augustus shook his head. "He is more cunning than he appears. Now, all ships immediately withdraw from the battle. Activate the shields, and prepare to make a space jump to 418-4. Thanks for voting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Transition. This is Iron Justice. We are heading to the designated jump point. Major Charles's head appeared on an idle holographic projection screen. In the images, sent back by the Norad II armor sensor and Iron Justice, Augustus could see the full picture of this scarred warship. The brown-black armor was covered with traces of burning, melting, and tearing. Some shocking scars even penetrated the deck layer. The fragments of fine steel and alloy were gradually peeled off as the warship moved, just like dandelions being blown away. These fragments floating without power in deep space will eventually become the target of interstellar scavengers. The wreckage of the battlecruiser, even a piece of armor plate under the laser gun group, can be sold for a good price, and those fragments, that are still moving at high speed in and out of the galaxy at the initial velocity, are captured by the gravity of asteroids, comets and even stars in the Soyan galaxy. At this moment, the parallel Norad II and Iron Justice are less than half a mile away from the Terran Federation fleet led by the Napoleon. Hundreds of shipborne laser cannons and electromagnetic guns poured down on the shield defense force fields and armor of both sides, and the orange-red beams created ripples on the dark green energy shields. The naval guns were aging, and each gorgeous fireball was a destroyed warship. The scattered, twisted alloy fragments were like light points falling into the galaxy. The carrier-based aircraft of the Iron Justice were leaving the battlefield at full speed and heading towards the mothership. These fighters were less than 1/10 of the number when they left the dock launch port. They were dodging and evading the dense crossfire network formed by the battlecruiser guns of both sides, avoiding the enemy Wraith fighters, anti-aircraft laser cannons and Gemini air-to-air missiles. The Korhal Revolutionary Fleet had lost 9 frigates, 4 destroyers, and 2 Umoyan reargun cruisers. Of the approximately 300 medium-sized assault ships, less than one-third remained. Of the more than 2,000 single-engine fighters, patrol boats, and assault boats piloted by a single pilot, only about 600 remained, even with the damaged ones. This meant that in just 40 minutes of fighting, 4,000 to 6,000 revolutionary soldiers had been killed, and many more were injured. I'm Jim. It's 3:43 AM. Tarsinus time. The Hyperion's shields are less than 20% remaining. Raynor's head was magnified as he spoke. All members of the Revolutionary First Fleet are ready to follow the flagship's jump. Sit tight, guys. Sir, the jump drive will be fully charged in 5 seconds. The navigators and technicians of the Norad II have devoted themselves to their new jobs. After all, no one can play tricks in such a tight situation with at least a dozen guns pointed at them from behind. Even at this time, fierce battles broke out on most decks and cabins inside the Norad II, but the dock and engine room were still in Augustus' hands. The countdown starts now. Listen to my instructions, and prepare to jump. Augustus stared at the time on the main screen of the bridge. At this moment, a Federation Behemoth-class battlecruiser jumped over the severely damaged Giant-class frigates 2nd and 4th after a short jump. Its huge shadow covered the two warships with flames on their surfaces, and the ground laser firepower group poured on the broken armor of the frigates. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the Giant-class frigate 2nd was completely penetrated, and the interior of the ship immediately turned into a hell on Earth. The oxygen-rich cabin burned fiercely, and the fragments of people and warships were spit out from the broken holes of the ship. The other warship was split in two, like a loaf of bread. In the huge fracture, countless people and tiny fragments floated out like sand, dancing in space. From the perspective of Norad II, it was like a slow motion. These two warships and their more than 900 crew members have become history forever. Start. Augustus said after a heavy deep breath. In an instant, accompanied by a flash, the battlefield and the starry sky in the bridge window disappeared. Norad II had jumped into the hyperspace channel and entered a state of traveling beyond the speed of light. After a breath, the bridge of Norad II returned to peace. According to the preset jump coordinates, Augustus and his newly acquired warship will need several hours to reach the designated coordinates. I'll take people to clean up the mess. Warfield said this, and left with several officers, leaving Titus and Carrigan to guard Augustus. The battle on Telesis II was nothing compared to this, Titus said. The only thing I learned from this war is that we must have more ships and more guns. The battlecruiser is not like those Kel-morian bastards. Even if you fire a volley at it, it will remain unscathed. I know that too. While the battleship was still in hyperspace jump mode, Augustus's finger slid across the main screen of the Norad II, searching for useful data in the huge database. The battleship's itinerary logs showed that the Norad II had traveled back and forth to multiple major systems many times in 2 weeks, and even reached a system close to the Korhal system with only 2 stars and a dwarf planet. This fully shows that Edmund Duke's Alpha Squadron has been simply following Warfield's Iron Justice. They, Duke, must have some way to accurately locate the position of the Iron Justice. Augustus said, because the Iron Justice once belonged to the Terran Federation, cutting off all communication connections cannot completely get this warship out of the Federation's control. Perhaps in the eyes of the Federation's technicians, the Iron Justice is as dazzling as a torch in the dark night in the deep space. The Hyperion was also a member of the Federation fleet before, but Duke couldn't track us. Titus said, the Iron Justice must be overhauled in an all-round way. Duke is likely to have located this warship through some kind of tracking device. Augustus looked at the wooden Norad II navigator. I want to know if you know more about this, because you are the navigator of this warship. The navigator seemed uneasy. In the eyes of this man who was paid by the government and had a decent job, a navigator who could lead a fleet through a dangerous universe would be respected everywhere. He was undoubtedly among a group of thugs, and Augustus was naturally the leader of the thugs, the leader of the terrorists, and a rebel leader who brought countless deaths. No, I don't know. The navigator retreated. He's lying. Carrigan said to Augustus. The Iron Justice has both federal positioning trackers and spies hidden in the Warfield troops. This is why Duke has been able to track the Warfield battleship. Lying will do you no good. Augustus shook his head and said to the astonished navigator, because you never know whether I will forgive you next time. Thanks for voting and rewarding. Chapter 144 Reliable Swan. On the three-dimensional holographic projection star map composed of green lines, the route of the Norad II was set as a straight line, and the jumping numbers on it showed that the battleship had jumped to 9 star systems dozens of light years away. As the battleship trembled slightly, brilliant starlight came into view. Almost at the same time, the Hyperion and Iron Justice jumped in, and hundreds of warships of various models surrounded them like stars surrounding the moon. Hyperion called Norad II. Our shields were exhausted. No casualties were reported, and the losses were controlled within an acceptable range. Only one chef sprained his ankle during the space jump. Maybe I shouldn't mention this to embarrass him. Good Peter's baked snails with port wine are quite good, Renault said. The bad news is that the Hyperion can only rely on its own armor to resist attacks before the recharging is completed. I'm Charles Chuck Horner, and the Iron Justice is seriously damaged. Unless we go into port for repairs, we will have to abandon this battleship completely after 2 more battles like the Battle of the Soyon system. Charles said, the main jump drive of the Iron Justice was damaged in the battle. Even according to the most optimistic estimates of our jump technicians, the broken thing that is being repaired can only support 3 long-distance jumps. We can use the second set of backup jump drives, but this set of drives can only perform short-distance jumps between galaxies and emergency jumps where the destination cannot be determined. Shit, if I ever see Edmund Duke, I will stuff his head into his own ass. In summary, Major Charles said, I swear I will make him clean the deck of the Iron Justice all day, until I'm satisfied. We still have 3 hours, and the preparation time is 3 hours and 26 minutes. This is the time it takes for Duke's fleet to locate us again, and complete the jump, but in reality, their speed may be much faster. Augustus said to them, hurry up and repair it, Jim. Let Swan bring people to the Norad II. Okay, I'll go call him right away. Raynor put on a Revolutionary Army command hat and left. It was a retro-style large ship hat. Major Charles, the Iron Justice must also immediately inspect the facilities on board and try to find the signal tracker inside. I will send Lieutenant Carrigan to your battleship later. Intelligence shows that there is a traitor among you. Augustus said. Yes, because even I can't be sure how many of those people are truly willing to follow us. Charles asked, but what are you going to do? Torture them all, let them report on each other? To be honest, these methods are not very effective. Lieutenant Carrigan is a powerful psychic. She will use her telepathic ability to examine those who have ulterior motives one by one. Augustus looked at Carrigan. First, let's start with the highest rank. Okay. There was no expression on Charles's face with a thick beard. I have no objection, he said frankly. Everyone, including me, should be investigated before proving their innocence. After that, I will personally execute the traitor. We once stayed in a marginal colony for a day and left those who did not want to follow the Iron Justice there. I gave them the opportunity to choose for themselves. After Carrigan said that there was a traitor on the Iron Justice, everyone including Charles was on Augustus's list of suspects. You should execute the traitor in front of everyone. But we are the Revolutionary Army. There is no need to be so cruel. Throw them into space and tell everyone that the traitors have been executed. There is no need to execute them in public because we cannot use torture to intimidate those who have joined the liberation movement because of progressive ideas and revolutionary enthusiasm. While waiting for Swan to arrive at Norad II by spacecraft, Warfield walked up to Augustus with a tattered Alpha Squadron flag. This is a red flag with a golden border around the edge. In the middle of the triangular pattern is the iconic eagle of Alpha Squadron, which is also the symbol of the human race in the StarCraft game. Now this flag is tattered, and the Alpha Squadron soldiers on the Norad II must have suffered the same fate. Now this ship truly belongs to you. Warfield said to Augustus, my troops are still cleaning up the remaining Alpha Squadron soldiers in this battleship. They are still numerous and scattered in various cabins, passages and even hatches, but these people can no longer be a threat. During the time when the Norad II jumped into the hyperspace channel and traveled at superluminal speed, Warfield led his troops through more than 3 hours of brutal fighting and was exhausted physically and mentally, but the victory they achieved was enough to make these brave warriors proud. I never doubted that you would fail, Warfield, Augustus said. If I fail, it means I have died in battle. Warfield smiled. As long as you don't want to die, no one can take your life, Augustus said firmly. But Duke is still following us. Have you found out the reason? Warfield asked. I guess you didn't check it thoroughly enough, or you were negligent when you took away the Iron Justice, so you didn't screen out the signal tracking and positioning device inside. Or the person in charge of this matter is suspicious. Boss, I heard you have a little trouble here. Swan came over with a toolbox, followed by a dozen engineers. Many of these engineers are Swan's relatives, who look burly and strong. I don't know what happened. The battle in space is too fierce, but all we can do is keep preparing, and then wait terribly. I saw the fighter planes in the Hyperion leave the hangar with my own eyes, and they never came back until the jump. Some of those children were only 18 years old, just a little younger than you. Swan wiped his eyes, but didn't say anything else. Well, let's not talk about that. I mean, when can we start working? Augustus was silent for a while. He didn't express any opinions. I want you to find all the trackers hidden in the Norad II. These trackers may look different, but as long as one is missed, Duke will always be able to find us and kill us completely after our next jump. Now is the time, Swan. Hurry up. Your job is to save others. I think I understand what you mean, Swan said. It took the same amount of time as repairing the Hyperion to check and dismantle the secret tracking facilities inside. These gadgets may be just a button battery or a record player or even the toilet under your butt. But fortunately, there are some Umagen engineers in my team who have participated in the repair of the Hyperion. I have been told that, although the Federation uses many such gadgets to monitor their own spacecraft, the location of the tracking devices in each battle cruiser is almost the same, he said. Perhaps the engineers who designed this tracking system could not think of so many creative locations, or perhaps they just dealt with it because the placement of these tracking devices was not on the list of important matters to be noted. I thought about it, and it shouldn't be difficult. I'll send some more engineers to Iron Justice right away. Well, we don't need too many. 13 or 14 people will be enough. Chapter 145. Send it back. Duke's Great Victory. June 9th. 7:54 on board time. About 3 standard hours have passed since the Korhal Revolutionary Fleet jumped here. Norad II. This majestic steel giant ship was originally the flagship of the Terran Federation's Ace Force Alpha Squadron and the vehicle of Colonel Edmund Duke. Traces left by Alpha Squadron and Colonel Duke can be seen everywhere on this magnificent Behemoth-class battle cruiser. This man, who is close to a silverback gorilla in both appearance and fierce temper, hung more than 20 different styles of Alpha Squadron flags in the bridge of Norad II, and all the symbols and medals used to indicate his hundreds of major and minor combat exploits were painted on the walls and portholes of the battleship. Compared with the Hyperion, Norad II, as the flagship of Alpha Squadron, is even larger. Except for the still stingy corridors inside the ship, both the bridge and the various cabins and activity areas are grand and even magnificent. But now the battleship has a new owner, Augustus Mengsk, who is willing to call this a small change of ownership. No matter from which angle, the Behemoth-class battlecruiser Norad II is an unparalleled masterpiece of war, with rows of laser guns, and upgraded energy shield defense arrays, and nearly 100 fighters in the hangar, are all new Wraith fighters. These latest fighters can far surpass old jet fighters such as Avengers and Hellhound fighters in terms of maneuverability and weapon power, and can better adapt to the combat environment in space. Importantly, the nuclear arsenal of Norad II also has 20 small tactical nuclear bombs equivalent to 100,000 tons of TNT and 2 apocalypse nuclear bombs that can flatten half of the city of Tarsus. And to use these cute but violent little gadgets, you only need to press the harmless red button. Even so, Augustus never felt any joy. In his opinion, the gains were far less than the losses. Accurate statistics showed that the Korhal Revolutionary Army suffered heavy losses in the encounter in the Soyun system, leaving only 4 giant class frigates, 2 Ryagan-class cruisers and 5 destroyers, and only 597 combat airships. Nearly 5,000 revolutionary pilots and fleet soldiers died in this battle. These pilots generally only received training for half a year or even less. Most of them were recruits. So many lives that had just bloomed like flowers could never return to Korhal IV, their hometown. After reporting the fleet's losses and casualties, Augustus's Umoyan fleet advisor told him that some of the dead were from the Stealing Academy, which was the alma mater of all generations of Mengsk family members. Some of the victims were even people he knew when he was in school. Death was no longer unfamiliar to Augustus. When he was on the Augustus II, the death of Omo and Benjamin was a heavy blow to everyone in Augustus' class. Although Augustus was still unwilling to admit it in his heart, there were always Korhal warriors like Omo who kept dying. Their death was a heavy blow to their parents, enough to destroy a fragile family. But on the list of reports, it was just a series of names and numbers. Augustus asked about the names of these people in detail, but did not say a word. I want to know what kind of losses we have inflicted on Alpha Squadron. On the bridge of the Norad II, Augustus asked his expressionless Umoyan advisor. The sergeant in charge of statistics got some exact numbers of shot down. In the battle named Soyan Galaxy, we shot down a total of 126 Avenger fighters, 38 Wraith fighters and 3 Sphinx-class Federation destroyers, a long rectangular battleship. The losses of Alpha Squadron could not be accurately counted, but there was no doubt that their equipment and troops far exceeded those of the Revolutionary Army. If Augustus had not seized the flagship of Alpha Squadron, the flagship of Norad II, like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth, it would undoubtedly have been a complete defeat. The Korhal Revolutionary Army was too poor, and this was enough to cause them to suffer heavy losses. And the price we paid was 10 times this. Augustus' tone was no different from usual, but Kerrigan, who was beside him, could feel his sadness and frustration even without using telepathy. Augustus Mengsk was not invincible. A battle-hardened general could prove his unstoppable power with many exemplary battles, but a painful and humiliating defeat was enough to wipe out all his honor. You can't blame yourself for the deaths of those people. I heard the cries and the last voices of those victims before they died. Kerrigan said to Augustus, they were ready to die. I should have done better. Augustus said after the Umojan advisor left. Mengsk, I can't think of a better way to deal with the situation just now. If Duke had twice as many ships, I would have suggested that you surrender long ago. Tai just said, what else can you do? Go all out and crash into them, or flee in disgrace, leaving behind a pile of wreckage and watching the morale of the revolutionary fleet being severely damaged. You must fight. Next time, everyone will know that their commander does not lack the courage to launch an attack. Warfield said to Augustus, as Arcturus once said, if you command 100 people, you can remember all their names, past and present, but if you command 100,000 people, you must be ruthlessly indifferent. Can you do it? Augustus asked him. I can't do it. Warfield said, I can't do that. Arcturus can't do it either. Anyway, more than half of the fleet has been damaged, and the Iron Justice can no longer participate in the next battle. We must find a new port to repair, and repair the warships. Augustus shook his head, and searched for the nearest supply port to the fleet on the star map. The Norad II still uses the Federation star map database, so many of the Federation ports marked in green are not allowed to dock. On the contrary, the red-marked Kel-morian and Umojan interstellar ports and docks are much safer. But what makes Augustus feel tricky is that these ports are either too far away or within the attack range of the Terran Federation fleet. It will take a lot of time to return to Korhal IV and Umojan, and the first fleet heading to Korhal is likely to be on the hyperspace channel coming. In this case, the only reliable place is here. Augustus retrieved a galaxy and a grey-green planet on the star map, just like Korhal IV shrouded in grey mist. Augustus drew a triangle between the star system where the Norad II was located, the planet, and the Dalarian shipyard. It takes less than half a day to get to the Rock of the Dead from here, and it takes only 4 days to get to the Dalarian shipyard from the Rock of the Dead. As far as I know, there is the largest mercenary organization here, the Mercenaries of Hill and Harris. Almost at the same time, when the Kel-morians announced that they would sign a peace treaty with the Terran Federation, although many older mercenaries believed that there would be no more wars in the future and the mercenary market would inevitably shrink significantly, two mercenaries named Gravenhill and Remy Harris officially established their own mercenary organization and recruited professional mercenaries from Kel-morian, the Kel-morian Combine, and even the Terran Federation. The nearest Kel-morian dominion to us will take much longer than this, and the Kel-morians are likely to make a move in secret, Warfield said. The Rock of the Dead. This was a planet that was far from being that bad many years ago, but now it has become the garbage dump of the entire universe, with nearly 2/3 of the land covered with cosmic garbage and industrial waste. It may only take a few years to destroy a vibrant ecosystem, but we must spend twice as long to repair it. Kerrigan searched for the information about this planet in her memory. This planet lacks a strong government. Uncontrolled mining and industrial pollution have destroyed the already fragile environment. In recent years, people from all walks of life have come here to pursue their dreams of getting rich overnight or seeking political asylum. Over time, this place has gradually become a holy land for pirates, mercenaries, and smugglers. Of course, there are also rebels. Titus wanted to scratch his butt, but he quickly gave up under the power armor. It's the Revolutionary Army. Kerrigan shook her fiery red ponytail and corrected Titus's mistake. Almost, little girl. Titus shouted, for freedom. You are not really fooled by Mengsk, are you? No way. People like you will not understand Augustus' great ideals. You only know how to eat, drink, gamble, and whore. Kerrigan retorted to Titus. No one understands Mengsk better than you. Titus mocked her. Enough. I'm neither as great as you think, nor as despicable as you think. Augustus ended the topic and entered an encrypted communication code on the main screen. Just a few seconds later, a young man wearing sunglasses appeared even at night. The background was a shabby office with guns hanging on the wall under the light. Good evening, Mr. Mengsk. I think you may need some new mercenary contracts. I heard that Korhal IV is fighting with the Federation central government in Tarsinus. Gravenhill smiled and said, I took a big risk to dare to contact you. I heard that Korhal IV needed a transport ship before, so I immediately sent many people there. Of course, the price is 3 times that of peacetime. Augustus directly exposed him. This is about the inflation caused by the war. The foreign exchange reserves of the Terran Federation and the Kel-morian Combine in Kel-morian have been squandered, and they have also owed a large amount of foreign debt. It is normal for prices to rise. Hill said, I'm not raising the price. You will pay the price sooner or later. I heard that you are doing business with Korhal IV, the Terran Federation and the Kel-morian Combine at the same time. Augustus said, you once sold the Kel-morians for a sum of money. To be honest, I find it hard to believe you. That's different. The Kel-morians owed us money and violated the contract. This is a matter of principle. Mr. Augustus Mengsk has never shortchanged the mercenaries. I would sell out a long-term and trustworthy long-term customer, unless I'm crazy. Hill's face showed no expression. Only when the Korhal people and the federal government are always at war, can the mercenaries always have food to eat. He said. Well, after talking for so long, you must have some big orders to give me. Hill lit a cigarette for himself. I need to occupy your mercenary port for a while. Augustus continued, and, in the next 2 months, I will sign as many mercenary contracts as you have. I heard that Korhal IV is going to be in big trouble, but my mercenary brothers will not wade through spider mines, or bathe in nuclear bomb rain. You know, they won't do jobs that are obviously sending them to their deaths. Hill touched his chin, and gradually couldn't control his smile that had overflowed. Do I look like a sucker? Augustus tapped the table of the bridge console with his fingers. Okay, but the cost of the berthing port is not cheap. How many ships do you have? Tell me so that I have an idea, Hill said. Not much. Augustus sent a number using encrypted communication. That's impossible. 3. 2 of them are flagships. You must be kidding. Hill crossed his arms over his chest. Our little port is not that big, but the space station can fit them. By the way, where did you get these big guys? I heard that the Kel-morians are selling warships, but the price is ridiculously high. From the Federation fleet. Augustus said bluntly. Then it's settled. Okay, it's settled. Had originally thought that Augustus was just a young but talented Federation Marine officer with a small fortune at home, but he didn't expect that he was a tough guy who dared to take advantage of the Terran Federation fleet, which even shocked him. After deciding to re-evaluate the power in Augustus Mengsk's hands, he'll close the communication link. He is not trustworthy, Ty just said. Yeah, Augustus nodded and said, but when we reach the Rock of the Dead, we will have the final say there. Oh, you bad guy. Ty just smiled evilly, but I like you. At this time, a holographic projection secondary screen lit up, which was a lit radar scan, unknown warp signal, and unsigned communication request detected. The intelligent adjutant of the NORAD second said in a cold mechanical voice, access. Augustus said, Augustus Mengsk, we meet again. Just wait 5 minutes and I will catch you, the cunning Korhal fox. Do you think you can escape? Alpha Squadron will chase you to the ends of the earth and the end of the universe. Duke wanted to say something, but Augustus closed the communication link. Duke's arrogant face was frozen forever, but the still picture looked a little distorted. It sounds like Colonel Duke is about to catch up with us. Augustus pointed at Duke's thick nostrils on the main screen. Duke must be so pissed he could eat his boot right now. Ty just laughed. Point, he even said the time. Warfield was speechless. Where's Swan? How's he handling it? Augustus looked at Kerrigan. Needless to say, that the beautiful and considerate, literally, ghost agent had already handed him a connected personal terminal. Oh, come on. You did it, Thatcher. Little girl, you're about to tighten that screw. A noisy voice came from the personal terminal. Good job. Good. Rory Swan, I want to know if you've dealt with those signal trackers. You said almost over that hurdle 10 minutes ago, and I understood that you were about to finish the job. Augustus chose his words carefully. He had recently discovered that he sometimes couldn't understand Mrs. Mainho's local dialect. Oh, wait until I get the wrench back, it's still outside the airlock. Swan didn't seem to hear clearly. Yes, boss, these kids did a great job. They deserve the salary you pay them. Jump. Augustus looked at the communication links Duke had sent one after another, turned to the navigator and said, before that, let our old friend scream in anger. Napoleon, Bridge, Mengsk. No matter big or small, brothers, eldest or second, they are all a bunch of uneducated country bumpkins. Duke shouted in a very unmannerly manner in the bridge, and this anger reached its peak when the technical sergeant reported to him. We can no longer get the position update of NORAD second and Iron Justice. The technical sergeant said with some confidence. How can it be so fast? Duke shouted flatly, impossible. You must have made a mistake somewhere. Colonel, the fleet command asked you about the latest situation of the Soyon system. At this time, the colonel's adjutant walked into the bridge and asked him. Just say it. Duke immediately calmed down. We destroyed more than 2,000 rebel ships and inflicted heavy damage on Augustus Mengsk's rebels. I will submit a more detailed report later. Thank you for your vote. Chapter 146 Jackson's Revenge. Dead Rock, or Dead Rock Planet, is a planet covered in grey fog. Its cold and grey atmosphere is like an airtight eggshell. Anyone who sees this planet will think that it is a miasma world full of swamps and poisonous gases. Severe pollution is the main reason why this planet has become what it is today. The metal foundries, crystal mining and processing factories and gas refineries on the surface spew out billowing smoke. The grey-black clouds and industrial dust even block the sun's rays. Untreated sewage is arbitrarily discharged into the beautiful lakes and rivers that were once as beautiful as sapphires. The resulting problem is the death of several major water systems in Dead Rock. People have to import clean water resources and non-synthetic natural food from other planets. Compared with Terran IX, which has been repeatedly exposed for illegal contract workers, the situation of the immigrants in Dead Rock is much worse. The deformed social structure and economic system here have forced them to work in the factories of monopoly groups for generations and live on meager salaries. Although the original colonists had set foot on this unknown and mysterious land with great expectations, they never thought that their descendants would become victims of entrepreneurs' pursuit of wealth. The continuous rainy weather and the higher incidence of deformities and cancers compared to other colonized planets have destroyed the health of the residents of the Rock of the Dead. In contrast, the factory management and technical elites living in the largest city, the Port of the Dead, live a life very different from the workers. The capital city of the Rock of the Dead, the Port of the Dead, which developed from a small port vacant land, has gradually become one of the cities with the largest gap between the rich and the poor in the entire Terran Federation. But the Rock of the Dead is not a dead world. There are tens of millions of people like you and me living here. This is the first sentence that the mercenary Korhal said to Augustus after boarding the wide bridge of the Norad II. Welcome to the Rock of the Dead. We are always more like God than this messy world, or a boil on the buttocks of the creator who created this universe. But how should I put it? At least this place is far from being hopeless. At this time, in a high-altitude orbit about 200 miles above the surface of the planet of the Rock of the Dead, Augustus's fleet was cruising around the planet without power. Officers and staff officers wearing brown military uniforms and ship caps occasionally entered and exited the heavily guarded bridge. Maintenance workers and engineers wearing flat caps and noise-reducing earmuffs were busy repairing circuits, and unmanned robots were using magnetic components to hang on the external portholes to repair the damaged bridge armor. Korhal didn't know that most of the crew members on the Norad II came from the Iron Justice of Warfield and had the qualities of professional soldiers. He could only cite the Revolutionary Army's amazing discipline and sharp and capable style of doing things, unlike those noisy and profit-seeking mercenaries. Hello, Mr. Hill. The last time we met was on SYNOPSIS II. Augustus shook hands with Hill. Hill was still wearing his sunglasses at this time. In Augustus's impression, he seemed to have never taken them off. At that time, I didn't expect that you would go from a Marine to the most wanted criminal in the Terran Federation. Hill grinned. When Hill felt that the red-haired female soldier next to Augustus was looking at him, he just smiled kindly, not realizing that the other party was about to dig up the memory of his childhood peeing pants. 16-year-old Sarah Carrigan's face still showed traces of immaturity. She didn't always have a cold face and kept people at a distance. On the contrary, a psychic who knew human nature well knew clearly what kind of expression was the most friendly. The moment Hill looked at him, Carrigan nodded, and her fiery red ponytail bounced with her movements. She smiled softly, with bright eyes and white teeth. You're kidding. I'm a law-abiding citizen. Augustus smiled and said, and there's a certificate from the Tarsinus Police Department. It didn't cost me much. You must not know how much you are worth. Hill retracted his hand at the right time, second only to your father, Augustus Mengsk, and we all believe that his head is made of diamonds and gold. The higher my worth, the more it means that the Federation hates me, and then all the sacrifices are not in vain. Augustus said. So, you really want to save others through revolution? Hill couldn't understand the revolutionary cause of Korhal IV. Although he didn't think it was meaningful, he welcomed all wars that needed mercenaries. No matter what, mercenaries are always willing to stick their necks out for you. Yes, now is the time when I can use you. Augustus turned around and looked at the Port of the Dead outside the bridge window. A large-scale space station and the circular port surrounding it rotated around the Port of the Dead at the same speed as the Norad II. Hyperion, with its blue armor, was heading for the station's berthing port. Various airships and flying boats were surrounding the magnificent warship. On the port side of Norad II, the grey-white Iron Justice, escorted by a squadron of Wraith fighters, slowly sailed out and slowly came into the sight of Augustus and Hill. When my fleet enters this space station, all defense work will be handed over to my people. Augustus suddenly looked at Hill. You don't have to pay them, Mr. Hill, my friend. This space station is full of the most trusted mercenaries under Harris, and they are all Kel-morian and Kel-morian. Suddenly, Hill found that, even though this was the base camp of the mercenaries, he no longer had the initiative. Once Augustus wanted to seize this space station, it would definitely be a tough battle for the mercenaries. Did he really know Augustus? Was he really the devil in heaven who brought war and death as described in the news propaganda? Of course, I'd love to. Hill knew that Augustus would never risk a life and death battle with the mercenaries to forcibly seize the mercenaries' space station. All this stemmed from their own distrust and Augustus's strong desire for control. When watching the Hyperion enter the port, Hill was still gnashing with hatred, and he began to wonder if he was inviting a wolf into the house. But no matter what, Augustus's money was still sufficient. Although Hill didn't know where Augustus got so much money, he would still earn it, even if it was the money he got from robbing the Terran Federal Bank. For the commission, Hill didn't mind giving up his bottom line or temporarily wronging himself. "How long do you plan to rest here?" he asked Augustus when the Norad II followed the Iron Justice into the dock as a tail ship. "2 days is enough time for my people to fill the holes in the warship," Augustus said. "We may leave at any time, and we may also delay our stay here at any time. In addition to recruiting a group of mercenaries, I'm also going to set up several recruitment centers on the planet of the Rock of the Dead, which requires the assistance of mercenaries who are familiar with the local situation. The Revolutionary Army's recruitment center will extend an olive branch to all those on this planet who are dissatisfied with the rule of monopoly enterprises and want to change the status quo. We will recruit them. As long as they are screened, the people here are quite reliable and hardworking." Hill nodded. "The people of the Rock of the Dead are stronger and more tenacious than those on the core planets. In a sense, the Terran humans who can survive in the harsh environment of the fringe galaxies of the Terran Federation have a strong and highly adaptable body. The overly strong radiation of some star systems is also subtly changing the genes of humans, although obvious changes may take thousands of years to appear." Augustus and Hill were talking, and the Norad II drove into the B-2 docking port under the guidance of the traction drone. Even though all the docked ships had been cleared, the dock was still too small for Norad II. At this time, Augustus noticed that another berthing station actually had a battle cruiser that was not part of his battle sequence close to it, a battle cruiser that looked much more shabby than the severely damaged Iron Justice. This battle cruiser was probably a Federation Leviathan-class battle cruiser. Its slender hull was not hammer-headed like the Behemoth-class battle cruiser. There were several extremely thick multi-barreled railguns on the bow and both sides of the ship, making it look like a steel monster with huge cannons all over its body. The number of years it had been modified was probably as long as the age it had experienced, so that it was very different from the Leviathan class in Augustus's impression. But there was no doubt that this battle cruiser was smaller than the Behemoth class. The battlecruiser Jackson's Revenge may have been separated from the Terran Federation fleet much earlier than you were born. They are the most notorious space pirates besides the Kel-morian pirates, Hill said to Augustus. They paid a large amount of berthing fees. Those pirates are notoriously bad-tempered. I dare not chase them away. After all, this space station is not my property. If it is destroyed, I will be bankrupt. Oh, these pirates occasionally accept employment missions from large companies, but few people dare to hire them. They are definitely capable of intercepting the employer's goods halfway. Hill snorted. "Sarah, summon my steel guards." Augustus looked at Kerrigan beside him and said, "I'm going to meet those pirates." After a few seconds, Augustus added, "Call Titus over." "Damn it, where is he again?" At this time, the Norad II had already stopped steadily, and about 2 companies of Marines wearing silver grey power armor stood in a row on the cleared berthing platform. Augustus led a guard to the Jackson's Revenge, which was in another port. After the Norad II entered the port, the pirates were obviously more alert. Some of them stood a few hundred yards away and stared at the rows of Marines. At first, they thought we were the Terran Federation fleet. Kerrigan, who was walking beside Augustus, explained to him, "These people had a fierce battle with Alpha Squadron, and Edmund Duke cut off the heads of several pirates. So what made these pirates dispel this concern?" Augustus asked. "Because if it was Duke, he would have blown up this space station and the pirates into space junk," Kerrigan said. When Augustus and others walked towards the Jackson's Revenge, a pirate wearing a Kel-morian Ripper power armor and several pirates wearing Federation Navy uniforms came to meet Augustus, and they were not afraid of the fully armed Marines behind him. "We have no idea why these people wanted to leave the Terran Federation and work on their own in their warships, but at the beginning they were all Federal soldiers, so at least they kept to the bottom line," Hill whispered to Augustus as they got closer and closer to the pirates. "But now all you can see are shameless and vicious criminals." During the battleship's long journey in deep space, the morals and values of the crew of Jackson's Revenge have become different from those of ordinary people. In that small society within the ship, the pirates began to follow a strict hierarchy, where the strong are respected. They would betray their brothers and kill each other for power and wealth. The captain you can see now is the 9th one, if I remember correctly. There are rumors that he shot the old captain in the back. So the current captain does not allow anyone to stand behind him with a gun. Every captain is called Jackson. The difference is that some of them are too despicable and some are too cruel. Are you Augustus Mengsk? The pirate put down the matte mask on his helmet, revealing his nose that was crooked due to multiple fractures, and his bald head with a steel plate embedded in his forehead. I'm Vice Captain Rat, Captain Jackson's right-hand man. In addition, the rugged pirate also wore a pair of glittering teardrop crystal earrings, and Augustus had seen similar ones on the ears of a noble lady of the Tarsinus Genesis family before. I am. Augustus was not surprised that the other party could recognize him. If he was previously respected as the leader of the Heavenly Devils and a great federal hero, the slander he suffered now was multiplied. Overnight, the Heavenly Devils became a synonym for the rebels, from a heroic row to a notorious traitor organization. In the eyes of many Terrans, Augustus's reputation is even greater than that of his father. Almost at the moment, when Augustus finished answering, the pirate drew the electromagnetic pistol on his waist, and a moment later everyone raised their guns. I don't think we have any contradictions among ourselves. Augustus stared at the pirate with cold grey eyes. How do I know what you are up to? The pirate stared at Augustus' face. Rebels? You are so brave. Teach him a lesson, Augustus said. Before he finished speaking, as Kerrigan's eyes were filled with the color of molten gold, the pirate put down his pistol in pain and staggered back, finally sitting down on the ground dejectedly. When his men wanted to shoot, Titus had already led several steel guard soldiers to knock the pirates to the ground and gave these villains a head-on blow. Before more conflicts broke out between the two sides, Augustus walked up to the pirate sitting on the ground and looked down at him. Call your Captain Jackson out. I don't care which Jackson he is. Anyway, let him get out and see me immediately. I don't have time to listen to you chattering like a bug here. Do you understand what I mean? This server is stuck. It's really uncomfortable. Chapter 147. Insult due. 2 natural weeks. 30 million Federation credits or 2 million new merchant citizen points, cash. Without a negotiation table, the pirate captain and the leader of the Korhal rebels, who had become increasingly well known to the citizens of the Terran Federation for their recent rebellious activities, talked face to face on the empty docking platform. Behind each leader stood many warriors in power armor. Only a small number of the pirates on Jackson's Revenge had modified power armor, which was obviously the result of their trade with their unpredictable counterparts, the Kel-morian pirates. The power armor of these pirates was covered with sharpened fragments of ship armor, and the Gauss rifle had a bayonet that was nearly 1/3 the length of the gun body. At the same time, the modification of mechanical prostheses could be seen in many aspects of their bodies. In comparison, the stealing guards behind Augustus, who were all dark grey painted power armor with a golden wolf head emblem, were much more orderly. They were calm and silent, and they were so orderly that they seemed to be one body. The loyal Korhal IV Steel Spirit soldiers regarded Augustus as the only hope to save their home planet, and were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect the leader of the Revolutionary Army. The mechanical prosthetic eye on the left half of Captain Jackson's face radiated a breathtaking scarlet light. There were several deep scars on his broad forehead, and his thick grey-brown beard and moustache were trimmed long and sharp. On the wide-brimmed and high-topped captain's hat was the emblem of the Federation Navy's dragon wings and anchor. This captain, whose reputation was as bad as his lingering body odor, had many titles of praise and criticism. His crew called him Jackson Ninth, the tyrant with a pipe in his mouth, the overlord of the Prelude sector, and the light of Terran humanity. Bank transfers and checks are not supported, but they can be deducted with rare crystal mines of equivalent value. If you have high purity crystals, business there will be much easier to negotiate. Captain Jackson held a briar pipe in his mouth, and the pockets of his thick Commodore coat were filled with more pipes and tobacco boxes of various categories. I plan to hire this ship and everyone on board for a long time. In addition, my people can also provide you with fuel, weapons, and upgrades to the ship's armor and weapons. Augustus said, based on this, I ask for a halving of the commission. Dealing with the rebels is very risky. Jackson blew out a big and round smoke ring. I bet the Federal Navy is right behind you. Yes, Duke's Alpha Squadron is searching for us now. Augustus did not equivocate or cover up on this issue. he said bluntly. "In this case, I think you should pay more." Jackson did not react, but the crew behind him was somewhat impatient when they heard Duke's name. In peacetime, Edmund Duke, who had no war to fight, always kept an eye on Jackson's revenge, and he had many medals for beheading the captain of a pirate ship, or cutting off a few inches of steel plates on the Revenge with heavy artillery. Although most of the crew members of this pirate ship are no longer the original batch of Federal Fleet soldiers, they still hate the pursuit and interception of Alpha Squadron. "Unless you prove that you are worth more money for me." Augustus did not give in. "Even if my old friend Hill guarantees you, I can't guarantee that you will not suddenly disappear with this money. No, I won't guarantee it." Grail Hilton on the side waved his hands repeatedly. "Deal." Grail Hill guarantees it, because he is a person we both trust. Jackson glanced at Titus beside Augustus. "You pay first, and then we sign the contract. These two steps can be carried out at the same time." Augustus said, "I will deliver it with rare crystal ore. I like people like you." Jackson said, "Tell me, what else do you need us to do besides fighting with the Federal Navy? You can incorporate this ship into your fleet. Whether it is the flagship or the wingship, Jackson's Revenge can do it." Jackson proudly pointed to his battle cruiser, as if to prove that it was worth Augustus's price. "But this ship looks like a wreck." Titus did not give these desperate men any face, and he pointed out another point more sharply. "This rubbish stuck together with glue, can it really fly?" No matter how furious Jackson and his crew were, no matter how majestic their ship once looked, Jackson's Revenge now looked like a warship pieced together from metal garbage, and it was already unrecognizable. The emblems under the bridge windows and on the thrusters had obviously been repeatedly covered by new emblems due to the many changes of captains. This Leviathan-class battle cruiser, which had been in service in the early days of the Terran Federation, was regarded as a disgrace by the Federation Navy. Jackson's Revenge, his original number, and the reason for his defection gradually became secrets in the archives that could never be made public. Because it has been harassing passing merchant ships near the main trade routes of the Terran Federation for many years, many merchant ships have witnessed the roar of Jackson's Revenge and recognized its model as the Leviathan battle cruiser currently serving in the Federation Navy. The Federation Navy only admitted that a battle cruiser was indeed lost during the mission, but they claimed that all the crew members had been lost, so now Jackson's Revenge is just a ghost ship floating around in space. Smart media people quickly concluded that the battle cruiser was either controlled by a group of desperados, or that some supernatural force controlled the ship. Boy, we have seen many more main sequence stars, neutron stars, and white dwarfs than you can imagine in your rotten walnut head. One of Jackson's helmsmen walked towards Titus angrily. The pirate, who was wearing a tattered sail vest and a blue and white striped turban, was not wearing power armor. When everyone watched him rushing towards Titus Finley, who was standing beside Augustus with his hands behind his back, they saw without surprise that the latter easily slapped the former to the ground, like slapping a fly, and almost split his head. The conflict stopped, and Captain Jackson, who felt very embarrassed, obviously did not want to make things worse. There were 3 battle cruisers of the Revolutionary Army in this space station. As long as he wanted to leave here safely, he could only avoid further expansion of the conflict. "Enough, Titus, be nice to our friends." Augustus knew what Titus was thinking. He wanted to provoke a conflict and then kill this group of pirates inside this space station and take away Jackson's Revenge. Although now was the best time to kill this group of pirates, Augustus did not want to have a conflict with these pirates. "This is a signal tracker of the Terran Federation." Augustus handed Captain Jackson a sophisticated device disguised as a music box. "Just turn it on to attract Edmund Duke's Alpha Squadron. It sounds like a magic flute that attracts rats." Jackson took the signal tracker. "What I want you to do is to take Alpha Squadron to the edge of the Caprulu sector, as far away from the main star world of the Terran Federation as possible." But is Duke really so easily fooled? Captain Jackson couldn't believe that such a small gadget could play such a big role. "At least it will be useful for a period of time, and this period of time is enough for me." Augustus smiled and said, "Based on my understanding of Duke, he will definitely be fooled." Chapter 148 System Error 2489. It was a cloudy day in the Port of the Dead. It was always like this. The thick fog that would not dissipate for most of the year blocked the sunlight, making the sky look always foggy. 15-year-old Mirahan believed that there were many places in this world where the sun was shining and flowers were blooming all year round, but the planet of the Rock of the Dead was not any of these worlds. Unlimited industry destroyed the already fragile ecosystem of this planet, and the sewage flowing into rivers and lakes was like poison injected into the blood of the Rock of the Dead. Mira and her co-workers walked on a muddy road that had become muddy due to rain towards a high-energy gas refinery that was spewing thick smoke. Without exception, these workers were wearing clothes made of polyester, covered with a waterproof canvas coat, and wearing rubber rain boots. There were about 40 or 50 workers walking together, 1/3 of whom were children and women around 13 or 14 years old, and the elderly were still working before they collapsed completely. Although they generally have not received higher education, the workers are very clear about what is poisoning the atmosphere of their planet. And these pollutants will fall one day and fall back on the residents of the Rock of the Dead through the atmospheric circulation system. Even if these pollutions cannot bring indelible effects to the people of the Rock of the Dead, retribution will always fall on their descendants. But in any case, humans are so short-sighted, or the senior managers of the company clearly know what terrible effects this will bring, but they just ignore it. When they have discovered all the value of the Rock of the Dead, the planet and the people on the planet will be immediately abandoned. Maybe the workers here will be transported to other planets as cheap labor, but the Rock of the Dead will gradually become a forgotten ruin. A few years ago, the governor of the Terran Federation of the Rock of the Dead just signed a secret treaty with several intergalactic supercorporations. Since then, the interstellar cargo barges docked here have begun to dump industrial waste in the wasteland of this planet, and many scrapped interstellar ships have eventually been towed to this planet. Unseen by the residents of Dead Rock, their home is slowly turning into a garbage dump and a graveyard of spacecraft. The truth may not be revealed until years later, but by then it will be too late. How could this happen? A young worker who looked not much older than Mirahan and was walking next to her complained loudly, "I get the lowest wage in the entire Kaprulu sector, eat food that can only ensure the minimum physical activity, and work the hardest and most numb work without complaint, working 14 hours a day. What do we get in the end? The sequelae, diseases, disabilities, and poverty caused by high-intensity work. We work hard, but all the money is earned by those who sit in offices. What's the use of complaining?" Another person said, "The Rock of the Dead can no longer grow food, and even the rivers can dry up. If we don't go to the factory, what else can we do? No one wants us even to be servants. When our ancestors came here, they gave this planet an extremely unlucky name. I dare say that there must be something wrong with the onboard intelligence of the colonial mothership that mistakenly identified the Port of the Dead as a habitable planet. Go to Obanan, there will be work." Another older voice said, "Many of the guys working under him have made a lot of money, but I've also heard that many have lost their lives trying to make money." Mirahan shook her head. Everyone knew what this money meant: drug manufacturing and trafficking, human trafficking, organ trafficking, prostitution, money laundering. They did all the evil things they could imagine. Since the Rock of the Dead became increasingly turbulent, the people's situation has become worse and worse. Those who can't survive or don't want to endure the slavery of the factory either save up enough money and leave, or go to work in jobs that don't require so much hardship and pay more. People complain about the hard life in the factory, but with the stock market turmoil brought about by the Kel-morian War and the Korhal IV uprising, companies in the Rock of the Dead have withdrawn their capital one after another, and soon the workers here will even lose their stable jobs completely. In the dull class fixed Rock of the Dead, people no longer have a future. Guys, I heard that the Korhal IV Revolutionary Army is recruiting soldiers in the Port of the Dead. A voice that sounded happier and was not affected by the general environment said. Mira, who was pulling her boots out of the mud, looked in the direction of the voice. It was a big boy in ragged work clothes. They pay salaries every month, and it's higher than the Federal Marines. Revolutionary Army? An old man shook his head. It's the rebels. Do you know what they do? Burning, killing, looting, and all kinds of evil. They kidnap children and rob women. They are so bad. I think they are very kind. The cheerful voice said hesitantly, I think that Augustus Mengsk from the Revolutionary Army must be a good man. He distributes bread to children and lets the accompanying doctors treat people. His engineers built water towers for people in the industrial zone and replaced new water pipes. He recruited workers of any origin and any gender to work in the newly built recruitment building and birthing port, and the wages were never delayed on the day of payment. He gathered many people and told us how we can be truly alive. Are they still recruiting workers? Many people were asking this question, and they didn't even care whether Augustus's people were rebels. Now they are only recruiting new soldiers or revolutionary fighters. The voice that answered seemed a little lacking in confidence. But his name is Augustus, right? You remembered it wrong. Someone questioned the workers' cultural level. You can spell this word, right? What about the requirements? The old man who had previously scolded the rebels asked, what about the requirements for conscription? I'm not old yet. Now the people of the Rock of the Dead have a few ways to leave their hometown. Only a few people can pass the rigorous test of the mercenaries, which is probably only less difficult than the selection of Spartan warriors. Every time someone dies in the selection of mercenaries, the successful ones must not only be physically strong, but also be proficient in using weapons and have excellent battlefield adaptability. In comparison, the requirements for conscription sound much easier. As for whether they will die, for those who think that life is worse than death now, it is simply not a big deal. Being healthy and able to pass the recruit test is enough. It's not difficult at all. There are many people who sign up. Even the sheriff has gone. The young man who raised this question was excited to attract the attention of others. Where is it? 404B 23rd Street, NW. With a clatter, the workers immediately ran away. Wait, I think I forgot something. The young man's voice was no longer happy. What is it? Mirahan walked in front of him. Revolutionary consciousness. I didn't understand anyway. What does he rely on to determine that we have this consciousness? The young man hesitated for a moment and said, okay, then I have to go and see it. Mira looked at him and said, well, why don't you go? I'm afraid. I'm afraid of death. The young man was dejected. At this time, the young man saw the Mirahan in front of him with bright pink hair. Even the long bangs couldn't cover her playful and beautiful eyes. She was slender, and the coat made of rough fabric seemed to be a burqa on her body. The hem reached her calves, and was covered with mud. Well, this is your own choice. Haha, why are you dejected? Mirahan slapped the young man's shoulder hard, making him cough. Smile, life is not that difficult. Mira made a face and said, Chapter 149 Revolutionary Army Mirror. The Car Revolutionary Army Recruiting Center in the Port of the Dead stood on a vacant lot with a solid concrete floor. The revolutionary soldiers in dark grey uniforms with red wingspans used iron fences to block the workers who were swarming in. Most of the workers were laborers operating exoskeleton armor to carry goods in the steel plate casting factory, and loaders at the port, and assembly line workers in the suspension assembly production workshop. Everyone who came here had a strong physique. Both men and women had thick and knotty muscles like tree roots. Mirahan had no doubt that their enthusiasm for evolution was as high as their enthusiasm for bread. Mira pushed and jumped in the crowded crowd, trying to see the tall revolutionary soldiers. People's body odor and bad breath made her dizzy. As she was pushed forward by the crowd, Mira gradually had an absurd idea in her heart. No one had ever caused such a sensation in the Port of the Dead. Why did the people of the Port of the Dead admire Augustus so much? Was it just because he brought something different? In Mirahan's eyes, Augustus Mengsk, the legendary great leader, walked up the highest step in front of the recruitment center. Behind him was a flagpole with a fluttering flag. In front of him was a high wall of revolutionary soldiers in power armor blocking the outsiders. When someone in the crowd noticed the golden wolf head, whip arms and 5-pointed stars on the red flag, no one would associate them with anything lofty. Only the soldiers under the flagpole understood the meaning of those symbols. Mengsk, the Revolutionary Army and the Republic. When tens of millions of Korhal people fled their homes, the Korhal Autonomous Region had become a fantasy of the past. The ideal of the Terran Republic proposed by Augustus Mengsk gradually became the spiritual sustenance of all Korhal people and those Terrans who were infected by their ideals. The Korhal people no longer seek independence because they have lost their homes. Now, what awaits the Federation is the revenge of 40 million homeless people. Today, Augustus Mengsk almost meets the imagination of the people of the Port of the Dead about the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He is very handsome, with three-dimensional features like Greek stone sculptures. His cold grey eyes stare unwaveringly at everyone he looks at. The half-inch beard on his chin and upper lip deliberately adds a lot of mature male charm. When Augustus is not in the army commanding his loyal soldiers, he often just puts on a dark grey military coat and trousers without medals or ribbons on his silk shirt. The leader of the Revolutionary Army wears deerskin boots and has an electromagnetic pistol on his waist. As a man, he looks really good. Mira whispered, but he is not the type that Sister Mira likes. Look. That's Augustus, he talked to me in the glass factory. A man in a blue suit shouted. You know, we discussed for a long time how to increase production, and he agreed with my idea. He looked at the stunned Mira Han and said, and from his easy to understand facial expression, it can be seen that he really wants to get a positive answer from Mira. There were days when Augustus, wearing a federal captain's hat obtained from Warfield, visited the steel plate cutting workshop with his two loyal friends Raynor and Titus, and talked cordially with the workers, who were casting steel next to the furnace. As a result, Augustus's long military coat was always stained with some indelible oil and dust, which made him look more like an outstanding leader from the civilians, rather than a warlord who was eager to distance himself from the people and use the army and warships to maintain his rule. Augustus was always majestic and oppressive when walking among the factories and the people, but he was kind and friendly when speaking. Everyone who talked to Augustus could feel that the other party was listening carefully and thinking about every word of the other party, whether he was facing a worker, a city community manager or some middle-level managers of the Port of the Dead who came here because of his reputation. It is true that everyone felt that they were very important in the eyes of the great revolutionary leader, and every opinion would receive feedback based on thinking and philosophy. It seemed that this was what a man who was supposed to lead the Terrans against the tyranny of the Tarsinus Federation should be like. Of course, he was a great man, and he stood with the people he was going to save, so everyone followed that great figure. Augustus, he needs me to stand by his side. The man in the blue suit said to Mira excitedly. Do you think so too? Maybe. Probably. Most people might ignore or nod perfunctorily, but Mira touched her chin. A playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth and said, oh, if you must ask that, I would say yes. It seems that you like him very much. Mira asked him, why? Why? The man in the blue suit showed a proud expression. Augustus raises his arm and we will follow him to the ends of the earth. Because everything should be like this. Whether it is the Federation, the Kel-morians or the Humans, they are not the opponents of the Revolutionary Army. We are invincible. During the 4 days of staying in the Port of the Dead, Augustus gained many admirers. The ideas of him and the party he represented spread throughout the city and gradually took root in various street communities. People discussed everything that was happening on Korhal IV and highly praised Augustus and the ideas he brought. In the Port of the Dead, where information was blocked, people with a spirit as barren as a desert were thirsting for progressive ideas, not because their ideas were so noble or they could understand broad concepts such as liberation and nation, but because revolution sounded fashionable and popular. It was unknown how many people joined the Revolutionary Army because they truly understood what Augustus said. Break the shackles and fetters on you and give you freedom. Wave the sword for fairness and justice. And the Revolutionary Army is the army of the people. But they all understood a more easy to understand sentence. I can feed you and give your children a chance to leave this ruin. Keep this belief. Mira did not act like a young girl of 14 or 15 years old at all. She was always convincing when she was serious. Even when you fight to death, don't regret it. When the first person began to shout Augustus' name, people soon followed suit. The atmosphere was warm and the enthusiasm of the people of the Port of the Dead for the revolution was like a tsunami. However, just when everyone thought that Augustus was going to make an impassioned speech or call on the workers to join the army, Augustus just used a gesture to quiet the others. Anyone who made a slight comparison could find that Augustus was imitating his father. Or perhaps it was a politician gene in Augustus' blood that played a role. He learned to shape a goal that could mobilize the emotions of others and make them unite, but never made promises. We are going to recruit another 2,000 Marines and 1,500 sailors. I need reliable warriors in my team. Whether you choose to join the Revolutionary Army or stay, everything depends on your independent and free will. Augustus himself may not enjoy the state of being the center of attention, but generally speaking, he can handle such a scene with ease. When the revolutionary soldiers guarding the outermost perimeter made way, the long queue of applicants rushed to the registration point. After signing up, they would go to the tent next to the registration point to be examined by a doctor. Since the Revolutionary Army used the equipment they had borrowed from the Federal Victor Viesag experimental base, the results of the physical health and even hidden diseases were available in less than a minute. Some applicants were quickly rejected for abuse of psychotropic drugs, mental problems, drug abuse or even excessive drinking, while others missed the Revolutionary Army because of illness or other diseases that prevented them from surviving their service period. Mirahan just walked around the tent, and the doctor gave her a list and asked her to go to the next tent. Mira was qualified as a matter of course. She was not a spoiled core world miss. She was only 15 years old, but had worked in the factory of the Port of the Dead for more than 4 years. In the Port of the Dead neighborhood where Mira lived, she was also the most capable and the most thoughtful child, since she was a child. Many children called her the big sister. When she walked into the last tent, Mira was surprised to find a red-haired female lieutenant of the Revolutionary Army sitting behind the desk inside, and Augustus Mengsk was standing behind her. Mirahan, look into my eyes. The Revolutionary Army lieutenant took the list from Mira and said to her, but Mirahan ignored her and focused all her attention on Augustus, looking him up and down. Look at me. The lieutenant patted the table. Okay. Mira looked into the lieutenant's light green eyes. They stared at each other for 2 seconds until Mira rolled her eyes mischievously. Answer my questions. The lieutenant made some simple notes on Mira's list. It looked like he just filled in a few letters. Our enemy will be the most elite force in the Terran Federation. How are you mentally prepared for this? Great. Why do you want to join the Revolutionary Army? To make a revolution, literally. What is your intention after retirement? Get married. You are qualified. Report to the 4th Recruit Training Camp. Your rank is Acting Sergeant Major. All recruits with a rank lower than this should salute you when they see you. At this time, it was Augustus behind the lieutenant who spoke. You have to manage the 20 recruits under your command and prove that you have the ability with your performance. Did I hear it right? Mira looked at the lieutenant with a long fiery red ponytail. The doctor said there is no problem with your hearing. The lieutenant said, don't doubt it. You are strong enough to tame any small wild horse. I mean, I have never managed so many people. Mira said, among all the weapons, I have only used small things like maces. I filled in the specialty column that my hair is the pinkest in the Port of the Dead. Your hair is indeed the pinkest. Augustus gave him a positive answer. Okay. Mira pursed her lips. I'm good at judging people. Augustus said, you have such a talent, Mira. Usually only veterans can be qualified for this position, but most of us here are new recruits. Oh, you are so sweet. Mira is very familiar with others. Augustus shrugged, not as sweet as you think. Next. Carrigan wrote a good comment on Mira's form. When Mira took the oath with other recruits from the Port of the Dead, hundreds of shuttles were parked beside them. Once the recruits finished taking the oath, these spacecrafts would send them out of orbit. The recruits didn't even have uniforms. They were still wearing the clothes they wore before joining the Revolutionary Army. Some of them were wearing ill-fitting coats and shoes with holes. Without any coercion, promise or temptation, and after being clearly informed of the meaning of this oath and the consequences, many recruits had tears in their eyes, but Mira was unmoved. Mira knew that most of the people who left the planet today would never set foot on this land again in their lifetime, whether they died in battle or survived. Almost no one would feel homesick for the terrible world of dead rock. The old people always said that even a fly in the Port of the Dead wanted to escape from this planet. But like all other recruits, Mira was indeed infected by the changes brought by the Revolutionary Army. She saw some hope in this stagnant Port of the Dead and was determined not to miss this opportunity to change her destiny. Mira neither worshipped Augustus nor thought that the revolution was so noble. She had her own mature and unique views on the right and wrong of matter. She had no sympathy for the poor and the exploited workers, nor did she want to shed blood for them. Whether Christians, Muslims, atheists, polytheists, or Earth Return sect, they said, we now have the same faith and the same identity. When taking the oath, Mira was naturally distracted. If the Revolutionary Army had not come to the Port of the Dead this year, she might have become a mercenary or a pirate in the end. The people of the Port of the Dead will only have a few choices in the future. If you want to stand out, you must be much more fierce and cruel than others. The reason why she did not choose to join the Federation Army is that the rules of the Revolutionary Army seem to be much fewer and more free than those of the regular army. As for the oath, the length of the oath is also much shorter than that of the Federation Army. After all, Mira is such a person. She seems to be born not to follow the rules, and now no one can restrain her with rigid rules and regulations. I swear to fight for the Korhal Revolutionary Army, defend the laws and honor of the new republic, and protect those citizens of the republic who have been, or will be liberated. Chapter 150. Defense of Korhal. Korhal IV, the main city of Stealing. On June 22nd, a full month had passed since the Un-Universe News Network headquarters was occupied by terrorists. This incident, which was called the biggest scandal in the history of the Federation Parliament by news media groups and independent writers, continued to escalate over time, affecting all aspects of the lives of thousands of Federation citizens. The Ka people were undoubtedly the main group that was most affected. There are now less than 2 million people in the Ka system, and most of them are troops stationed on space orbital defense platforms and satellites. The last batch of colonial fleets that transported immigrants on a large scale have also left. Now every city on the surface of the planet has a launch port that uses electromagnetic orbital acceleration technology to launch interstellar shuttles. These slanted launch ports with bright red and green lights on their surfaces are larger and more magnificent than any of the creation family's sky towers, like silent giants standing among the tall buildings. At night, the light pollution problem criticized by environmentalists was finally solved as the city and even the planet stopped working. For the first time in decades, the dazzling artificial clouds in Stealing City disappeared from people's sight. Even standing on the Mengsk Sky Tower, the tallest building in the center of Stealing City, looking into the distance, only some faint lights can be seen in the distance, and they are all military facilities and heavy factories. Those towering skyscrapers are shrouded in darkness, silent as tombstones. The earliest plan to build a fortress on the surface of Korhal was also abandoned. All usable building materials, steel frames, vehicles, and hover trains were dismantled and melted into ships. All luxury goods and heavy furniture that were deemed to be of no use to the colonists were buried or burned. After the Korhal people left, even Stealing, a once extremely prosperous political, economic, and cultural center, was left with only empty shells of houses and high-rise buildings. In early summer, the once bustling skyscrapers of Stealing seemed like stalled gears, and the solemnity and silence of nature took control of the city again. Only a few weeks after humans left Korhal, the streets were already covered with fallen leaves. Plants and small animals from the countryside flocked to Stealing and made their home in the abandoned city. This city, which seemed to be made of silver and glass, was still so beautiful, but it had changed from a noble lady wearing a white pleated skirt and luxurious accessories to a melancholy girl as quiet as water. The light of the two satellites was so bright, and the sky above Stealing was shining with stars. A silk ribbon as white as milk stretched across the sky. The name of the light ribbon was mentioned in the textbook From Earth to Korhal that Lisa Cassidy remembered, the Milky Way. As Lisa Cassidy looked down from the Korhal Revolutionary Army meeting room on the top floor of Mengsk's Sky Tower, she suddenly felt sad for the people of Korhal IV, who had to abandon the accumulation of more than a dozen generations and leave their inherited homeland, to go to Umajan and the unknown distance far beyond the Korhal sector. However, this disaster also brought nearly all the Korhal people together. They were more united than ever before and more in agreement with the concept of Korhal as a whole. The Korhals who colonized more distant star systems vowed never to forget hatred and home. As more and more Korhals were forced to embark on interstellar travel away from their homes, this humiliation and hatred were infinitely magnified in the hearts of all Korhals. Even so, the Korhals still had no doubt that they would return to their homeland. The slight sound of the door of the Speaker Angus meeting room brought Lisa back to her seat. Although she attended the meeting as the second Minister of Health and a member of the Heavenly Devils, Lisa knew that her opinions were actually irrelevant. Lisa looked at the conference table and found a few familiar faces on it, including Erend Lundstein, a member of the Heavenly Demons, now a colonel in the army, Kurt Josephine, the commander of the Airborne Division, and Hannah Kank, the commander of the Firebat Mixed Regiment. Before this, the highest rank of these people was only privates, but now they have tens of thousands of people under their command. As for the rest of the Heavenly Demons, they left the Korhal system in batches as the escort force of the colonial fleet. After all, they still have to preserve the manpower and seeds for the Korhal Revolutionary Army. Let's get started. Augustus Mengsk twisted his thick grey eyebrows together, his expression as serious as steel. This is a last meeting on Korhal IV. It has been a full 48 standard Earth hours since the last expeditionary fleet that left the Korhal system escaped the star's gravity. Angus looked around and nodded to the officials and officers who came to the meeting. This is not a meeting of the Korhal Senate. I have called the generals of the Revolutionary Army, not to vote on some boring issue, but to tell everyone here a bad news. The Kel-morian Combine and the Terran Federation just completed all the steps and procedures of the peace talks half an hour ago, and signed the final peace treaty. The peace treaty takes effect immediately, and is valid for 20 years. The legal representative of the Kel-morian United Mining Company told us that they tried their best to delay time. The diplomats of the Terran Federation were very anxious, pressing step by step, and even made partial concessions. Angus shook his head and said, perhaps it is because of us that Kel-morian has been able to seed fewer barren mining worlds. The Federation fleet is coming. Lisa's heart tightened. This day was finally coming. During the month of intense evacuation, many car people who remained on the ground did not even dare to sleep, full of fear for the impending disaster. Minister of Finance Levy Henry sighed. The public opinion offensive has played a very good effect. Editors and reporters who secretly serve the August Intelligence Committee have also provided us with a lot of evidence of corruption and abuse of power by federal government officials. However, a month has passed, and the spokesperson introduced by the federal parliament has not said a word about the use of apocalypse-class nuclear bombs to destroy Car. At first, the Terran Federation did its best to block the news of Korhal IV's open rebellion, but the news of the entire planet's declaration of independence still spread like wildfire and spread within and outside the territory of the Federation at a speed that shocked and angered federal officials and nobles. Gradually, even those who were least concerned about politics were discussing topics related to Car, and speculation about the news deliberately blocked by the federal government spread in the streets. People generally believed the same thing, that is, the truth must be much more serious than the little gossip we know, and there must be more than one rebellious planet in Korhal IV. And the Federation Marines and fleet must have done a terrible job dealing with the rebellion, or they would have received the news that the rebellion was quickly and forcefully suppressed. After the scandal of the Federation Parliament was broadcast to the entire Terran Federation at the UN headquarters, the excited people concluded that Korhal IV's revolution had achieved unprecedented success and the Federation Parliament had to use nuclear weapons. People who sympathized with Korhal began to protest, and many public figures also denounced and condemned the atrocities of the Federation Parliament. Rebellions broke out again on several planets, including Antigua Prime. From ordinary civilians on the fringe worlds to the governor of the colony and the billionaire guests in his office in suits, everyone was saying the same few words. Korhal, Angus, the Mengsk family, and the rebels. At first, even Augustus Mengsk began to overestimate the possibility of the Federation giving up the use of nuclear weapons due to the favorable trend of public opinion, but this optimism did not last long, because the Federation Parliament never promised not to use nuclear weapons, or made any statement on it. Some friendly leaders of the Tassinus creation family and members of the federal parliament told Angus that Andrea, the mistress of the Tagore family, and the large group of nobles around her would never change the issues that had already been passed, and the hearts of the nobles were colder than the glaciers that would never melt. The possibility of expecting to use public opinion to make the federal parliament abandon this plan is very small. Will the leaders of the creation family really change their minds because they don't care about the civilians at all? Angus said, I understand those high-ranking creation families, because I used to be one of them. They are arrogant and indifferent, and refuse to admit that they will fail in anything. Be prepared for war. I don't think I need to say anything more. Angus said, the blocking war will start in outer space orbit. We have mobilized all the resources we can mobilize. The workers finally completed the construction of 2 new high-altitude orbital defense platforms and space-based weapons stations with the assistance of the Umoyan space construction drones day and night. Defense Minister Harry Wilder said, the anti-aircraft missile launch towers on the 2 satellites are enough to shoot down the battle cruisers of the Federal Fleet. Angus nodded with satisfaction. I said that this battle is by no means meaningless. We had the opportunity to leave with the colonial fleet, but we still chose to stay. Because this may be the only chance to attract and delay the Federation fleet. Only in this way can Augustus' First Fleet succeed in the raid on the Delarian shipyard. If the fleet had not encountered the Alpha Squadron and had to repair and replenish ships, the chances of this raid would have been much greater. But even so, we will continue to believe in him. Lundstein said. He can't fail. Josephine said calmly. Because he is Augustus. Lisa nodded seriously. Although Lisa had reservations about the fact that there was a young and beautiful red-haired girl around Augustus recently, it did not prevent her from speaking well of Augustus. Colonel Lundstein, like you, I have never doubted that my son would fail. Angus was qualified to say such words. His confidence in his son was no less than that of the demons of heaven. York, how many people are still unwilling to leave Korhal? People from the Firth Territory and the Icefield tribe refused to leave Korhal IV. Nearly 3,000 people from Norman Hawk stayed behind. They left the city and built tents and simple camps in the suburbs. The director of the Korhal Immigration Bureau said, the number after statistics is about 70,000. Some are old people who are unwilling to leave their homeland, and some are surrenderists. Let them go. Angus said after a moment of silence, we have done our best. How many troops and logistics personnel are there on the surface? He asked again. There are 190,000 people. The director of the Immigration Bureau said. Everyone evacuates Korhal. Angus said, take away what they can take away. We can't stay on the ground anymore. At this time, Angus suddenly stood up, and a sudden sense of oppression made him frown. Notify the guards to prepare the shuttle to the orbital defense platform. You can't go to the front line. Runstein said loudly, you must leave Korhal IV immediately. Yes, the spacecraft directly to Umoyan is ready. The Minister of Transportation said. It seemed that everyone was hiding this from Angus, and was determined to force him out of Korhal. From the beginning to the end, Angus was the only one who thought that he would stay in Korhal and fight with the revolutionaries. Several officers held Angus tightly and wanted to send him to the spaceship, but this triggered his thunderous anger. You made me a coward. Angus shook off the hands that were clamping him. How can I abandon more than 1 million Korhal warriors to go to Umoyan to see their parents? If I die in Korhal, then I still have my son to inherit my career. You think I'm a politician who can only talk big on the podium, but in the end, I personally sent so many people to the battlefield. Angus said to them, don't persuade me anymore, my decision will never change. Just as Angus was about to say something, a holographic projection screen suddenly popped up on the conference table in the conference hall, showing a sergeant of the Korhal Revolutionary Army Marine Corps. The sergeant was the commander of an outpost, and his outpost was on a desolate planet at the outermost edge of the Korhal system. We have detected spatial fluctuations of superdimensional jumps. Amid the roar and smoke produced by the explosion, the communication stopped abruptly. Everyone could foresee what happened. Lisa stood up with the others. Oh my god, she whispered. So fast? The Minister of Transportation was shocked. It takes at least a week to sail from the edge world to Korhal. Your naivety surprises me. Josephine said sarcastically. We don't have an accurate train schedule to follow. This is most likely the first batch of federal fleets to arrive. They will set sail a week or two earlier. Angus said. They don't care whether this will disperse their military strength or alert the enemy. Hannock gave a sharp evaluation as he stood up and put on his military coat, because they are just on the way to crushing an ant. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.